Welcome to the Sunday action here at the Kart Race of Champions. Buckmore Park is our venue. We're about halfway through the heat stages, a little over halfway through the heat stages. Ooh. So we are getting ready now for Heat 28, which is for the heavyweight division. It's Dylan Kadir-Itchia that will start this race from pole position as we get underway. We are underway already, wasting no time this morning to get into the first of these 12-minute heats. This is the heavyweight division. These drivers have only done one heat so far, so this is going to be critical for them now in their second heat to make it through. We've got just 3 second heat races, which we are bringing you now, and then we'll be into the third and final heats of the event coming right up. So Dylan Kadir-Itchia leading the way in the early stages of this one. Some good names up there in this grid. Of course, you see there Thomas Ronhaar, the F1 eSports star, starting from P10 in this race. I think he's already made up a couple of positions, but we'll confirm that as they come across the line for the first time. They head through the final corner, the rather infamous cafe curve, where it narrows up quite a lot. Now across the line to complete lap number 1 of the race. It is Kadir-Itchia in the lead. Calum Beddoes had a good start. He's made up a position at the expense of Ben Pickard. Marco Grady across the line in 4th place. Sam Lukes across the line in 5th place. But as is so often the case, it's all changing and shuffling through the first hairpins. People trying to make moves. The circuit begins with the Conways and Henrys bends before the 2 hairpins. Now through these S's and then towards the Symes Sweep, Pullmans and Paddock, kind of a nearly a corkscrew-esque section of circuit, heading up Damon Hill towards Garda, and then to the Senna Bend, the Cafe Curve to complete the lap. It's Dylan Kadir-Itchia then that leads them around. Calum Beddoes, Ben Pickard have kind of broken away. You see there's that big pack of cars that's forming in the latter half of the top 10 down to the rear of the field. It is the top 6 or so that have broken away. In fact, no, the top 4 only that have really broken away from that, and then the rest of the pack is 5th on backwards. Ross Sandwell just put in a very, very strong lap to make up 4 places and move up into P5. You see him there in the back of shot. He's the number 12 Kart just going through shot there. So he's managed to leapfrog through this big bedlam of karts running it down the order. Sandwell, who was the heavyweight champion here in the 2025 edition of the Kart Race of Champions, so he comes in as the reigning champ with a point to prove, I'm sure. His first task will be to get himself into the A final. Now we watch the leading 3, which have shifted a little bit. Calum Beddoes is up into the lead, so Kadir-Itchia and Ben Pickard, slightly different order now, with Beddoes in the lead. Looking a little bit further back there to George Papadopoulos aboard the number 8. His distinctive green and yellow race suit makes him nice and easy to spot. He's just behind Sam Lukes, so Papadopoulos running in 8th place at the moment, with Saul Gregory not too far back. Across the curbs go the leading trio. This being Heat 2, the drivers will get a clearer impression of where they are in the standings after this race. In the heavyweight division, the current leader is Charlie Rapford, thanks to 2 wins yesterday. So he's got a perfect score of 50 points. That should pretty well lock him in for the A final later on. For Kadir-Itchia, he got a 18-point score. Oh, and a bit of a moment there between Lukes and Papadopoulos, and Lukes really was very heavily gesturing. I don't know whether there was maybe something going wrong. He didn't feel something was right, but I mean, look at the lot positions he's lost there in that contact with Papadopoulos. And Thomas Ronhaar making his way up. He's managed to get himself into, I think that will be 7th place now, and he's going for the inside of Papadopoulos. That will put him up into 6th position, and He immediately lobbies with Papadopoulos for no counter-attack, just to focus forward and try and close in on some of the others. Certainly Ronha feels that he will need a good score in this race. Coming out of the race yesterday, the first heat yesterday, Ronha has a perfect score. He has 25 points on the board, so he'd like to get a solid haul for this race number 2, heat number 2 of the heavyweight division for him. Point scores go 25, 22, 20, 18, and then down in increments of 1 point from there. So as of right now, Ronha for 7th place would be not scoring quite as many points. I think he'd be on 15 points as things stand, which should get him through to a final based on, or at least put him in contention for a final going into heat 3, but certainly going to get a few more points than he currently has. Bedo, Kadir Itche and Ben Pickard continue to run as a group here. Ross Sandwell, who's moved up to P4 now at the expense of Mark O'Grady, is closing in on them as well. I think he will join that to make it a leading quartet at the front of the field. Meanwhile, George Papadopoulos has just lost out to Saul Gregory, so that's a change for 8th position. Bedo, Itche and Pickard have pretty much fallen into line at the front of the field, of course, to try and build themselves a gap. But now we're starting to see a little bit of dissension in the ranks as Kadir Itche makes the move to the inside at Garda Bend. And indeed, Sandwell is pretty much there with them now. Sandwell, as we alluded to, a champion here at K-Rock last year, and a big move from Ben Pickard there on Kalen Bedo. Bedo then demoted to 3rd place, Pickard up to 2nd, and Sandwell is right there with them. Now goes grass tracking coming out of the 2nd hairpin. Bedo looks over the shoulder, sees that the defending heavyweight champion is right there behind him, and Bedo going defensive there against Sandwell as they headed through the paddock bend. Now at the Garda bend, the Garda hairpin. Sandwell lakes the lunge and then says, "Follow me, I will drag you to the promised land." Let's see if they can do so in the 5 minutes that are left. 2 of the podium finishers from the heavyweight division are here today again in 2026. The 2025 winner, Ross Sandwell, who we see on screen there, aboard the number 12. Also Bran van den Einde, he was 3rd in last year's heavyweight division. He is back for more in 2026. The number 5 moving up there past the number 4, so that's Terry Ewan past Mark O'Grady, and Thomas Ronhard just behind the 2 of them. He'll be looking to at least break the top 5. I think anything beyond 4th place would really rely on a big battle at the front here now for Thomas Ronhart. But a 5th position would be a solid effort. Looks like Kalen Bedo is struggling to match the pace now of those leading 3, falling off it just a little bit. Ronhart getting a bit of a shove there from Saul Gregory behind. George Papadopoulos there, I think, got a message to come in. Has he got himself a black flag? Yes, he has. A black flag that he has ignored to this point. So he's got a subsequent command to come in. While that's going on, Dylan Kadir Itche there, distinctive for his Valentino Rossi flavoured helmet. He moves through to the front of the field. Also has some Ferrari backing on his race suit that you may have spotted. That's because the local Ferrari dealership sponsors his local karting championship. That was Ross Sandwell to the front. So Ross Sandwell made the move there at paddock to move into the lead. Ben Pickard 3 wide with Bedo and with Kadir Itche, and Bedo feels a bit short-changed there, having been on the outside of that 3 wide situation. Meanwhile, Ross Sandwell has expertly picked his way through to the front, and he already now has a 2nd over the competition. So not only has he climbed his way through the field, he's now got himself right up there to the tippy top, and doesn't seem to have any challenges because these 3 are really knocking the 6s out of each other. Dylan Kadir Itche has moved up into 2nd place for the time being. 12 steers through Paddock Bend, well clear of the dissenting ranks from second on down. Ben Pickard runs very wide indeed there. Just seen George Papadopoulos come past me on foot, unfortunately, so he's been withdrawn from the race. While that's going on, Ben Pickard stays ahead just of Caleb Beddoe. I think Sandwell is home free, 2.3 seconds clear. I don't think Dirichia can do that in the 2 minutes and 15 seconds that remain. You can see that Caleb Beddoe really kind of pushing the limits there, running very, very wide out of the first hairpin. You have to be careful not to overly abuse those track limits. There's been some warnings for that already. I think we've seen many track limit related black flags so far this weekend, but they do keep a close eye on this stuff. Sandwell still extending his advantage, and critically, that second group of three from 5th place down to 7, Ewan, Gregory and Ronha, I do think they are closing in slightly on the bickering 1, 2 and 3 karts. These guys have to be careful not to cost themselves too much time, because the trio behind are closing in. Terry Ewan will be hoping that Saul Gregory and Thomas Ronha remain behind, but no, actually, Saul Gregory has the inside line. Bit of a hit check between the two of them, and Gregory moves himself up into 5th place. And has he got the speed to reel in those ahead of him? Ronha now looks keen to get past Ewan as well. Saul Gregory, a solid force here in the heavyweight division. Himself up into 5th position. We have had it confirmed that this is going to be the final lap of the heat. Front of the field, 3.6 seconds clear is Ross Sandwell, the champion from last year here at K-Rock in the heavyweight division. He's going to make it a second heat win of the event, putting him in very good stead for the rest of the day. He will have a heat 3 later on, and then of course we'll get into the finals. He'll be hoping for an A final, of course. Dylan Kadir-Itchia looking over his shoulders as Ross Sandwell looks at the checkered flag, which he graciously receives. Dylan Kadir-Itchia takes second. Beddoe does just finish behind him in 3rd place, with Pickard keeping a watching brief in 4th position. Saul Gregory didn't quite reach them ultimately. I think if the race had taken one more lap, Gregory may have been able to challenge for a podium position. Further back in the field, Thomas Ronha, we saw there, only 7th in that one. It's not fully secure from there that he will reach the A final, so he's going to have to work hard in heat 3 to make sure he gets the best possible results. Next up, it is heat 29, the lightweight division, heading out onto the course. Fraser Brunton for Nameless Motorsport will be our pole sitter. Lucas Brack, the number 19, starting alongside. Then it's Alex Mitchell aboard the number 20 in 3rd place. Vessel Vanton in 4th position. Samuel Essery, P5. Robert Crawford, P6. He's aboard the 15. Jasper Fitzgerald Wolf for Sign Speed, the 24 in 7th place. Alex Galvani, the 17 in 8th. Kip Janssen, the 21 in 9th. The 25, Dylan Houghton in 10th position. Then it's Jaden Giles, Federico Contesi, Charlie Mullaney and David Metcalf as we get this race started. Fraser Brunton actually starting from pole position. I don't think he was on my screen there as we read through the grid, but he's a Sodi Vice World Champion. He's going to be a favourite here today, and he is leading as the race kicks off. through the S's. They go for the first time. A bit of a meeting of the minds there between Jasper Fitzgerald and Jaden Giles through the S's for the first time. Brunton and Brack running first and second place then. The 19 remains in second. Alex Mitchell, who, judging by his race suit, goes by Ducky, the Fueled by Snacks entry. He has retained the third position from which he started. Vessel Vanton has retained fourth place as well. The big mover on that first lap, Jaden Giles, who we saw going side by side, he has moved up 3 spots to P8. Some side-by-side action there as they go through the first hairpin. So some further shuffling there. Quite catchy that was that made up a place. But there's been a black flag and it's gone to Robert Crawford. Robert Crawford, who was P5 aboard the 15, he's just received a black flag. So I think that may have been as a result of that dive that we just saw. Indeed, Crawford will be heading into pit lane. I don't think he'll do it this time by. You can only see the warning now, so next time through, have to take a visit to the pits. He'll drop effectively to the very rear of the field. Brunton, Brackett and Mitchell have broken away. Crawford, Essery and Kip Janssen, 4th, 5th and 6th position. Kip Janssen, the 21, one of many of the drivers that have come over with the Talent Factory crew from the Benelux region. He's a Dutchman. Of course, he was here last year in the Kart Race of Champions. He took 7th in the A final. Now he's 7th in this heat race. Certainly he'll be hoping to make the A once again this year. Into the pits has come Robert Crawford to serve the penalty. And, he'll be driving angry for the rest of this race from the rear of the field, and it's going to be difficult for him to make up any positions. Alex Mitchell with the fastest lap on the previous tour. That was a 50.967. All of the top 3 in the 50.9 bracket, so they're all much of a muchness from a pace perspective. But Kip Janssen, who's now up to 4th place, is leading the charge of those coming from further back in the grid. I dare say that in the 8.5 minutes that are left, Janssen has the pace he needs. Brunton continues to lead from the stern. Some moving and shaking though further back. The 25, Dylan Houghton, on the back of David Metcalf, and actually Metcalf has made up that position through the first couple of corners. So Metcalf has moved up into 9th place, and in fact the driver in front of him has also moved up. Yeah, Jasper Fitzgerald. So Dylan Houghton has lost 2 places in the first couple of corners of the lap. That will sting a little bit. Keep an eye as well on Samuel Essery, who's behind Kip Janssen in the queue. Essery in 5th place, a champion in Club 73, which is the organising body for the Kart Race of Champions. In fact, he's dropped down to 6th place on that lap. Jaden Giles, therefore, is through into 5th position aboard the number 28. Kip Janssen has now clocked that change as well, looks over the shoulder and sees the distinctive green and black lid of Jaden Giles now up into 5th place, and Giles actually set the fastest lap of the race last time by as well, a 50.628. So Janssen will be very much hoping to work with Giles rather than against each other, in the hope of catching up with this leading trio. Fraser Brunton has lost out on that previous lap actually to Lucas Braca, as we can see. So Braca aboard the 19 is now the leader. It seems as if Brunton is happy enough to follow him around for now. As we saw so many times yesterday, the leading pack will often work in tandem to break free from the rest of the pack and then sort out who's actually going to win the heat in the last 2 or 3 minutes of the race. Bracker, Brunton, Mitchell with about 2.5 seconds over Janssen, Giles and Essery in the second pack. 6 minutes to go. If they were to spend a lap or two knocking the stuffing from each other, then they would very quickly fall into the clutches of the 4th, 5th and 6th place drivers. So they've got to bide their time and be patient right now. One of the criticisms you hear of drivers from their on-track colleagues is it just never works with you. Everything's got to be a battle. And on the face of it, you think, well, yes, it's a race, but no, you do have to do some cooperation, really, to get ahead in these higher karts, these momentum-based machines. If you're going too wide and losing apex speed, you so quickly lose seconds from your lap time. Momentum is absolutely everything. Leading trio come across the line once again with Bracker at the front of the field, but Matt Blacklid. And a switch here for 4th place. Jaden Giles takes the leading role in the second pack then. He's set the fastest lap of the race on a couple of occasions. I'd say that is probably the right driver to lead Group 2. Can he lead them into podium contention in the 4.5 minutes that remain? Bracker, Brunton and Mitchell through Garda Bend once again, with just over 4 minutes to go. And a half dozen laps more racing. Giles and Janssen and Essery go through Conways and Henrys. The hairpin sections where there's been so much bedlam so far this weekend. A lot of 2 and 3 wide and a lot of communication through the virtue of sign language, informal sign language between our drivers. Bracker, Brunton and Mitchell go through Cafe Curve once again. This will be completion of lap number 10. 3.5 minutes to go. I don't think it's going to be too long before Brunton starts to mount a true challenge now on Bracker. They've looked over the shoulder, seen that Mitchell is still there, but that there is also still a decent gap between the top 3 and the rest of the field. And indeed, Bracker actually set the fastest lap of the race last time by, so the leading trio not really going any slower than Giles, Janssen or Essery in 4th, 5th and 6th place. Give it another lap or two and they should be safe to dice it out for the maximum haul of 25 points. It's 22 for 2nd and 20 for 3rd place, and in the long haul that could be the difference maker as to whether you make the A final or not here. Indeed, Brunton looks a little bit more aggressive now. Two and a half minutes of racing left to go. Bracker scrubbed a little bit of momentum there, and Brunton giving him a wave. Was that a wave of what's going on? Oh no, actually that was a I'm not going to attack you, don't start defending yet, I think, from Fraser Brunton. Was still giving the focus forward instruction. But is that perhaps trying to lull Bracker into a false sense of security? No, I'm not going to overtake you yet, mate, and then just bungs it up the inside. Been known to happen. Got Alex Mitchell at an arm's length. Mitchell is able to match the pace, roughly speaking, but has dropped a few kart lengths over the course of the race so far. That would all go away in an instant, though. If there is moment of side-by-side. Side-by-side, incidentally, between the 21 and the 28. Jaden Giles to the inside there of Kurt Janssen. Janssen started the lap behind him. He's been running behind him for several laps and tried to get back up into 4th place. Here's a move for the lead. Fraser Brunton has gone for it then. Brunton to the lead. They're going to have 2 more laps of racing from here. So the gloves are off among the leading trio. Bracker behind Brunton, and Alex Mitchell has been brought back into consideration as well. Oh, and there goes Bracker to the inside line. Mitchell leaning on Bracker as well. The leading trio all together. It's Bracker that leads it once again after a bit of a Cupid shuffle through the first few corners. He's going to have, I think, 2 more laps with 20 seconds left in the books. Indeed, they would have declared the final lap at the line if it was the final lap. So 1 to go this time by, and there goes Brunton with a big lunge. Alex Mitchell looking to the outside. They bounce across the curbs. Now, will they be shown a final lap or not? Yes, they will. So we are going on to the final lap of racing. Brunton it is that leads the final lap. Bracker demoted to 3rd place thanks to Mitchell. And has Mitchell got what it takes here to find a way past Brunton? Going defensive there against Bracker. That's going to give Brunton a little bit of a reprieve through the next few corners. Jaden Giles seems to have cleared Kurt Janssen, who's under increasing scrutiny now from Samuel Essery. They bounce across the curbs, and there goes the 19 of Bracker, pulls the pin to try and reclaim that 2nd place, but then hands a bit of an apologetic wave to Alex Mitchell. I think Bracker was fully comfortable with how that move was executed. It's given Fraser Brunton a nice cushion, and it will be Fraser Brunton that claims a 4 haul of points there in the lightweight division. Nice driving from Brunton. Brunton from Mitchell, from Bracker, the top 3. Jaden Giles and Kurt Janssen rounding out the top 5. And there you see the full results on screen. Dave Metcalf ultimately moved up to P7 as well, so Metcalf, another one of the drivers representing the Daytona Legends outfit. He had a solid showing there. Looking at the results from yesterday, Bracker got a win in his heat yesterday, his first heat, so following that up with another podium finish, that will be more than enough for him. And Alex Mitchell may have turned his favours around in a positive direction, because he only got 16 points, a P6 finish in the first heat, so being on the podium in that one, that's going to be very beneficial. Move now to the 30th heat, which is our first heat 3 of the day. And it's going to be Ash Kivers starting this one from pole position. This is a heavyweight division race. Kivers, the 37-year-old, a D-Max heavyweight champion at Daytona Milton Keynes. Kevin Taylor-Beebe. Alongside him, Barry Lakes, Jose Barrio on row 2, the 14 and the 5. Lewis Ashforth, David Harvey make up row 3. Dom Hughes, Clary, Christopher Tate on row 4. Josh Selway and Justin Elliott on row 5. Dan Wright and Reno DeMarco on row 6. Craig Dorrington and Gavin Hill on the 7th and final row of the grid. Dorrington aboard the number 1. Be a stretch to reach P1 from there, but he'll give it his best. They are underway and racing in Heat 30 of the event for the heavyweight division. Our first Heat 3 race. A big dive for the inside from Barry Lakes in the first lap. Lakes moving up into 2nd place then. Barrio on the offensive as well. He's around the outside there up into third place. Taylor Beebe really leaking positions there through the first corners. He's down to P4, may even be down to P5 because Harvey to his inside at the Symes sweep. At the front of the field, Ash Kivers has very tidily driven away from the field. See the distinctive BWT motif on one of our drivers. That's Lewis Ashforth's race suit. Barry Lakes with a black and white flag already. Contact warning, but he's up into second place. 2 and 3 wide through Conways. That's incredibly bold. And you saw there the 11 not being happy at all. Christopher Tate feels that he was pushed. There's a lot of pushing. There's a lot of shoving. There's even barrier contact. I think Craig Dorrington is the first person to hit the outside barrier of hairpin 1 all day. All weekend, actually. Chris Tate there shaking the head, unhappy with what the scenes there. And indeed, for lap 2 of a heat race, that was very ambitious driving to be going 3 wide through the first corners. Kivers there with a big slide into Garda. Barry Lakes and Jose Barrio giving chase. There was a lot going on through the hairpin. Indeed, Craig Dorrington and Justin Elliott have both received contact warnings as a result of that melee further down in the field. The 10 kart there, Lewis Ashforth. As we said, easily to pick him out with the Racing Point style racing suit. The 13 and the 3, Dan Wright, Gavin Hill were side by side there, and Reno DeMarco, who started the lap at the very back of the field in 14th, has actually sized up a couple of places already. DeMarco trying to make some hay. Some gesticulation there from Jose Barrio, trying to get Barry Lakes to follow him. Barrio's moved up into second place. And he wants to lead the charge to the bumper of leader Ash Kivers. Barrio, a bit of a legend in the Italian hire karting scene, serial championship winner. Gavin Hill getting himself past the 12 of DeMarco there. DeMarco briefly was as high as 11th place, now down to 12th again. Yes, Barrio has closed in already on Ash Kivers. Barrio, a winner of the 30-hour of Campillos event, a 7-time champion in the Premier Spanish rental kart series, the rental sprint series. Really knows his way around a hire kart, but Barry Lakes gets the better of him there. And Barrio shaking the head a little bit. He was hoping to cooperate with Lakes and stick with Kivers. And indeed, of course, the top 3 as a whole would like to clear off from the chasing pack. Certainly they seem to have the speed advantage over Kevin Taylor Beebe in 4th place. David Harvey has now joined Beebe in that 4th and 5th place area. Kivers takes a look over the shoulder there. Sees that he's got a couple of kart lengths to play with as they come across the line once again. Barry Lakes feels the need to just angle defensive there into the first corner. Meanwhile, David Harvey has the inside of Kevin Taylor Beebe. He moves up into 4th place. Dom Hughes-Clary follows him through as well. Hughes-Clary then up into 5th place. David Harvey up into 4th. So Harvey will now try and give chase to the leading trio. I would think that Dom Hughes-Clary is comfortable enough following David Harvey for now. Harvey, one of our older drivers on the grid at 50 years old, a 2026 champion in the Rye House Pro Kart Pro class. He's also raced here at Buckmore on a few occasions in the 24 hours. A lot of the 24-hour crown jewel races of karting. Harvey should be a solid pair of hands to follow. Jose Barrio has got past Barry Lakes again there. So Barrio's back into second place once more. A 51.226 last time by. Or rather, sorry, a 51.226 is the fastest lap of the race, and that came from Barrio. His last lap wasn't quite that strong, but it was better than what Ash Kivers offered previous time by. Barry Lakes, though, is back into second place. It does seem as though Barrio and Lakes are quite intent on overtaking each other, and that could prove to be beneficial for Ash Kivers as Barrio once again sneaks through down at Garda. Not really costing each other reams of time, though. Ash Kivers isn't particularly getting away, even though Barrio and Lakes are exchanging positions. Kivers goes defensive. I think these three are maybe going to start holding each other up here. There goes Lakes to the inside of Barrio. Barrio fights back immediately, and I think he's getting a little bit frustrated with Barry Lakes. He's thinking to himself, if you give me a couple of laps, I can have Ash Kivers, and you can follow me through. Of course, both parties want to assume the race lead, so cooperation is tricky, but the effect that it's having is that the leading three are being closed in on by Harvey, by Hughes Clary, by Taylor Beebe. The top three had a decent job of breaking away, but it's starting to slip through their fingers a little bit as Kivers once again goes defensive. Kivers trying to keep that high ground in his possession. Oh, and very, very wide indeed goes Kivers there. Barrio and him side by side through the S's. Kivers gives a little return shove there to Barrio. And Lakes now side by side with Barrio once again. Harvey's on the case, he's there. It's 5 for the lead instead of 3 now. Bit of a cut off the nose there of Dom Hughes Clary. He ran out of room at Garda. But Barrio demoted to 4th place, and amongst all of that, he will be very frustrated. Barrio's also received a contact warning on that last lap. Kivers continues to hold the lead that he's had from the word go. Barrio and Dom Hughes Clary side by side for 4th place. I think if Barrio doesn't end up on the podium, he'll be very annoyed. Saw there Dom Hughes Clary in 5th position. He was shaking his head because Jose Barrio was not willing to descent and allow him through, and he forces his way through at Garda. Hughes Clary up to 4th then. I tell you what, I don't think it's long until it's going to be 8 for the lead, because Taylor Beebe, Justin Elliott and Lewis Ashbourne are pretty much with them. Ash Kivers is going to look over the shoulder and go, oh no, there's a lot going on behind me. Oh, and Hughes Clary and Barrio again leading on each other just a little bit for 4th. Kivers has done an admirable job thus far in this race. Got 2 minutes and 35 seconds of this one left to go. Barrio there just received a let's work together signal from Dom Hughes Clary, but I feel like there's an amount of friction between the two of them at the moment, so I'm not entirely sure whether that will work. Justin Elliott has moved up to 6th place. So Elliott now climbing the positions. We've got 2 minutes left of this race, and David Harvey pulls the pin to try and get to Ash Kivers' inside. Harvey got to 2nd on the previous lap. He's going to be just about ahead, is he? No. And in fact, they hold each other up. Barry Lakes makes it 3 wide. They're still all there as they head down through paddock. Impressive racing between the three, and Kyver's got the best of it. He retains the lead. He continues to lead this race. To second place there has gone Dom Hughes Clary as everyone tries to find track space that simply isn't there. It's 3 wide as they approach Cafe. Breathe in, everybody. Look at that, Barrio and Lakes and Elliott really jostling for position there. A lot of contact and bashing and barging between them. Justin Elliott, the 7, to the inside of Barrio and Harvey. Harvey, who's being absolutely swallowed up here. He was challenging for the lead just a few moments ago, and now he's fighting to stay in the top 5 with Justin Elliott. Barry Lakes, who also got demoted heavily on the previous lap there, going for it as well. Kivers is not home free yet, but he's certainly got himself a decent little cushion over Dom Hughes Clary at the front. They'll begin the final lap this time by. Ash Kivers has pretty much controlled this one from the word go. I feel it's going to be 3rd place on back that's going to be the talking point here. Kivers and Clary only 4/10 apart. Clary could still get there and attack, but there's been a lot going on for 3rd place. Barrio now holding that position. Justin Elliott now 4th. Lakes and Harvey in 5th and 6th. Kivers has Hughes Clary for company as they go through Paddock Bend. And look at them, side by side they go. Kivers and Hughes Clary racing to the line. And it's going to be Ash Kivers that takes it. Kivers just beats him there. Barrio rounds out the podium ultimately in 3rd place. Elliott, Lakes and Harvey, your top 6. David Harvey, I think, in 6th position, will be the most aggrieved of all, having been challenging for the lead, ultimately finishing 6th. Kevin Taylor-Beebe only 9th eventually. He was running, of course, top 5 in the early stages, but I think that was a particularly sore one for David Harvey. Next heat then, heat 31 for the juniors. We're underway. Rufus Sessions starting this one from pole position. Kai Jackson in 2nd, and Frederick Navarro, who's been quite the danger man so far this weekend, starting from P3. I was talking to Rufus Sessions and a few others earlier on, and certainly he had Frederick Navarro circled as one to watch and one to worry about in this race. The top 4 have already broken away. You see there in 5th place, Lundy and Carsten Young side by side. Young, who's certainly going to be one hoping to get to the front queue over the course of this race. Very strong heat this, actually, looking at some of those names. Drivers like Carsten Young, like Frederick Van Driel, Oliver Coe, et al. scrum behind Karsten Jung. It will be Sessions, Jackson, Navarro and Ibanescu, the leading quartet that have broken away, and then it's already almost 3 seconds back to 5th place, Frederick van Driel. And 8th place and back, pretty much all as one as they go through the first hairpin there. Harrison Holt, Athena Kubicki, Oliver Coe, all in amongst it there. Athena giving absolutely no quarters there. Bit of a hip check on Sam Doyle, who's made up a couple of places there on that lap already. He started the lap in 13th. I think he's at least P10 now. Leading 4 would do well to work together for now because they've been gifted a nice cushion over the rest of the pack at this stage. Navarro there in that 3rd position. Of course, he won the first race, the first heat of the day here yesterday. Straight on the money. And the driver from the Philippines, the BIKC Junior Grand Finalist and SRK Junior Champion, comes in with a strong resume. Of course, he was a P5 finisher in the BRKC last year as well. He's been much touted as a favourite for the Junior Kart Race of Champions title this year. But now, though, focusing forward on this 3rd and final heat for himself and those around him. Kai Jackson defending 4:21. Looks like Kai's a bit concerned here with keeping Navarro behind. Ibanescu has a little look to the outside of Navarro. Rufus Sessions getting a little bit of breathing room as a result of all of that. Kai Jackson pulling the elbows out. Van Driel and Karsten Jung not yet together. Van Driel still about 6/10 clear of Karsten Jung. And Navarro goes for 2nd place. Navarro gets the better of Kai Jackson there. Maybe Kai left the inside open with a little bit of intent. At a certain point, sometimes you just have to let the guy who wants the position through and hope that you don't lose touch with the leader, and I think that's what Kai Jackson was doing there. The inside for 3rd there goes Ibanescu at the 2nd hairpin. And Jackson didn't look best pleased with that. They're still side by side as they go for the next apex, but Jackson has to settle for P4 for now. Rufus Sessions hasn't quite broken free, but he has got himself a nice second's worth of cushion over Navarro, and he did actually set the fastest lap of the race last time by a 50.999. Extended that out to 1.4 on the previous lap of 50.749. So he is extending that gap. The Formula None entrant, Frederick Navarro, running under the banner of Project X. And Ibanescu in 3rd, also representing Formula None. So they've got 2 on the heat podium right now. Back in the field, Athena Kubicki has lost a position on the previous lap, dropping down to 12th behind Oliver Coe. Across the line, we head for yet another lap, and Sessions lost some time to Navarro on that previous lap. Indeed, his lap was a little bit off pace for 51.2. I think he may have made an error somewhere. So Navarro's closed the gap in just a little bit, and Ibanescu in 3rd set the fastest lap of anybody last time by 50.612. So Ibanescu starting to hit his stride now that he's passed Kai Jackson, who looks like he is struggling for pace a little bit relative to the 2 in front of him, and indeed Van Driel looks to be potentially homing in on Kai Jackson. distance in the race this time by. 6 minutes pretty much exactly on the clock as Rufus Sessions completes another lap. The gap has again gone down, and again Sessions is there up in the 51-second bracket. Oh, but Ibanescu with a big lunge to the inside at the first hairpin. Navarro gesticulates with him. Wasn't happy with that move and fires right back at the second hairpin. I think both parties want to lead the charge up to Rufus Sessions. Again on the offensive there is Ibanescu trying to get to the inside of Navarro, and they're costing each other time. This is helping Kai Jackson. He's right back there in 4th place, and Rufus Sessions, all the time he's lost over the last couple of laps, is suddenly back, and it's back with interest. 1.4 seconds at the line. Navarro's gap to the leader has more than doubled in amongst all of that fighting. Jackson up to P3. Bit of a consolatory wave there to Ibanescu. I'm not sure that's going to go down brilliantly. And Van Driel is in amongst it now as well. He's trying to get the best of Ibanescu. So Van Driel has joined the leading set. He's also gapped Karsten Young, who's about 3 seconds further back. Van Driel looking to make a statement here in his 3rd heat. One of the competitors from the Dutch side of the paddock, quite a significant Benelux contingent. Inside there goes Alexander Ibanescu for 3rd place. Side by side between them still, a lot of head shaking going on. Kai Jackson up to P3 and tries to tell Ibanescu to stay put, but that's not going to happen. Van Driel with a big lunge on both of them. Van Driel is feeling scrappy this morning. Rufus Sessions not home free yet, but has almost 2 seconds on Frederick Navarro. There goes Van Driel up to 3rd place, and Kai Jackson is not a happy bunny. Both hands off the wheel. Ibanescu is lost down to Van Driel as well. Van Driel up to 3rd place. He's also got a contact warning for the physical nature of some of that racing on the previous lap, so he has to be a little bit careful. Goes defensive into the hairpin. Again, the more they scrap with each other, the more time they lose to the leaders, so this isn't the optimal way to do it. Karsten Young, Kai Ferner and Sam Doyle. Running 6th, 7th and 8th position. Frederick Van Driel leading this trio for now, but with the tension that's been building between Ibanescu and Jackson and co, I don't think they're going to be working together particularly, and indeed I think the gap to Navarro and certainly the gap to Sessions is too significant now. 5.4 seconds off the lead is Fred Van Driel, so this is going to be battle for 3rd and nothing more. Van Driel holding strong in that 3rd position for now as Ibanescu and Jackson exchange blows. Doyle in P6, Karsten Young P7. I wonder if there's time for Doyle, Young and Ferner to get involved in this if it does continue to descend into a blow-for-blow battle in 3rd place and back. Through Garda they go. 1:45 left on the clock. Sessions crosses the line now. Oh, that cafe there squeezed out was Kai Jackson by Ibanescu. That looked a little bit heart in mouth. Van Driel goes defensive once again. Does not want to lose the track position. You see there Doyle in the 20 is closing in on them. He may get involved in this podium scrap yet, and Karsten Young losing out in the back of shot as well to Kai Ferner, that was. So Young down to 8th place. Hasn't quite come alive in this race as I was expecting. Of course, everyone runs a different kart each time, and as identical as they are purported to be, they do all feel a little bit different. It's just the nature of how these things go, and maybe Karsten Young not gelling quite with the chassis bearing number 23 as he has with one of his previous steeds this weekend. Rufus Sessions aboard the 28. Turns into the second hairpin. Navarro not far back. They're going to do this lap and one more. And that's really bad news, I think, for Van Driel, who's going to have 3 on his bumper from here through to the flag. Kai Jackson shaking his head as Sam Doyle has let him know with a slight tap that he is there. It's 4 for third place then. I don't think that Kai Ferner is going to be too far back. He'll be there before the end of the race as well. Van Driel defending here from Ivanescu, who tries to go around the outside. Kai Jackson and Doyle right there with them side by side. Still, as they go to Cafe for third place between Van Driel and Ivanescu. Sessions and Navarro well up the field, or well up the road, have completely started the final lap of the race. Should remain in that order between Sessions and Navarro, but what about third place? Van Driel still defending, still working hard aboard the 24. Kai Jackson has briefly moved up there to 4th place, but we have the 22 of Ivanescu right there with him. In fact, no, sorry, that's the 20 of Sam Doyle. Doyle's on the ascendancy. He's moved up to 4th place there. And Kai Jackson getting the loose end of that one a little bit, I feel. Meanwhile, at the front, Sessions and Navarro are comfortable. I think Karsten Young's just been pushed out wide there, going through Paddock Bend. Sessions and Navarro have crossed the line to finish 1st and 2nd respectively, and Van Driel will hold on to 3rd position. Sam Doyle, though, profiting in those final laps, moving up to 4th place. Kai Ferner as well managed to get himself up to 5th place aboard the 26. Ivanescu and Kai Jackson 6th and 7th. And well, Kai Jackson, I think, was the most aerated driver throughout that race, seemed increasingly frustrated with what was going on. And 7th place was his finishing position. He will not be entirely impressed with that. So then next up we have the Heat 32 race. This is the lightweight division. Dante Dillon will be starting this one from pole position. Dante Dillon joined on the front row by Spencer Fitzgerald-Wolf, who's already on his 2nd race of the day. He's not hanging around. Mike Allen for Racio Drake starting from 3rd. Lena Redding in 4th position. Keup Janssen in 5th place. Benjamin Hamilton, P6, he's aboard the number 1 for this race. Adam Sheargold from 7th, ahead of the Australian racer Sky Lees. Got to speak to Sky a little bit earlier on. Just her 2nd season in racing. They're very much enjoying her first experience of the Kart Race of Champions. Ivan Sana starting from 9th. Max Chapman, the 6, starting from 10th. Alex Mitchell, again, another driver out for their 2nd race of the day. One of those who had a morning Heat 2. Most of the Heat 2 races were done yesterday, but 3 of them happened at the start of today's programme. Neil Durrant, P12, aboard the number 9. Fraser Brunton taking up the rear aboard the number 13. We are underway. We are racing. Fraser Brunton also there at the back in the number 5. And we are racing. Dante Dillon, the number 7, starting this one from pole position. Dante has proven to be very strong so far this weekend. You'd be hard-pressed to bet against Dante Dillon in the grand scheme of things. And oh, that was a bit of a move there from, I think that may have been even Sana, was it? Or even the number 2, that was Keup Janssen. Yes, it was. Janssen making a big dive down at paddock to reclaim 5th position. Dante Dillon will cross the line as the leader. Mike Allen follows him through in second place, having got the better of Spencer Fitzgerald-Wolf. Benjamin Hamilton, fourth position. Kurt Janssen up to fifth, at the expense of receiving a black and white flag for contact warning. Oh, and that's going to be another contact warning. That was the number 3 getting shoved, Ivan Sana. Getting a rather harsh knock there. I think that was from Neil Durrant, who's moved up several positions on this lap already. And oh, it's all getting a bit out of sorts there. The number 10, Lena Redding, having a massive oversteer moment through the S's and did well to stay in the right direction, quite frankly. Bit early in the race for it to be kicking off to this degree, but it's looking very scrappy there in the second half of the pack. Spencer Fitzgerald-Wolf has dropped a place on that previous lap, so Benjamin Hamilton is up into third. Mike Allen running second. And there's been a black flag attributed to Sky Lees aboard the number 13. So Sky Lees has received a black flag on the previous lap. So somewhere in amongst that melee, Sky Lees was judged to be at fault. So the Australian racer will have to visit the pits and will be a distant last place, unfortunately, from that point on. Mike Allen has lost quite a bit of time already to Dante Dillon, unfortunately. Dante doesn't need a second invitation to drive away from the pack. We're seeing evidence of that there. Ivan Sana to 10th place, and that's courtesy of Sky Lees visiting the pits. We see there Mike Allen losing out to Benjamin Hamilton. So Mike Allen has been demoted there to third position in the queue, and indeed Spencer Fitzgerald down another place as well to 5th place. That's Kurt Janssen who's moved up. In fact, no, sorry, it's Adam Sheargold who's moved up a bit. Dillon has 2.5 seconds on the field already. He is just driving away in this lightweight division heat. Looking over the shoulder here and there and seeing that he can really just focus on his race. A move there for third place. That was a retaliatory move, I think, there from Kurt Janssen. Allen dropping back a little bit here. I think that was Sheargold who's just gotten past him, and now he's under pressure from Neil Durrant and Spencer Fitzgerald-Wolf. Durrant on the charge, gets the inside there of Mike Allen. Neil Durrant, always a favourite, of course, and he's made up some real strong places. I think he was running 12th at one point, and now up into, what's that going to be, 5th position, yeah. Side by side between Allen and Brunton in 6th and 7th places, and a bit of an exchange going on there between Mike Allen and Neil Durrant, or rather, sorry, that was Neil Durrant and the number 5 Fraser Brunton. Brunton again with one of the strongest resumes in the paddock, vice champion in the Sodi Worlds. But certainly some gesticulation there. We just saw the barrier displaced again. Kurt Janssen striking the wall on the inside of Pullman's. I'll invite everyone to take a few more liberties when it comes to the track limits there. Ooh, and a bit of rally crossing there enforced on Neil Durrant. Neil Durrant seems to be the epicenter of a lot of wheel-to-wheel action here. That was side by side with Alex Mitchell. Mitchell holding the outside as they go through the first 2 apexes of the lap. Durrant holds on to 6th position for now. Ivan Sana trying to get involved. Oh, and that's a very heavy lunge from Ivan Sana, and you can tell based on his body language that he knows that was not quite up to scratch. And certainly Neil Durrant's race has been compromised. A big spin for him. and he's going to drop down at least to 10th position. Spencer Fitzgerald-Wolf on the previous lap lost a lot of time as well, as did Mike Allen. And no surprises that even Sana has received a black flag for that move down at hairpin 2 a lap ago. Where does Durrant come across the line? He comes across the line in 11th place, just behind Max Chapman, who's surprisingly only in P10. Would perhaps expect a bit more from Chapman, who interestingly has the backing on his race suit of the Brookspeed team, which has raced at the Le Mans 24 Hours in Brick GT and so on in years gone by. Hamilton with Janssen and Sheargold following him close. Dante Dillon at the front, almost 4 seconds to the good. It's been quite a dramatic heat behind him, but he's only going to know about it if he looks back at the stream. Hamilton aboard the number 1, Janssen aboard the number 22. Again, we've referenced Janssen in the earlier heats already. Well up in the top 10 in last year's Kart Race of Champions A final for the lightweight division. Dante Dillon, the number 7. Certainly highly rated. 8 seconds clear now. He really is just charging. Fraser Brunton last time by set the fastest lap of the race, and no surprises with that pace. He has joined the lead battle. Sheargold has moved up to 3rd place there at the expense of Kjep Janssen. But it's now 4 in the 2nd place battle. Fraser Brunton has arrived on the scene. Ooh, and a bit out of sorts there, bouncing across the curbs was the 12 of Sheargold. Brunton goes defensive, or rather, sorry, Kjep Janssen going defensive on Brunton. And they both agree there that they need to stop fighting each other and focus forward. A little bit of mutual agreement. Fraser Brunton, as we said, Sony Vice World Champion, a Club 100 Sprint winner. Certainly knows a thing or two about making it work in hire karts. He knows that cooperation is important, but as I say that, he's going around the outside of Kjep Janssen, so never mind. And Janssen does not look happy. He was pointing down there towards the engine. Does he feel something's not quite right with the kart? Brunson makes another position there at the expense of Sheargold. Siving through the order nicely, it must be said. Dante Dillon, 5.8 clear at the front. Last time by, he's making a 2nd a lap, 6.8 clear last time. Brunton, as we said, up into 3rd place. Benjamin Hamilton goes defensive, but Sheargold and Brunton fighting each other side by side. Oh, what a tap to the rear of Benjamin Hamilton. Hamilton looks over the shoulder. Kjep Janssen, again, just shaking his head and holding his hands up as Alex Mitchell goes by. The 1 and the 5. Leading this queue, Benjamin Hamilton has retained 2nd place for much of this race, but with Fraser Brunton on the case, he's going to have to work hard to still be there at the line. I think we may get 3 more laps from here with Dante Dillon so far clear. Of course, the time remaining and how many laps that attributes to is based on Dillon, who's well up the road from all of these. He may well win this by over 10 seconds as Alex Mitchell gets turned around. Ducky is not going to be best pleased. See see the recovering Neil Durrant there, who will now be up into 8th position as a result of that spin for Alex Mitchell. Given a little bit of space to everybody in the second pack, that condensed moment, everyone all in the same space going into the hairpin. It's given Benjamin Hamilton a momentary reprieve, 2 laps to go. Brunton is back with him, Adam Sheargold keeping a watching brief on the situation as well. It's getting a bit close between the two of them. Briefly through was Fraser Brunton, but Benjamin Hamilton enforces a return to second place. Adam Sheargold side by side with Brunton. Getting a little bit physical there in the battle for P2. Max Chapman has been making his way forward, incidentally. He's up into 9th place. See the cap limit warning as he continues to push on. Over the shoulder looks Benjamin Hamilton. He will begin the last lap. With Fraser Brunton on his outside, on his left shoulder. And I think Brunton's made it clear around the outside there. Yes, he has. Second place. No, he hasn't actually. Sorry, Benjamin Hamilton is still there in second place. Brunton remains in third as he rattles across the curbs there. Sheargold, Allen, Janssen, the remainder of this queue. Dante Dillon is over 10 seconds up the road in the lead. Dante Dillon uncontested. Brunton with a big lunge there on Benjamin Hamilton. And that's now left the inside beckoning as well for just about everybody else. And look how quickly it's gone sideways for Benjamin Hamilton. Dante Dillon has won the race. On the last lap, Benjamin Hamilton has been demoted from second to P6. And it will be Fraser Brunton and Adam Sheargold that make up the top 3 ahead of Kurt Janssen and Mike Allen. But Benjamin Hamilton just railroaded there at the end. Shunted back to 6th position ahead of the recovering Neil Durrant. He was right there in the leading, or in the second place pack at the end, despite being spun out. Durrant recovered nicely and set the fastest lap of the race at the very last opportunity as well. The Ratio drag driver, I think, will be rather frustrated with some of the events of that race. All the same, recovered quite nicely. And that is the conclusion then of that heat. I believe that up next it will be heat 33. Yes, it will be. That is the heavyweight division race. And it's going to be Jonathan Wilson that starts this one from pole position. So Jonathan Wilson will be alongside Reno DeMarco on the front row of the grid. On row 2, the 21 will be driven by Todd White. Sam Grayson with him on row 2. Dom Hughes-Clary, the 17, starting from 5th position. Ian Anderson, the 19, is next. Then Terry Ewan, the 27. Cale Simmons, the 25 in 8. Phil Jackson, the 28, set for 9th place, based on what I'm seeing. Although I think maybe some of these didn't break the beam because the order a little bit different here. See Robert Bannister taking up the rear from 11th place. We're missing a couple of people. It looks a bit spaced out and gappy, but it also looks like we're about to go racing. We are. And the 26, Jonathan Wilson it is, that leads them away. The 22 and the 21, Todd White and Reno DeMarco side by side for 2nd position. DeMarco, has he moved up to 2nd place? Yes, he has. Reno DeMarco has made up some places there then in the opening stages, or a place in the opening stages. The heat podium winner in 2022 and 2023 in the Kart Race of Champions. So he's been on the podium before at this event in the heats. He'd like to do so in one of the finals later on in the day. That'll be ongoing from a little after 3 o'clock onwards, as long as we stay to schedule. Jonathan Wilson that leads them through at the conclusion of this first lap then. Marco and Todd White following each other through second and third. Then it's Sam Grayson, Anderson and Dom Hughes-Clary up in sixth position. We saw Hughes-Clary running well in his previous heat a little earlier on in the morning. One of those drivers who was drawn into the Heat 2 race that took place this morning in the heavyweight division, and therefore he's had 2 races in pretty quick succession. Might be a bit sore for it over lunch break. The leading trio led by Wilson. Grayson with a little bit of wiggle room in 4th place. I don't think it'll be too long before Dom Hughes-Clary starts to make up places though. Strong place there in 6th. Ian Anderson has moved up to 4th on that lap. Side by side there between Terry Ewan and Robert Bannister. Bannister, who started from the rear of the field, he's on the ascension up the field. It's these heavyweight division drivers. Momentum very important here, especially if you're on the heavier side of the heavyweight division. As little as 5 kilos can make an almighty difference in terms of the pickup out of these turns. Looks like Ian Anderson is driving the most measured of the top 4. He seems to be a bit smoother, certainly, than Todd White directly ahead of him. Sided up to that top 3 in pretty efficient fashion, it must be said. Ooh, and there goes the move down at paddock. Doesn't leave much space for Todd White, but Todd simply uses that runoff area. Hughes-Clary, incidentally, has now moved up to 5th position. Now, has he got time? He certainly does have time to close in on these leading 4. Todd White, I think, is going to try and mount a fight back. Ian Anderson certainly thinks so, as he goes defensive, looking over the shoulder. Not entirely confident that he's got the measure of Todd White yet. Hughes-Clary is leading that second train, which also includes Robert Bannister. Bannister and Anderson both in the same stable, that being the Sign Speed outfit. Front of the field, Wilson and DeMarco have been unflinching in their holds over 1st and 2nd place respectively, but I think Ian Anderson has the pace to put a cat among the pigeons very quickly here. DeMarco would absolutely love to be once again on the podium. Lists his 2023 and 2024 heat podiums in the K-Rock event as highlights for his tenure in the sport. He's currently on course to get another heat podium here, but some way to go yet. See a lift up of the visor there from Cale Simmons, who's further back than I'd think, down in 9th place. Just ahead of Phil Jackson and Kevin Taylor-Beebe, and up into 2nd place there has gone Ian Anderson. I think I saw Reno DeMarco gesticulate there as well to say, take the lead and bring me to Jonathan Wilson. So Anderson is now going to try and latch on to the back of the 26. I think he may be confident enough in his pace to try and get past Wilson now and try and build a gap over the rest of that leading quartet. Rob Bannister has caught up to Dom Hughes-Clary. I think this would be a fairly even fight between these two. 4. Turn through Garda Bend. Just approaching half distance here. Is Anderson trying to work with Wilson, or is he trying to dispatch Wilson at this stage? Anderson looks over the shoulder there. DeMarco still very much in touch. I don't think there's much give in pace between Wilson and DeMarco. And Anderson briefly looking to the inside of Wilson. Didn't have the momentum to draw alongside for the S's. Over the curbs they go. Downhill through paddock once again. Around the Garda Bend. Then onto Cafe Curve. See there, well, that's been very recently resurfaced at Cafe Curve. Sure, that'll get a bit shiny and damp in the wet, but I think that's going to be in our considerations booklet for today. Anderson having a look to the inside of Wilson once again, getting a bit more racy, and so is Reno DeMarco, who puts himself to the inside of Anderson. DeMarco then taking second place, and now Todd White trying to reclaim third from Ian Anderson. I think DeMarco was biding his time there for a couple of laps and has gotten rather bored of being in third place. Oh, and wide there from Jonathan Wilson. Didn't get the best run through paddock. Anderson fights back on DeMarco to reclaim second place. Up the inside at Garda he goes. It's Wilson from Anderson, from DeMarco, from White once again as they come across the line. 4 minutes and change of this race left to go. Anderson, the holder of the fastest lap of the race, but he's not going to be achieving that kind of speed when having to defend from Reno DeMarco, as we see there into the first hairpin. Todd White to the inside of DeMarco. DeMarco tries to set himself up for a good run out of the corner, but he has to settle for returning to fourth place for now. Bannister and Hughes Clary are about 3 seconds back from this leading quartet. Will they have time to get there? I think it's rather going to depend on how much side by side, how much stifling of each other's momentum there will be among the leading 4. Personally, I think the leading 4 are free to contest their positions without Bannister and Hughes Clary getting there. I don't think the gap in pace is quite significant enough, but we'll have to see. Just coming up on 3 minutes to go. Anderson on the back of Wilson. Through the S's they go. Downhill sweeping through the sign sweep, Pullman's paddock. Now once again towards Garda, and Anderson pulls the pin, goes for the lead. Ian Anderson has made that move a few times already today, and this time it put him through into the lead. His first lead lap of the race then. And Wilson under immediate scrutiny from Todd White behind him. Certainly Todd White could become Ian Anderson's best friend here if he makes a lunge and costs both himself and Wilson time. Can Wilson retaliate? Wilson led every lap of the race prior to the previous tour. But now Anderson, who's done a pretty surgical job of climbing through the pack to this point, is on the stern. It's the main building they go once again. Roaming in there in the slipstream as they turn into the first corner. Not quite close enough for a move there. Will he maybe consider a lunge at the hairpin? No, not quite able to make a valid move there. I think we should be on the penultimate lap of the race now. So running out of time, running out of opportunities, and running out of yards. is Jonathan Wilson to try and reclaim that lead from Anderson. And there goes Wilson. He goes for it at Paddock Bend. He's got the inside for Garda. They're still side by side. And it's going to be Wilson back to the front of the field. They're going to see the last lap board this time by. Anderson has one tour of Buckmore Park between himself and the checkered flag, and can he find a way around Jonathan Wilson? Todd White still very much in amongst it as well, but he's got Reno DeMarco for company on the apex of the first hairpin. Robert Bannister is sneaking into this top four battle in the back of shot, but I don't think he's going to get there in time. Anderson has lost a few kart lengths there to Jonathan Wilson through the first sequence of bends, but closes in nicely through Paddock, but he's cost himself a lot of momentum trying to get to the inside of Wilson, and there goes Reno DeMarco. He stuffs it up the inside, 3 wide for second place. It's going to be a drag race to the line between Anderson, White, and possibly DeMarco as well. Jonathan Wilson wins the heat, and it will be Anderson for second place. White and DeMarco third and fourth place ahead of Rob Bannister. Surprised that Dom Hughes Clary only got as far as 6th place aboard the 17. But a pretty dramatic heat there between Wilson and Anderson in particular. But it was Jonathan Wilson ultimately who came up trumps in that heavyweight division race. Next heat then, heat 34, the lightweight division. Harry Doggett starting from pole in this one aboard the 11. Charlie Mullaney, the number 2, is next. Bailey Cameron for third place, the number 4. Eriks Prositovskis, the sign speed driver, starting from 4th position. Then it's Peter Knight, the number 9, in 5th place. Daniel Campbell aboard the 14. In 6th, Zach Hassan, an A finalist, almost a podium finisher last year in the lightweights, from 7th. Then it's Eduardo Favia rounding out the first 4 rows as the race gets underway. Harry Doggett leads them off. It's side by side for second as the race kicks off, and Eriks Prositovskis moves into the lead. Prositovskis to the front then as the race begins. The 1 and the 4, followed by the 11 and the 2. Around the outside goes Charlie Mullaney of the 14, Daniel Campbell, but can't make the move. And indeed, he's lost a couple of places there through the early sequences of corners. 14 and the 11, side by side. Harry Doggett has dropped down then to third, make that 4th place. So our front row drivers, Doggett and Mullaney, have lost time in that first lap of racing. And it's Prositovskis who leads the way. Bailey Cameron following through in 2nd place. Prositovskis, the inside line into the 2nd hairpin. Looks like everyone's quite happy to fight each other here. No grouping away and trying to build a gap in unison right now. Quartet, in fact the entire field, covered by 3.2 seconds at the end of the first lap, and that's a big lunge from Daniel Campbell to briefly lead, but now on the inside line goes Prositovskis. Campbell being hung out wide, but he does sweep around the outside to claim the lead. Daniel Campbell to the 4. In amongst the battle there is Peter Knight. He's made up some very big positions. He was not in the first 8 rows, first 4 rows of the grid. He's now up there kind of where you'd expect him to be. A leading contender, I would say, today in the lightweight division. Right there in second place right now. Down through the Pullman's Bend they go. Peter Knight, who last year was third place in the A final for the lightweight division. Behind Thomas Ronhart, who was the silver medalist, if you fancy. Bobby McGurr was the champion of the lightweight division last year. He's not here this season. A warning there for Chris Shield to come in because he's got a black flag and he has now come into the pit lane. So Chris Shield being told off. As we see some physical moves there. Oh, for Hassan, getting pushed well off onto the grass there. He was 3 wide with Eduardo Favia and Charlie Maloney. All getting a bit physical there in the back half of the top 10, as it so often does. Peter Knight last time by moved into second place, and as we cut back to the lead, he is in the lead. So he's gotten himself around Daniel Campbell on this tour. He is once again setting the pace at the front. Eriks Prositovskis in third position. Was leading, he's now down to fourth, in fact, behind Robert Crawford. Peter Knight and Daniel Campbell then running 1 and 2. Daniel Campbell was quick out of the gates in this race. He's now broken away from the field in unison with Peter Knight. You see there the number 1, Prositovskis, losing out again. That was Harrison Kirkham who's gotten past him on that occasion. Top 2. Driving away. I don't think Campbell is going to do any attacking this early. I think quite happy to play ball, as it were, and work with Peter Knight. Oh, Bailey Cameron dropping back a few spots there, down to 10th on that previous lap. Cameron, a Young Stars champion in 2025. Solid talent, but unfortunately dropping positions there. Zach Hassan, I think, has just gone past Bailey as well. In fact, no, not quite yet. Rihanna Percox is there as well in 12th position. A few names I'd maybe expect to be a bit higher. Not quite on the money in this heat so far, but look at the gap between first, second and everybody else. Knight and Campbell are operating with great efficiency here. Watch that secondary pack though. Crawford in third, Kirkham in fourth. Does either party have the pace required to close in on the leading duo? Peter Knight is the pace setter. He is the benchmark out there. He just set the best lap of the race. Meanwhile, Ollie Smith there getting all in amongst it. Oh, and getting a shove from Morgan Hill for his troubles by the looks of it. The 8 of Eduardo Favia getting involved as well. Easily distinguishable by his Senna aping helmet. Smith getting put out there to bounce across the curbs. The not insignificant expense of his vertebrae. For a comfortable ride. Prositovskis still in 5th place. He's having to work quite hard for it though, with Harry Doggett and Eduardo Favia right there with him. Ollie Smith, the number 12, to the inside line. The number 5 of Rihanna Percox running out wide at the hairpin. The first of the 2 hairpins. There's a big pack of cars from 5th place down to 13th in one queue. Only Chris Shield is not in that pack of those 5th and back, and that's obviously because of his visit to the pits courtesy of a black flag. Ollie Smith there to the inside of Prositovskis, who's lost out on that lap. He's allowed Favia through. Now also through is Ollie Smith aboard the 12. The leading train turning through the hairpins. Via and Smith leading this queue now, and Vivia there signalling to Smith, I think wanting to work with Smith, but I personally think that Ollie thinks he has the pace to get away. I think he'll be making a move for that position before too long. I don't expect them to remain in formation. Top two split by half a second. They're 4 seconds up the road from Robert Crawford in third place, who's in turn just a few tenths clear of Harrison Kirkham. And there goes Ollie Smith, making the move I expected. He's got ahead of Eduardo Favia. We also saw there Eriks Prosatovskis losing out and showing his displeasure with the situation. He's running right up there at the start, but falling back through the field. I think now outside of the top 10 with that latest loss of position. Smith then up into P5. He's got about 5 seconds between himself and Harrison Kirkham up ahead. I think that's a bit of an ask in the 3 minutes and 15 seconds that are left in this race. Nice slide there from Daniel Campbell, who's starting to try and push, I think, here. His last lap was his best of 50.618, but I'm not sure if he's quite got the ultimate pace in the locker to match Peter Knight. We'll have to see. Ooh, and Eriks Prosatovskis leading a little bit there on Harry Doggett for 10th place. Prosatovskis has moved back into the top 10 through the hairpins. Across the curbs there, the Bailey Cameron number 4. Bailey just ahead of Rihanna Percott. They are running 8th and 9th. That's the 12. There's Ollie Smith. He has not really made any headway on Harrison Kirkham, so 5th is going to be, I think, the extent of it for Ollie Smith. Now, will Eduardo Favia be able to mount a challenge to maybe try and steal that top 5 away before the end? That's going to be the big question there. Any forward progression is out of the question now with less than 2 minutes to go. Daniel Campbell was 0.9 of a second back from Peter Knight on the previous tour, and Peter Knight has extended the gap out further, up over 1.1 seconds. I think Knight is firmly in control of this race now. Peter Knight, Buckmore Park 24-hour champion, a Club 100 lightweight sprints Class 2 champion, a BUKC champion, 22 years of age. He's cultivated quite a reputation in the hire kart scene. As we alluded to earlier on, very successful here previously as well. Running 3rd in the A final at last year's lightweights K-Rock race. This is the penultimate lap of the race. Time running out. Those who want to try and make a place up, and that's Harrison Kirkham and Robert Crawford going at it for the last of the podium spots. They're going to have 1.5 laps to go here. Knight comes past the main building. It's going to be one more lap this time. Final lap of the race begins. Daniel Campbell continues to ease back from Peter Knight. Crawford and Kirkham continuing to exchange for third position. Crawford has held the place thus far, but Kirkham right with him. They lean on each other on the approach to the second hairpin. Has Kirkham spotted his opportunity? Is there a chink in Crawford's armour that has been detected by Kirkham that he can exploit in these final turns? Kirkham trying to set himself up for a nice run there towards Garda. It seems that Crawford has the measure of him. Peter Knight across the line to win the race. A comfortable heat race win there from Peter Knight. A real statement of intent kind of drive from him. Campbell in second. Crawford does hold on to third ahead of Kirkham. Oh, and a drag race between Favia and Smith. And Favia rounds out the top five. He got the best of Ollie Smith there at the end of the race. At the end, Eric Krosatowskis ended up in the top 10 in 10th. So he did stay in that top 10. I wasn't sure at one point whether he'd stay there, but even then, 10th place after running high early on. Always a bit of a sting in the tail. Heat 35 up next on track, and that will be the heavyweight division on course. Ben Johnson to start this one from pole position. Ben Johnson, a multiple champion within the Club 73 framework, that being the organising body of the Kart Race of Champions. David Sumner starting from second position. Michael Bowles is next, the number 16 he'll be driving. Dan Wright in fourth. And then Cameron Dass of Team Spicy Boys, the number 24, the former Euro Formula Open champion, Formula 4 USA champion, starting from fifth place. David Hearn in sixth, the number 17. Barry Lewis for Vertis Racing, the 23 in seventh. Charlie Ratford of Nameless Motorsport, the number 18 in eighth. Greg Watt for Fats and Furious, the 25 in ninth. Jose Barrio for 10th place. He's the 28 kart. Caleb Beddoe, the 11th place starter, the 26 kart. Tom Nunn, the 19, starting from 12th. Stephen Soden set to start the 22 from 13th. I think it is just the 13 that are taking the start in this heat. Indeed, we are underway, we are racing, and it's Ben Johnson with the lead into the first corner. Sumner didn't quite get a good enough start to challenge side by side going into the first turn. Cameron Dass down in fifth position. Oh, and a spin immediately from Greg Watt. And I don't think that was unassisted. Didn't quite see the moment it happened, but he was not happy at all. The 19, Tom Nunn, was out on the grass there as well. A bit of a physical start then, particularly for Greg Watt. The Aussie will not be best pleased with that. Leading three have got themselves a little bit of a margin. Meanwhile, kicking off at the rear of the pack there, I think Tom Nunn, Caleb Beddoe among those that were bouncing across the curbs there, heading towards Cafe Corner. And 17, David Hearn losing places and struggling to find track position. He's dropped back at least 2 spots there and is trying to reclaim a position against the 28 of Jose Barrio. Barrio, who certainly will expect to climb the order over the course of this race. David Sumner to the lead. So David Sumner has taken over from Ben Johnson. Certainly the statement of intent to finish ahead of Johnson, heavily weighted as one of the favourites in the heavyweight class. Dan Wright staying with them in third position for now. In fourth place, Cameron Dass. Cameron Dass closing in on that leading three. Just saw Tom Nunn there trying to get to the inside of Stephen Soden. He succeeded at doing so. Calum Beddoe is moving up as well aboard the 26, 9th position. Beddoe will be at least aiming for a top 5 in this race. Sumner, Johnson, Wright, Das. Running first through 4th. Das is firmly there with them now. It is 4 for the lead. Cameron Das has been perhaps an iota anonymous so far here at the Kart Race of Champions, and certainly given his resume in single-seater racing, given his experience in higher karts as well, you would weigh him as a potential favourite, but that's not really been the pattern so far today. Das would relieve a lot of pressure if he can claim himself a win here. It would give him, of course, the very best chance of making the A final. He came into this heat only 30th in the heavyweight division. The A final will comprise of 19 automatic qualifiers and the winner of the B final. So he needs an improvement in fortunes in this last race. It's not maybe win or bust, depending on what some of those around him achieve, but he needs to make moves, and he has made moves. He's just dove to the inside for 3rd there on Dan Wright. Didn't have the momentum, though, to get ahead before the S's. Is that Ben Johnson back to the front of the field? I think it might be the 20. But no, Johnson is still in 2nd place. Sumner remains at the front then. And it's going to be 5 for the lead soon, because Charlie Ratford is fairly rapidly approaching. Ratford, the 19-year-old, was 6th place in the Kart Race of Champions heavyweight division race last year, so someone who you'd certainly expect to be in the A final. A DRS champion, a Brentwood champion, and a Buckmore Park 24-hour winner is Charlie Ratford. I tell you what, it won't be long before it's 6 for the lead, because Jose Barrio is coming to the Spanish kart, or higher kart stalwart, the 7-time champion of the top Spanish division. Cameron Das losing out there to Charlie Ratford. Can Das retaliate? Should he retaliate, though? They don't want to lose touch with the leading 3. Johnson still welded to the rear of Sumner as they turn through Conways and Henrys. Over the shoulder looks David Sumner, evaluating the situation, and the situation is that there are 5 very strong drivers right there behind him. It is a very strong heat, it must be said, in this heavyweight division. A lot of top drivers in this one. The inside for 3rd place there has gone Charlie Ratford. Ratford chipping away at this. At half distance, he's up in 3rd. He'll be pretty pleased with his progress thus far. Sumner signalling to Johnson that they still need to work together. And certainly, yes, they have not made anything like a breakaway yet, and if they start to go side by side in 1st and 2nd place, costing each other time, they could be outside the top 5 before they know it. In 7th place is Stephen Soden now, so Soden has made it up into the top 7. Has kind of got himself ahead of those who would expect him to be ahead of on merit under normal circumstances. Barrio there taking a nibble out of Dan Wright. Don't know how well that went over with Dan. Sumner from Johnson. Oh, sorry, Sumner from Ratford across the line, and there goes Cameron Das trying to get the better of Johnson. Ratford to the lead. Ratford at the first hairpin, up the inside line. Sumner bounces across the grass, tries to get to the inside line. Great driving between both parties and some gesticulation from Sumner. Sumner is not impressed, to put it gently. But Ratford has got to the lead and Ben Johnson has followed him through into second place. Sumner there in third place. Barrio is in fifth behind Dan Wright. Cameron Dass is at the back of this queue now, I think. In fact, no, Stephen Soden is at the back of the queue because he has joined it. It's 7 for the lead. 7 karts split by 1.085 seconds as they come across the line. This is going to be a melee of a final stanza in this race. It's a melee that Ratford currently leads. Oh, sorry, yes, Ratford does currently lead. Johnson is there in second place. I doubt myself sometimes, you know. Barrio has made his way to fourth place there at the expense of Dan Wright, so he's now on the back of Sumner. Looks like Michael Bowles and Tom Nunn are closing in on this as well. Why not just have the whole field in one pack? That might be where this ends up before the end of the race. Well, Caleb Beddoe is well off the back, actually. Did he have a black flag, Caleb? Yes, he did. I missed that at the time, but Caleb Beddoe, that's going to be really difficult for his fortunes, actually. I wonder if that might be the difference between him making the A final and not, with that black flag. Oh, to the inside, there goes Sumner for second place. Johnson trying to find room, bouncing across the grass, 3 wide for second. Cameron Dass on the outside line, and that's cost him. He's dropped down to P7 there, still 3 wide through the S's, and miraculously everyone's still pointing in the right direction, but it is getting very close for comfort there. Johnson to second place. Barrio was briefly running in P2, but he's now back down to fourth again. The driver off the 28, you can see how low he sits in the kart versus those around him. Makes him quite distinctive to see. The fourth place driver in that 28. Soden's up to fifth, now going for fourth. Stephen Soden has done a great job of climbing. He's got Sumner's inside as well. Barrio trying to sneak around the outside of both and does so. All of this scrapping for the second place and down is giving Ratford the chance to drive away. Ratford was 7/10 clear at the line. I think it'll be more than a second as they turn through the S's. Barrio side by side with the 22 for third place there. Soden was briefly as high as third, now down to fourth owing to Barrio. But yeah, Ratford has gapped the field here. They've been so busy fighting each other over the last lap or so that they've allowed the leader to sneak away, and the gap is going to be out over a second between Ratford and Johnson in second place, 1.359. And indeed, Barrio is a further 6/10 back from Johnson in third. I don't think Johnson is quite safe from behind, but I think Ratford may well be, as we see Soden to the inside of Barrio. They're still negotiating with each other. Cameron Dass keeping a watching brief of that from 6th position. Or 5th position, I should say. He's just ahead of David Sumner there. I think Ratford has done enough. He will begin the final lap this time by. Just has to keep it clean in this last lap now. Across the line they go. Final lap board is displayed. Soden, who's been on a charge up the order in this race, can he get onto the rostrum? Soden, just the 31 points in the book so far, coming out of the first 2 heats, and that's not really where I'd expect him to be, down in 22nd in the heavyweight standings after 2 heats. Ratford will come to the line as the heat winner. It's going to be Johnson from Barrio, the top 3. Soden and Cameron Das rounding out the top 5. It calmed down a bit right there at the end. Sumner, Nunn, Wright, Bowles and Lewis, your top 10 in that one. Again, Caleb Beddoe, I think, will be possibly the most frustrated driver of all, having finished in 12th place. Beddoe was certainly of the pace to fight for a top 5 finish, but a black flag costing him. Next up, heat 36. That is a junior division heat. Next heat underway, heat 36 for the junior division. They are underway, and is the number 8 Fabian Wilhelms who leads them off. Cohen Pieneman between races. I'm sorry, in second place. Emil Norman in third. Ollie Brunel Weil in 4th place. Edouard Derofte in 5th position. The number 2 Cooper Campbell Lees making up a place there through the hairpin on the first lap of this one. Cohen Pieneman in 2nd place then, the 12. Pieneman, the younger of the 2 brothers that are competing here today. Oh, and a bit of a hefty lunge there from Edouard Derofte. That was a bit heavy-handed and physical, and it's led to some bedlam in the second half of the pack. Top 4 have broken away as a result of some of the squabbling further back. It's Wilhelms from Pieneman, from Norman, from Brunel White in the top 4. Oliver Tullett in 5th. And Piers Hartley in 6th place. Exciting stuff. Deeper in the pack then. And Piers Hartley says, everyone behind me follow. But they're all still 2 and 3 wide for now. Sienna Chappell, Clara Boyce, Edouard Derofte, all kind of converging together. A lot of the female talents in one area there, from 9th down to 12th. Sienna Chappell, Clara Boyce, Summer Roberts, Jana Tramchit. Among the bright young female stars of the junior division this season. Wilhelms from Pieneman then our top 2. Wilhelms aboard the number 8 for this race. Edouard Derofte, who we saw in some pretty ambitious moves on that first lap. Of course, he alluded to this yesterday. He's been a regular winner in Club 100s, at least at a B final level, and has made himself known in the A finals thereafter with those results. The touring driver seeing the opportunity here to maybe try and get to the top 5. It's lost himself a little bit of time, it must be said, on that first lap of racing. Fabian Wilhelms leading from the front then for now. Wilhelms has been there or thereabouts all day long, all weekend long, I should say. Once again, the Dutch-Belgian contingent that is leading the way, although Ollie Brunel Weil makes it 2nd place as soon as I say that, so the 4 through an upper position. Buckmore Driver of the Year recipient, a Club 100 RCC World Finals participant as well. He's highly rated down here at Buckmore. I think this is his local circuit, and up into P2 for now. You can see him really fighting to stay upright there. Certainly a big work on the core muscles as this race goes on. Leaders through the Garda bend. Top three. Will be hoping to stay sequestered from the rest of the field. Emil Norman, though, no slouch, running there in 4th place. In fact, Piers Hartley has arrived on the back of Emil Norman now. Hartley was in that early scrum at the start of the race in the back half of the top 10, but he's now up to 4th position. Has been making good progress and is on pace with the leading 3. Can he close in on them? The pace setter, the fastest lap of the race, does belong to Fabian Wilhelms, the Talent Factory driver. Koen Pinneman there getting back to 2nd place. The leaders about 1.5 seconds over Piers Hartley, who is bringing Emil Norman with him. Down through Paddock Bend they go to continue another lap. Piers Hartley, who we're talking about there in 4th place, he's a Brentwood senior karting champion. He's also had some good results in the Buckmore Park Series, a junior pro 3rd place. His highlight there, or here I should say. It's a regular on the course, and that's obviously going to be beneficial, having the mileage at this facility. I think that before this race concludes, we're just over half distance. I think that before this race concludes, Piers Hartley will be on the back of Brunel Weil and Pieneman. Wilhelms, though, has looked to be firmly in control of this race so far. He's been keeping himself 2 or 3 kart lengths clear of Koen Pieneman and Ollie Brunel Weil. Just looks to have that slight pace edge and that consistency to keep himself just far enough to be out of reach of Pieneman, at least for now. Trio through the S's. Piers Hartley has slightly shrunk the gap between himself and Brunel Weil, but it seems to be relative stasis ultimately there. I wonder how long it will be before we potentially see a move again from Brunel Weil. Pleased to just sit there behind Pieneman. Again, we are well into the 3rd heats phase. I think that Brunel Weil is one of those who is safe, as it were, going into Heat 3. He was 5th in the points coming into this one. Indeed, Piers Hartley, who runs 4th in this race, came out of the 2nd heat as the leader in terms of championship, or rather of heat points. On 47, he was joint leader with Callum Eve. And there's a lunge from Pieneman. on Fabian Willems. Willems has lost a lot of time on that lap, and he's allowed Peinemann through. Bernd Peinemann has assumed the race lead. I did not think that Willems would find himself in the firing line of those behind him. I thought he'd done enough, but now it's a fight, and now it's Willems to the inside. He's cost himself and Peinemann the top 2 positions there. Ollie Brunel-Weil sneaks through. Don't mind if I do. Pierce Hartley will be watching that with interest now. He's closer than ever to the top 3. Bernd Peinemann watching on in 3rd as Fabian Willems attacks Ollie Brunel-Weil. Brunel-Weil stays in the lead. They've got 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Fabian Willems is being sandwiched by Peinemann and by Ollie Brunel-Weil. Ollie on the defensive as they turn into Conways once again. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. Pierce Hartley smells blood in the water. Ollie Brunel-Weil trying to make his kart at least as wide as the track itself. And there goes Pierce Hartley to make it 3 wide into the Syme sweep, and he's up to 2nd place. As the top 3 started to attack each other in earnest, Hartley closed, but he's still under fire too, and he was rather moved off the apex there by Fabian Willems. Contact and contact again between them. They almost go 3 wide into Cafe Curve. A black flag to Cooper Campbell further back. But Ollie Brunel-Weil has been given a bit of a reprieve by all of this jostling further back, and Fabian Willems with a very ambitious lunge and more than a little contact, and this is starting to unravel a little bit. Emil Norman is involved as well now, as we can see in the number 5. The 12 of Cohen Pieneman is for now at least in 2nd place. I think Ollie Brunel-Weil is well clear of anyone else at this stage. 3 wide into paddock. How many times have we seen that this weekend? I don't think it's many. Cohen Pieneman has himself 2 or 3 kart lengths now. The most comfortable 2nd place that he's held to this point in the race. Pierce Hartley in the 11 in 3rd, Fabian Willems in 4th, and Emil Norman the 5 in 5th. Will there be any more explosive manoeuvres on the final lap? Hartley under quite a lot of pressure here from Willems, from Norman. "20 seconds left on the clock. The 11 defending. Pierce Hartley in 3rd place. Peinemann is safe in 2nd. Ollie Brunel-Weil is safe in the lead. Hartley drifting a little bit wide there, not getting the best run out of Garda, but I think he's done enough. Ollie Brunel-Weil sees the final flag, final lap board now. So 1 more tour of Buckmore for Ollie. Peinemann, as I said, safe in 2nd, but Fabian Willems again applying the pressure. Straying wide there is Pierce Hartley. Hartley, having worked his way up the order from towards the back of the grid, has been putting in a good shift here. Down through Pullmans and paddock they go for the final time. Not great momentum out of the corner there from Pierce Hartley, it must be said. But I think he's covered off the threat of Fabian Willems behind. Ollie Brunel-Weil crosses the line to win the race. Cohen Pieneman takes 2nd, and it will just be Hartley to 3rd place. Willems and Norman 4th and 5th respectively. Edouard de Rofty, has he taken 8th place? Yes, he has. He's remained at the head of that secondary queue. Cooper Campbell-Lees, meanwhile, in 9th place. I don't think Cooper Campbell-Lees ever served his black flag, though, so that number 2 Kart will be classified ultimately quite a lot further down than that graphic implies. Next up, our 37th heat. That is for the lightweight division. 12 minutes of racing then on the board for Heat 37, the lightweight division. Barry Morris for the Daytona Legends outfit, starting alongside Caden Edwards-Cove on the front row of the grid. It'll be Federico Contesi and Luis Apiagai on row 2 as the race gets underway. Apiagai, who we saw right up at the front at various points yesterday, and was often involved in some pretty intense scraps as well. You can see them running 2-3 wide further back in the field, but it is an early lead then for pole sitter Barry Morris. Side by side between the 27 of Morris, who's actually down to second place, my apologies. So it is Caden Edwards Coven that has got the best start. Leads the way quite comfortably, it must be said. Morris in second place under some pressure there from Shaw, from Apiagai, from Federico Contesi and Hugo Schilder as well. Bouncing across the curbs there quite liberally is Barry Morris. And this really is the ideal scenario for Caden Edwards-Coven. That 2-3 wide situation going through the S's. It's only lap 2 and they're kind of racing as if it were the final lap potentially of one of the finals, and there's been a slide there from, I think that was Galvani, getting kind of tapped sideways, and a hit check as well between Hugo Schilder and the 19 of Thomas Shaw. Schilder has negotiated his way up from 6th to 3rd. He's got himself a contact warning black and white flag in the process, mind you. Lots of contact going on in this pack that encompasses everyone from second basically down to the rear. We should keep an eye as well on Christopher Ball aboard the 20. Of course, he was a heat winner yesterday. Started from the rear at the pack, and he is very quick indeed. Wants to secure his place in the A final with a strong finish in this third and final heat for the lightweight division. Edwards and Morris are your top two. In fact, no, sorry, because Schilder, yes, Schilder is through into second place. Now Barry Morris is in third, and he's got Toby McAllister-Brown for company. Toby, tapping Barry there, and that could have ended up in a spin. That was quite an angle to tap the 27 from. Thomas Shaw has got himself alongside Toby then. I think Thomas may come out on top of that. No, actually, Toby McAllister-Brown holds on to what is now 4th position for the time being. You see there Federico Contesi, the 24, getting involved as well. Contesi, of course, teammates with his Italian brethren, Alex Galvani. Morris defending now from Toby McAllister-Brown. It does seem that Morris's objective is simply to defend from all parties. Costs him some time though. He's being told actually there by Toby McAllister-Brown, look, I'm not trying to fight you. You don't need to defend every corner. Barry Morris there was slapping the engine. Whether he's saying how much power from this one, I don't know. He's distinctive for his Mansell-style helmet, but it's going to be Toby McAllister-Brown that takes on the position. No, actually, didn't get the run out of the paddock bend that I thought he was going to. Mr. Brown remains then welded to the rear bumper of Barry Morris. Schilder has already made 3.7 seconds up on these combating parties since he got through, and oh goodness me, that's teammate on teammate. Galvani and Federico Contesi with a bit of a hip check on each other there, and Galvani has moved up from 7th to 5th, possibly even 7th to 4th there. That was an ambitious lunge, and it's a lunge that's gained him a black flag almost immediately. Galvani will be visiting the pits then. I'm not necessarily surprised about that. He's just got himself, though, past Barry Morris. McAllister-Brown is at the head of this queue now. Oh, Galvani gets into the side of him as well as they go through Garda. Galvani is going to see the black flag this time. He doesn't react to it. I hope he saw it. Barry Morris down to 5th place then. It's McAllister-Brown in 3rd. He's being pursued by Alex Galvani, although Galvani is due a visit to the pit lane. Christopher Ball has snuck up there to P6. He's just got himself past Jason Bolton. I think Ball would expect a bit better from this race than just 6th position, but he's still got half the race to go. Federico Contesi making a bold move there. I think that was on Thomas Shaw. It didn't pan out for him. Now, does Galvani come into the pits this time? Yes, he does. Galvani received the message loud and clear. Oh, and the 18, Kieran McEwen, boldly to the inside of Federico Contesi at Conways. Oh, and very nearly getting spun out there as Contesi, and you can see how frustrated he's becoming. Luis Appiagai. look at Contesi. He is gesturing every which way, I think, towards the decision makers and the powers that be. Not a happy driver. That was Luis Appiagai there, off course quite significantly coming out of Paddock Bend. Appiagai, incidentally, you may, if you see a close-up of him at any point, see that he's running a Praga race suit. He made his car racing debut in a Praga at one time. Federico Contesi, meanwhile, has come into the pits. I think over-frustrated is the word for him. Contesi seems to have called it a day. Caden Edwards-Cove has continued to hold the lead over Hugo Schilder, but Schilder has been the pace setter of the two. And in fact, there's been a change of lead there. Schilder has gotten past Caden Edwards-Cove. Schilder then up to the front. And Caden demoted to 2nd position. But that said, I think all told, Caden would be pretty happy with a 2nd place heat race finish. Where is he coming into this race in terms of the lightweight standings? Only 48th in the points coming out of the heat 2s. A 7th and a 12th, his 2 finishes so far. So the Verties Racing driver would be on for comfortably his best result of the event if he can take 2nd position. And with 3 minutes and 15 seconds and over 6 seconds buffer on Toby McAllister-Brown, I think that Caden Edwards Cove is more than able to hold on to that P2. He can follow in the electric wheel tracks of the talented Hugo Schilder to try and get there too. Barry Morris has been further bullied and demoted down the field. He came across the line in 7th. He's now in 8th behind Jason Bolton and is facing further pressure and scrutiny from Kieran McEwen. Lewis Appiah-J, I think, a little bit dejected down there in 10th position. Hasn't had a particularly lucky race in terms of just being on the wrong piece of track at the wrong moment. Deck has not really fallen on his favour in a consistent basis, if at all. Schilder building that gap incrementally over Caden Edwards Cove. McAllister-Brown, I think, fairly secure in 3rd place. Chris Ball has moved up into P4, incidentally. So the Welshman will more than secure his place in the A final with that result. Ball was the points leader coming into this race on 50 points, 2 wins. His record so far, so a 4th place by his standards is a bit of a fallback. But ultimately, I don't think it will hamper his hopes too much. Focus forward on the A final. Schilder aboard the 26, should be shown the last lap board this time. Yep, final lap of the race confirmed. There's one more tour between himself and the conclusion. 2.3 seconds the gap to Caden Edwards Cove. He's continued to build that advantage steadily. McAllister-Brown, the 25, 8.3 seconds back in 3rd. It's all become fairly spread out in the latter phase of this race, and for Caden Edwards Cove, this will be a big result, 2nd place in this heat. For Hugo Schilder, who was 4th in the standings, this will be enough, I believe, to comfortably cement him into the A final. Hugo Schilder aboard the 26, wins the heat. Caden Edwards taking that 2nd position. Toby McAllister-Brown with a 3rd place finish. Christopher Ball with 4th position. He will be a hotly favoured contender in the A final later on. Thomas Shaw rounds out the top 5 ahead of Blaze Turnstill. And I think Alex Galvani moved up a spot there on the last lap. Yes, 9th position for Galvani, ultimately. So he got the best of Lewis Appiah-J at the end there. Well, that concludes Heat 37. We, however, will be straight on to Heat 38 up next. So then up next it is the 38th heat, and it is Gavin Hill on pole position for this one, the number 13. Jordan Bolton alongside him as the race gets underway, and it is going to be the 8 that leads them. Bolton for JJR Racing at the front, Richard Danby in 3rd place with them. Danby, an autograss racer here in the Kart Race of Champions, and you see him there aboard the number 6 side by side with Jamie Salter. Salter, a Super 1 177 champion in 2025. So Salter, certainly a top contender, was talking to me this morning about being ahead of the likes of Cameron Dass and Thomas Ronhaar in the standings. He just hip-checked Danby, I think that was, in quite a big way. In fact, no, sorry, that was Gavin Hill. And goodness, all sorts of stuff going on in that pack there. Didn't quite catch who got massively displaced. I think it may have been Scott Revill. Oh no, Jennifer Tompkins. Jennifer Tompkins it was who got pushed back. She did indeed drop 5 spots on the first lap, and I think pretty much all of that came down there at Cafe. Kristen Lloydie, Megan Quirk, Caven Francis and Scott Revill at the rear of the field, and Caven Francis is the name that leaps out at me there, down in 13th place. We know what Caven is capable of. He's been right up there in contention in the heavyweight division so far. Although not quite as high in the points as I perhaps would have imagined. He'll be looking to secure his spot in the A final in this one. Jordan Bolton, 1.5 seconds clear of Gavin Hill there in 2nd position right now. Then it's Salter in 3rd. Danby in 4th position ahead of the number 1 being driven by Spencer Gent. Team going quite defensive there, Gavin Hill. I think Jamie Salter will be hoping to make short work of this. He's trying to tell Gavin Hill to focus forward and not defend so much, because what it's allowing, of course, is Jordan Bolton to disappear off up the road. For Bolton, I think a win would certainly be a valuable asset. As we watch there, Salter making the move on Gavin Hill, and Richard Danby has gotten through as well, but he receives quite a hefty hit from behind there. I think that was from the number 1 of Spencer Gent. No malice in it, but a fairly heavy knock. Look at Bolton, though, home free, 2 seconds clear at the line, and that's only going to have increased this time by 3 wide for 3rd place between Danby, I think Gent, and was that Gregory? Across the line they go. It will be Salter now in 2nd place, leading this pack. Now, I think Salter has the potential pace to lead these guys towards Jordan Bolton. But he there goes straying out wide. I think he got some help from Gavin Hill there, and Hill assumes 2nd only briefly. Salter fights back. They're really going at it hammer and tongs, and it's costing everyone time. Spencer Gent ascends to 3rd place there. Gavin Hill demoted. Bouncing across the curbs they go. Lewis Ashforth there, making it 3 wide at the paddock bend, and I think losing or gaining on both Everest and Danby. Danby actually has dropped pretty well to the rear of that pack from what I just saw. Yes, he's really lost out on that lap. Bolton, meanwhile, 5.1 seconds clear at the front of the field as Gent and Gavin Hill continue to scrap. Salter looks to his rear and sees that Gavin is still there. Gavin Hill just refuses to stay behind anyone. He wants to be at the front of the queue. He wants to be in second place. And he's uncompromising in his efforts to get there. Lewis Ashforth, meanwhile, has the opportunity now. He's side by side with Spencer Gent for fourth place. And Salter again to the inside of Gavin Hill. Those two are exchanging positions on a near corner-by-corner basis. It's all great for Jordan Bolton, who is pretty well on the opposite end of the circuit. A black flag for Gavin Hill. Gavin Hill has received a black flag as he taps Salter there and moves by. Strange, really, to be still driving so aggressively when you'll have just seen the signal that you're getting a black flag. Maybe Gavin Hill missed it, to be fair, but he's going to have to visit the pit lane and look at it. It's everyone from second down to 14th in this one huge scrum, this massive karts and drivers. And Gavin Hill is still having a go at Jamie Salter as they run towards Garda. Salter has not had a moment of reprieve or peace, and certainly no solitude over the course of this race so far. Now, does Gavin Hill visit the pits? I don't think. Yes, he did. He did. He strayed that way, so he saw that he had got the black flag, but he was still being just as aggressive at the wheel. Bolton 7.8 seconds clear. Spencer Gent is attached to the bumper of Jamie Salter now. Salter and Gent are both incredibly quick drivers. I think under normal circumstances they would be able to close in on Bolton, but not when the gap is 7.8 seconds. Bolton has really kind of won the lottery, as it were, with everything going on behind him. He's been in prime position to simply clear off and say sayonara. Salter, the number 5, defending now from Gent. Lewis Ashforth, who's been a bit of an aggressor so far, he's in it. Sam Lukes there, and also Jennifer Tompkins, who's really recovered nicely, the number 3. One of the racing dragons of Wales that are here in abundance, as the team is known. Racing Dragons is the team name. At least Alessio Drake is the team name, which translates to Racing Dragons. Oh, and the 8 there. Was that the 8 up the inside? No, I think that was the 9 of Scott Revill, potentially, up the inside, because of course Bolton is in the 8, and we know that he's well clear of anybody and everything else. Battle. Salter holding on to second. Lewis Ashforth sideways to the apex, but Jennifer Tompkins resumes the 5th place that she has claimed. Tristan Lloydie going around the outside. Of course, we saw Lloydie win a heat yesterday. Side by side between Tristan and Lewis Ashforth there. Gap only extending between Bolton and Salter. Bolton is going to have more than a 10-second advantage by the end of this race, I suspect. That's in no small part due to the fact that Salter continues to have to defend hard with Gent, with Lukes in amongst it. And look, you see there Spencer Gent pointing and saying to Sam Lukes, go through. So Spencer Gent deciding that discretion is the better part of valour there. Like Lewis Ashforth has lost some momentum there over the last couple of laps. He's down to 9th place, and not only that, but he's kind of fallen off the back of Tristan Lloydie. And Salter just trying to hold on there against Sam Lukes, who having been allowed through by Spencer Gent, is trying to take the opportunity with both hands here to move into second place, but Salter uncompromising there, squeezing him across the curbs. Salter, the rolling roadblock in this situation, in this second place. Now defending through the second hairpin. Lukes has Gent on his inside. Jennifer Tompkins just behind. Tompkins, who is a race director in the BIKC, actually the first female race director to be assigned in BIKC. There goes Lloydie to the inside of Tompkins, though. Position made there. 90 seconds of this race to go, 2 laps to go this time by. Racing continues to be intense further back. The likes of Megan Quirk, Danny Everest, Scott Revel, all scrapping behind Lewis Ashforth. And Caven Francis still down as far as 10th place. I thought he'd make up a few more spots than that over the course of this one, to be honest. Caven, who was running 12th in the points, as Salter and Lukes have a little bit of an exchange there. Salter back to second. Caven Francis won his first heat and was 9th in his second. With 10th place in this one, I think he may miss the A final, and that is quite a shame for Caven, I feel. Not his potential, I'd say. His potential level a bit higher than that. Jordan Bolton has begun his last lap, 11.1 seconds clear. In fact, I think a bit more than that. Yes, he will be 11.5 seconds clear on this last lap. That must be an incredible feeling to be approaching the second hairpin and see that everyone else is only just turning into Conways. That is a huge gap to make up in 12 minutes of racing. Oh, Lewis Ashforth dives in there on Tristan Lloydie for 5th position. Jamie Salter continuing to hold on to that second place that he's been keeping since effectively the first lap of the race. And Lloydie with a big hit check there on Spencer Gent, and that has knocked Gent well down the order. I think that one will get looked at. Bolton has won the race, as we've seen. Salter and Lukes nearly side by side, and Salter will claim second position. Lukes takes third. Tristan Lloydie in 4th place. And rounding out the top 5, Spencer Gent. That was a heavy side-on-side impact from Tristan Lloydie going into paddock on the final lap. Tompkins there ultimately in 6th place out of Ashforth, Gregory, Quirk and Francis. Caven Francis only 10th position. Again, a slight underperformance by his heavy standards.
Drivers, wants to talk to you guys, please, under the front control.
So heat 39, the lightweight division. underway, and it will be Sam May starting this one from the front. I thank Sam's father for popping in a few races ago and giving me quite an extensive crib sheet. Of course, in the lightweight division, he's been running with us since 2023. It's his 4th year back with us at the Kart Race of Champions, and he was an A finalist in 2025. Numerous championships at Buckmore, at Brentwood, and indeed in the Club 73 karting series as well, which of course is the organising body for K-Rock. He's been also a car racer as well, doing some Caterham 3 and 310R racing a couple of years ago in the 7 Toyo Tyres series, which I think means I probably commentated on him in cars unknowingly as well. But Sam May will start this one from pole position. Kian Honeyman alongside him. Andrea Sansoni, the number 24, lines up next. He'll be alongside Jaden Giles. Then Dhruv Suji, who we saw give no quarters whatsoever in the earlier races. He will start from 5th place alongside Max Thorne. Tom Shipman in 7th, the 23. Jasper Fitzgerald-Wolf in 8th place could be one to watch. Thies Wibbelink in 9th position. Lino Lucas in 10th. And a very strong last couple of rows. Tim Peineman, Jason Janssen, Jamie Shaw and Morgan Leppelar on the back 2 rows. So I think this race could be incredibly interesting. Sam May starting this one from pole position. He's taken 2 third places so far on Saturday in his pair of heats. Let's see what he can do in race 3, heat 3. The objective will be to stay up there at the sharp end and secure a place in the lightweight A final. Field streams through the hairpins for the first time, a little less dramatic and frenetic than what we saw from the previous heat, it must be said. Through the Garda bend they go. A little bit of a hip check there, I think, from Jamie Shaw to one of the others as he tries to climb through the field. I'll be interested to see who makes up the most spots on this first lap. It's May from Giles from Honeyman, the top 3. So Jaden Giles moves himself up to 2nd place. Both Tim Peineman and Jason Janssen have moved up 2 spots on that lap, so they're up into 9th and 10th places. Meanwhile, Andrea Sansoni trying to get around Kian Honeyman for 3rd place, doesn't find a way through just yet. Dhruv Suji in 5th place. One of the drivers who never feels, or seemingly never feels happy when he's not leading a queue, so he's always trying to make moves. Great fun to watch is Dhruv Suji. Suji to the inside, as I say that, of Andrea Sansoni, rather proving my point. If there's a kart ahead of him, Suji is unsatisfied. May and Giles running line astern. Sam May looks over the shoulder and gesticulates to Jaden Giles. Shall we work together? And if May has the pace to tow Giles along, they could well separate themselves from the pack. There's Tom Shipman to the inside of Max Thorne. That's for 6th position, but he ends up well out wide. And that's allowed both Janssen and Peineman through. So Shipman tries to gain 1 and loses 2. Max Thorne leading this battle for 6th place. The front 5 are pretty much together, and then it's 6th place to the rear, all in the 2nd pack. Suji again to the inside at Garda. That's 2 laps in a row that the same move has been made. Giles welled into the bumper of Sam May, or rather the other way round, because Giles is ahead of May. I missed that, my apologies. But Jaden Giles is through into the lead. Sam May then following him in a close quarters 2nd position. Dhruv Suji now leads that trio in 3rd, 4th and 5th, and that's a big lunge there from Kian Honeyman. That was a slight excess of ambition, I feel. With Andrea Sansoni having to play 2nd fiddle to that move, for now at least. I dare say a receipt is forthcoming later on, though, for Kian Honeyman making a move like that on Sansoni. Max Thorne I think, is still in 6th position in the secondary pack. See in a few moments. Leading 5 there, split by 1.5 seconds. It's actually Jason Janssen now up in 6th place, and we see there's some shuffling around for 3rd as well, because Dhruv Suji has been demoted not just once but twice, and is now Kian Honeyman back up into 3rd place with Sansoni on his bumper. Suji there shaking his head, and Jason Janssen, having gotten past Max Thorne, has broken away from the pack, so he's now running pretty lonely in 6th place and will be hoping to hunt down that 3rd, 4th, 5th place battle. Giles and May are doing a good job here, and I think commendable decision making here from Sam May. He knows how it works here at Buckmore in particular, having been a sprint series champion here in 2022. Won every A final on his way to that championship as well, so he certainly knows the winning feeling here, but he knows that sometimes you just have to settle for 2nd for a while and not cost yourself too much time, and I think that's exactly the motif that Sam May is working towards right now. Jaden Giles for company. I think it is currently a matter of working together to try and keep Honeyman and co far away. And look at the gap between Jason Janssen and Max Thorne on your timing tower. Already the better part of 3 seconds. Janssen has firmly dispatched everyone behind him. Janssen trying to close in on the top 5 therefore. Thies Vivelink, I think, is currently, along with Team Peinemann, trying to get around Max Thorne. But Thorne has proved to be quite the cork in a bottle in that latter half of the top 10. Honeyman, Sansoni and Suji have closed in on the top 2. It's 5 for the lead. Despite Giles and May being fairly cooperative, Honeyman has drawn himself, Sansoni and Suji, to the dance for the podium. 3 wide further back, and a hit check there from Max Thorne to the 25 of Jamie Shaw. Thorne has finally fallen out of that secondary pack lead, if you will. He was across the line in 8th, and I think he's now outside the top 10. May comes across the line still behind Jaden Giles, but Sam May no longer has a clear track behind, with Honeyman, with Sansoni, with Suji all there, and Jason Janssen will probably be the next party to join the fray. I think beyond 6th place, everyone else is doomed to stay in that secondary pack, unfortunately. Thies Vivelink with 5 minutes and 25 seconds left to go and 7.6 seconds to the leader. It would be almighty, to put it lightly. There goes that leading queue. Sam May back to the front of the field now. So it's May that leads it. Honeyman going for 2nd place. Jaden Giles starting to lose his grasp on the race right now. And Dhruv Suji on the attack. Sansoni side by side with Dhruv Suji. There goes Jason Janssen. That was to the inside of Sansoni for 5th position. It's May that leads it then, and he's just broken clear a couple of kart lengths of the 2nd place battle, which is now being led by Honeyman. Honeyman pleading his case to Giles and Suji behind there to stay in lockstep for a lap or so to make sure that Sam May doesn't walk away with this one. And there goes Dhruv Suji. Again, he sees an open door, he kicks it down. But right back at him goes Jaden Giles to move back into 3rd place at the 2nd hairpin. 3 minutes 45 left on the clock. Jaden Giles Side by side with Honeyman. He has the inside line. He moves into second place. This is all working out perfectly for Sam May. Second position and down seem quite intent fighting each other right now. And with just 3.5 minutes left to go, Sam May has finally exceeded 1 second worth of gap. 1.2 back to Jaden Giles, who has now assumed second place. Cian Honeyman was really the big loser on that lap, down to 5th place. Sansoni now going for 3rd at the expense of Jason Janssen. So Sansoni has moved upward, and Honeyman again loses out. He's down to 6th place behind Druf Suji now. It's all getting a bit physical there in the back half of the top 5. And it's all playing out in Sam May's favour. Janssen to the inside of Sansoni once again. At Paddock, they're side by side as they make their way through Garda. But it's May for the lead. I think that gap will have extended out again between himself and Jaden Giles. Yes, 1.6 now the advantage. May looks pretty comfortable as Suji loses out there to Honeyman down at the first corner. Suji shaking his head. But to be honest, if anyone is going to be aggrieved for someone overtaking when they could work together, I don't think Druf Suji is the one with the right, because he seems to be very intent to make a move wherever it's possible. Sansoni lurking there in 4th position with Janssen and Giles up ahead of him. Giles remains in 2nd place. It's going to be, I think, potentially, yes, 2 to go this time by. The clock just now hitting 90 seconds of racing remaining. I think Sam May is in fine fettle here to win the race, but I'm not convinced of who will be 2nd place. Giles has been doing a good job of holding it, but Janssen is certainly not averse to a lunge, and nor is Sansoni, and I dare suggest they've left something in the locker here for the last couple of laps. And there you see exactly what I'm talking about. Janssen dives for Giles, and all big contact between them as they go through Garda. Sansoni taking advantage, trying to sweep into 2nd place, but it is Janssen in 2nd. Sansoni and Giles side by side for 3rd as Sam May begins the final lap of the race. Janssen 2nd, Giles 3rd. Yeah, Jason Janssen there with an uncompromising move. Sansoni dropping down as far as 6th place there, side by side with Druf Suji. Now, is Janssen far enough ahead to avoid an attack from Giles behind? I think he may well be, actually. That looks like a decent little gap that he's got. Sam May is home free at the front to take his first heat win of the weekend and make it 3 heat race podiums going into the final. That will be very useful for him. Druf Suji diving to the inside there of Honeyman, but he doesn't come out on top of it. Sansoni will instead. But for Sam May, it is a heat race win in the 3rd and final heat for himself. Heat 39, the lightweight division, goes the way of Sam May. Jason Janssen with a good 2nd place result, and Jaden Giles takes 3rd spot. Andrea Sansoni in 4th, and Druf Suji rounding out the top 5. Sansoni taking advantage of Suji and Honeyman getting into each other at Garda. Tim Peineman only 8th place behind his Talent Factory colleague Tess Weberlink. We'll now head into Heat 40. And it will be a heavyweight division event, heavyweight division race. Some good names on this grid as well. David Harvey will be working from further back in the field. Let's run you through the grid. Saul Gregory set to start from pole position. Bran van den Einde, got there eventually, starting from 2nd. Anwar Beryl Smith for 3rd place. He'll be aboard the 7 kart in this one. Lee Lincoln Crowther for 4th. Josh Selway in 5th. Anthony Deverell in 6th place, Harry Gurney 7th, David Harvey in 8th place, Ben Paynes in 9th, the 13 he'll be driving, Barry Lakes in 10th, Alan Joseph Shortall in 11th place, and Dylan Kadir Itchia in 12th position for this one. So we have Bran Vadeneinder there. Yes, we do, but there's only one on the front row. Saul Gregory alone on the front row of the grid. No one missing, just a slightly different formation. Bran Vadeneinder then, 3rd place in the heavyweight race here at K-Rock last year. And a winner of the 24-hour Lelystad race in the Netherlands. We know that he is going to be a favourite once more this season. The same can absolutely be said of drivers like David Harvey, starting further back in the pack, a 2026 Raiha Pro Class Pro champion. Ooh, and a bit of a side-on-side moment there involving David Harvey with Anthony Deverell. They kind of got into each other a little bit there at the first hairpin. It's going to be Saul Gregory that leads the early stages, Bran Vadeneinder in 2nd place. See there further back, one of the front runners from an earlier heat, Dylan Kadir Itchia. He started from the very back of the field in this one. He's going to have some work to do. I'm quite confident that he has the skills in the locker to make such a move. A 2-time Dutch champion going back to 2012 and 2014. This game for quite a long while, the 31-year-old of Turkish descent, Dutchman. Saul Gregory it is that leads the way. Bran Vadeneinder goes for the lead though and moves into position. Anwar Beryl-Smith trying to hang it around the outside at the 2nd hairpin. He'll settle into 2nd for the time being. Gregory 3rd, and then at the back of that queue in P4 is the 4, and that is Selway. David Harvey up to 5th, making up 3 places on the first lap. You see him there aboard the number 9. He is certainly going to be a threat for podium, if not victory, in this heat as the race goes on. David Harvey did his 2nd heat of the weekend this morning, so only had 1 heat on the board coming out of Saturday. Vadeneinder goes defensive, Beryl-Smith in 2nd, Saul Gregory, the 12, in 3rd place. You can see there, Beryl-Smith kind of means business, doesn't he? All 3 wide, surely not through the S's. They somehow all make it work, but Harvey has leapfrogged up into 4th place there at the expense of Josh Selway. Harvey is firmly infiltrating the lead pack now then. And I don't think Barry Lakes is too far behind them either. Lakes there in 6th position. Of course, we saw Barry this morning in his 2nd heat as well. Vadeneinder would certainly come in as a potential favourite in the A final. He should have done enough, so long as he continues to be up at the front in this one, to comfortably make the A. Saul Gregory there side by side with David Harvey, not willing to give way to Harvey. Certainly one of the favourites this year in the heavyweight division is Harvey, who's regularly raced here in the Buckmore 24 Hours. It's a mix of sprint and endurance on a regular basis. While some of our competitors here are more sprint specialists doing or endurance specialists doing a sprint as a one-off. Bran Vadeneinder leads yet another lap, but it's getting more and more intense behind him. Anwar Beryl-Smith with a watching brief in 2nd place, with Saul Gregory not far behind at all. 3 wide, 3 into 1 not going. Unfortunately, Josh Selway, the party that found out the hardest there, he's down into 6th place then. Barry Lakes in 5th. So Lakes has joined that group. 6 now fighting for the lead, and with Dylan Kadir Itchia in 7th and Ben Paynes just behind him, I think the gap, or All right, the pack could increase to 8 before long, maybe even 9, because Harry Gurney isn't far away in 9th place either. They could do with working together, not fighting, but I think any chance of cooperation is already out of the window among those side by side right now. Gregory being demoted there by David Harvey, and now with Barry Lakes up his inside at Conway's as well. So Saul Gregory down to 5th place. Brand van den Einde managing the race well from the front of the field right now, and look at that, it is going to be 8 for the lead before long because Kadir Itchia and Paynes are there. Paynes, who is the founder of his own team, the Kinetic Racing Team outfit. Founder and owner of that squad, and a champion at Tamworth, a champion in Club 73 karting as well. We know he is strong. And look at this pack, it's 8 for the lead. The entire field split by less than 5 seconds at the line last time by. It's rather the polar opposite of the 10-second gap driveaways that we've seen in a few of the races this morning. Van den Einde now with Beryl Smith directly behind him. David Harvey in 3rd. He wasn't in 3rd, actually. Barry Lakes was, but a tap to the rear ensures that Barry Lakes drops back behind David Harvey. Selway in amongst it as well. There you see the 13 of Ben Paynes. He's on the upward trajectory. Saul Gregory has rather free-fallen to the rear of this pack now. He's just lost out to Dylan Kadir Itchia, so Saul Gregory is now in 8th place. And Harry Gurney in 9th position is closing in on this pack as well. That's 3, maybe 4 wide into Garda. That surely doesn't go. And I tell you what, it's gotten so intense there further back that the top 3 have broken clear. Van den Einde, Beryl Smith and Harvey now have 1.5 seconds back to 4th place man Josh Selway. Paynes is up to 5th position. Oh, and a bit of a lunge there from Barry Lakes. Barry Lakes has been the aggressor on a few occasions this morning. I say this morning, it's 2 p.m. already. We're well into the afternoon. .46 on the helmet there of Dylan Kadir Itchia. He's running in the number 10. This race, of course, just joining us, they don't stay married to their karts throughout the event. It's a different kart pretty well every time. At a random draw. As you'll know, spec machinery can only ever be so spec. There are nuances and minor differences between machines that should theoretically be identical, so it is a game of adaptation as much as anything in this event. Selway controlling this 4th place battle. Unfortunately, they're almost 3 seconds back from David Harvey in 3rd place. There is the leading trio, which is closing up incidentally. Brand van den Einde leading the charge, and then for 4th place there up the inside is Ben Paynes. Paynes assumes the lead of the secondary pack then. Anwar Beryl Smith looking left and right to see where David Harvey is, and I think Harvey driving in a measured fashion right now, waiting to strike in the latter laps. Meanwhile, the peloton here in 4th place and back, anything but measured. Paynes to the inside there of Kadir Itchia, trying to hold on to this 4th place. And Paynes, I think, getting a little bit frustrated, understandably so. The Kinetic Racing team will be cheering him on. A few representatives of the squad here this weekend. Paynes, I think, feels like he's leading a huge train. He is leading a huge train, but he must feel like he's riding on a rocket right now. Dylan Kadir Itchia proving to be A solid adversary, Selway right there with him. Saul Gregory's recovered and bounced back a little bit, actually. He's making positive strides, and he may get another position here because Selway there trying to get to the inside, scrubbed all his pace away. Selway remains in 6th ahead of Gregory for now. Van den Einde and Beryl Smith remain in a 1-2 order. David Harvey just a couple of kart lengths back. I think Harvey may be settling for 3rd in this one. I don't think he's pushing to 10 tenths out there by the looks of it. Is he waiting for things to explode between these two? Or is he simply aware of the fact that 3rd place will do enough for him to make it to the A final? I suspect the latter. You see there Van den Einde and Anwar Beryl Smith turning through the S-bends. Ben Payne's in 4th position, Dylan Kadir Idjat in 5th, and Selway in 6th place, at the line at least. See if that's shifted again in a moment. Top 3 through centre and now towards the Cafe Curve. Shake of the head there from Anwar Beryl Smith. 90 seconds to go. This will be the penultimate lap of the race. Bram van den Einde goes defensive once more, favouring that far inside line, and David Harvey has rejoined proceedings. I think he was just kind of biding his time to see when things would kick off between these two, and now that we are battling in earnest, Harvey is more than happy to step up to the occasion. I think it's settled down a little bit at the sharp end of that secondary pack. Payne's had a few tenths over Dylan Kadir Idjat, who in turn had a few tenths over Josh Selway. There's been a change for the lead. Anwar Beryl Smith is the race leader. Bram van den Einde, who's led the entire race to this point, is now down to 2nd place. Final lap. Can Bram van den Einde do anything about it? What about David Harvey, though, sweeping around the outside at Conway's and Henry's? And through, back again, goes Bram van den Einde on the inside at the first hairpin. Anwar Beryl Smith's tenure as the race leader short-lived. Can he fire back in the last half a lap here? Through goes the top 3. Beryl Smith still trying to find a way through, but I think Van den Einde may have done enough. But Harvey gets a good run out of Garda, trying to find his way around the outside of Anwar Beryl Smith, but it's not to be. It's going to be Van den Einde from Beryl Smith from Harvey, with one of our closest finishes among the podium all day. 2 tenths separating them. Ben Payne's in 4th position. A well-managed race from him ahead of Dylan Kadir Idjat and Josh Selway in 6th position. A couple of surprises in amongst that, I feel. Harry Gurney only 9th position. I thought we might see him a little bit further up the field, but for Bram van den Einde, that was a very good showing. Next batch then out on track as we get ready for what is now the final batch of heat.
Drivers, 8:42 lights, 8:42 lights, please, to the pit.
So then, another heat race. We've only got 5 of them left to go, by my reckoning. It will be Ashton Walger who starts this one from pole position. James Callan for Super Chumps Racing starting from second. It is an all Super Chumps Racing front row of the grid. Edgar Azevedo in third position will be joined by Lila Kaufmann, who'll be looking for a positive run in the second heat after a third heat after the second heat last night was a little bit rough and ready. Stanley Donaldson in fifth, Reese Tyler in sixth, Adrian Modzelewinsky in seventh, Jakub Milcharski in eighth, Elias Segato in ninth place, Callum Eve, one to watch, joint leader in the junior class right now. He starts from 10th, and some real heavy hitters down there at the bottom of the field, including Matteo Erlenfeuchter and Miles Harrison. We are racing. And in the early lead, it is Ashton Walger. James Callan being attacked to the inside there from the 28 of Edgar Azevedo. It's one of the things I've been hearing in hushed, whispered tones all through the day. As we have contact. We have contact further back in the field. And Callum Eve and the 23 of Adrian Modzelewinsky have both been caught out there. I didn't quite see how that started. But it concluded with two karts pointed the wrong way. The 24 Ashton Walger is the leader, and behind him is Edgar Azevedo. I've heard that 28 kart feels like one of the most well sorted in the paddock this morning. A few people were very keen to hopefully get the 28 in the random draw, that's the word I'm looking for. Edgar Azevedo has that 28. Let's see if it proves to be a lucky charm for him. The 19 in fourth place, that is James Callan. Lila Kaufmann has gotten ahead in the 16 so far on this lap. So third place now for Kaufmann. Callum Eve and Adrian Modzelewinsky are going to have to work in tandem here for a few laps to rejoin the pack. You see them in the back of shot well down the field, or well away from the rest of the field. Walger's going to lead another lap, and Lila Kaufmann has moved up to second place there at Garda. Nice driving from Kaufmann. She's done an admirable job so far. The junior division, Edgar Azevedo, who we've seen show some great pace, watching on as Kaufmann goes for the lead, but I think that's going to go against her. Ashton Walger holds on, and Kaufmann is now lost out to Azevedo. Oh, a bit too close for comfort there. Azevedo and Kaufmann make quite major contact as they go through paddock, everyone pointing in the right direction. But this is great for Ashton Walger. It's all kicking off behind him. And from out of nowhere, he's suddenly the owner of a nice, healthy 3 or 4 kart length lead. That suits him to a T. Lila Kaufmann then down to third place behind Azevedo. Kaufmann, a kartmaster champion, a Club 100 A finalist on a fairly regular basis, has also done RRC International and BIKC competition, and has certainly impressed at times this weekend. Sits in third for now behind Edgar Azevedo. Azevedo, the Portuguese driver, who's had some great successes in Rotax, the Rotax Racing Club World Finals in 2026. He placed third. Bit of a jump between Rotax and a hire kart. But Azevedo adapting well and running in that P2 for now. Ooh, and a bit of room, or lack thereof, between Reese Tyler and co there in this battle for 7th position. James Callan is down in that pack aboard the 19. We'd expect Callan to be quite a bit further up there. Callum Eve and Adrian Modzelewinsky have found the rest of the pack, as it were, and that's a big knock there between Azevedo and Walger. Azevedo was up the inside and signals to Walger that, come on, follow me. But I'm not sure Walger was expecting that that hip check nor the loss of the lead down there at Garda. I think he thought he had a bit more to work with in terms of space to Azevedo, but now it's Azevedo that leads. It's Woolger in second, Kaufmann still there in third place with Matteo Ehrenfurter, who again started well down the order, and he's up into fourth place. He was 12th on the grid, if memory serves correctly. He now runs in fourth, and Miles Harrison has followed him up there, as has George Beauchamp. Ehrenfurter, Harrison and Beauchamp were the final three on the grid. They're now fourth, fifth and sixth position. Possibly make that third position for Ehrenfurter as he has a look to the inside of Lila Kaufmann, but nothing doing right now. The top six are breaking away from the rest of the field. Reese, Tyler and co fighting it out further back, and it's rather allowed the top six to back away or drive away. Jakub Milzarski has just been shown a black flag, so he'll be due into the pits at some point soon. Didn't see for what he got his black flag, but deep in that battle pack from 7th on back, he's had a discretion of some description. And Callum Eve is now up to 7th place. You see Eve there with the red helmet, the 15, going through shot. 3.5 seconds back from the leader, and I think he'll join this leading group. He's got the pace to do it. We know that he was leading the junior division after 2 heats, or joint leader with Piers Hartley. So Callum Eve looking to end the heat stages on a high, should be locked into the A final, but in has come Edgar Azevedo. Now, did Azevedo have a black flag? I didn't see a black flag for him. No, he didn't have a black flag. Did he come in misreading 27 as 28, I wonder? That would be unusual. Did he simply have a problem? I don't know, but either way, Edgar Azevedo has dropped to the rear of the field, seemingly voluntarily. He now runs 11th. What's the story there, I wonder? Woolger and Kaufmann back to being 1 and 2 then, with the absence of Edgar Azevedo. Meanwhile, in third position, Matteo Ehrenfurter leading George Beauchamp. Kaufmann, I think, fancies a move here down to the first corner. Nothing doing just yet, but certainly seems to have some strong momentum. Woolger watching on behind. Or rather, watching on from ahead of Lila Kaufmann, keeping an eye on what's going on behind him. Right now, Kaufmann is the only immediate challenger, with Ehrenfurter, Beauchamp, Miles Harrison and co further back, and there goes Kaufmann. Kaufmann at Paddock Bend carrying good speed through Pullmans to execute that move, and maybe followed through here by Ehrenfurter. Yes, he is. Ehrenfurter is through into second place. Down to third, therefore, is Ashton Woolger. Fourth is Beauchamp, fifth is Miles Harrison, there in that leading train as well. And Callum Eve just a few tenths further back. We'll be looking to get involved before the finish. We've got 4 minutes left to go, and with the quantity of talent at the sharp end of the field, I think this could be a grandstand final heat for these competitors. There is a lot of quality evident in that far end of the pack. Kaufmann it is that leads, move there for third place. George Beauchamp to the inside of Ashton Woolger. Didn't quite get the run out of Paddock Bend that he needed, but does get the move done at Garda all the same. Through Cafe Curve they go once again. This will be the completion of lap 10 of the race. And Kaufmann, 8 tenths clear, has not fully broken away, but pretty close to it as everyone else is fighting each other. George Beauchamp moves through into second place there. And Ashton Woolger gets rather put aside by everybody else. Side by side with Callum Eve for P6. And is Eve able to do it? No, not quite yet. Miles Harrison, meanwhile, aboard the 21. Deep in that scrum as well. You may remember me talking about Harrison yesterday and his mixed background of everything from shooting to sailing in addition to kart racing. It's Kaufman across the line. I think that gap may be out over a second. Yep, 1.3 at the line. Beaucamp, Aaron Fuchter, Miles Harrison, Callum Eve. That was the order at the line, but already it's shifting as Miles Harrison looks to try and find a way around Matteo Aaron Fuchter. Callum Eve, though, to the inside of Harrison. Eve trying to continue ascending through the pack. Has had the bit between his teeth coming up from the back end of the field. But the same can be said of Beaucamp, of Aaron Fuchter, and of Miles Harrison. All of whom have been really impressive over the course of this race so far. Kaufman with a comfortable lead. We continue to watch this pack from third on back, still being led by Matteo Uhrenfuchter. I think George Beaucamp is subtly homing in on Kaufman as well. Just 2 laps of racing to go, and did set the fastest lap of the race last time by, a 50.741 for George Beaucamp. The 18 of Matteo Uhrenfuchter still in third place, now being followed by Miles Harrison once again. Harrison and Eve exchanging places on a fairly regular basis back there. It's going to be 1 to go this time by for Leila Kaufman. I think Kaufman has done enough. The elite Crawley racing competitor. 1.1 seconds between them at the line. And Leila will relish in the opportunity to win a heat going into the finals. Aaron Fuchter has really been riding the wave in third place for several laps now, and Miles Harrison looks like he's done enough to hold on to fourth place unless Callum Eve has a really strong run through these final corners. It does look like Aaron Fuchter doesn't get the best run through paddock and struggles a little bit through the apex at Garda as well. Ooh, some contact further back. Meanwhile, Leila Kaufman wins the race. Kaufman wins his heat. With her heat, sorry. George Beaucamp in second position and Matteo Uhrenfuchter taking third position. The German-raised, British-born driver rounding out the podium, and Miles Harrison for fourth, Callum Eve for fifth. And that batch of drivers from second through fifth, Beaucamp, Aaron Fuchter, Harrison and Eve, they were our final rows of the grid. And in pretty short and sharp fashion, they worked their way up into proceedings. But for Leila Kaufman, a very impressive victory. The K&R Racing driver, the Brighton Kart Masters champion of lightweights, and will carry positive momentum into the finals a bit later on. Next up, heat 42, and that is for the lightweights. David Metcalf then to start from pole position in this race, the number 1. Rory O'Regan for Nameless Motorsport will begin from P2 aboard the number 14. Adam Barras, the KRT team, starting from third, along with teammate Dylan Houghton in fourth position. Bond 2 starting from fifth position, alongside Jack Frey of the Buckmore Bandits. Must be closely affiliated with Buckmore then. Yes, he's actually an employee of Buckmore Park, Jack Frey. Seventh position, Robbie Petchy in seventh. William Tyson, number 5, in eighth. Samuel Essery will begin from ninth. Beate Grinspone, she will begin from P10 on the grid. Lewis Cook, Lucas Brack and Jay Hansford compose the back end of the field. Beate Grinspone, a European death karting racer, and she is racing with us at Kart Race of Champions for the first time. It's David Metcalf that leads them away as the race begins, and Rory O'Regan immediately meaning business, diving to the inside for the lead at the first hairpin. 14 from the 1, and then following through in third place, Adam Barras in the number 10. Looks like Dylan Houghton has held on to fourth position there, as we see a little bit of contact there between the 5 and the 11. The field surging their way through the Syme sweep and then down through Pullman's and Paddock for the first time. Metcalf leads them through Garda. Oh, sorry, O'Regan leads them through Garda. It will be O'Regan leading the pack at the conclusion of this first lap. Looking to the inside, there is the number 6, Robbie Petchy. That was a move for 7th position on Bontu, who is seemingly falling through the pack a little bit. Bontu, a BUKC race winner and a Club 100 Inters Enduro champion, but not having the best start to this race. It's also a Wilton Mill Ultra GP champion, Bontu, so a fairly decorated driver. A dive to the inside there from Dylan Houghton. That was, I think, on Jack Frey, potentially. Now O'Regan looks like he has the pace advantage. The gap was half a second. I think it's going to be well over 1 second this time by. Yes, 1.5. Adam Barras and Jack Frey have worked their way up into second and third place. So Jack Frey on the move. Frey now goes for second place and moves up there pretty slick in execution. As I said, Buckmore employ Jack Frey. He's 3 years into his racing, and he started racing because he'd started a job here at Buckmore and rather caught the bug. And then founded this Buckmore Bandits team. Competing in the endurance competitions here at Buckmore and beyond. Harris and Frey then will look to lock together here and close in on O'Regan, who's almost got 2 seconds worth of advantage at the front of the field. Frey in second, Barras third, William Tyson up to 4th place. Lewis Cook has made a little bit of progress. He's down in 10th place at the line aboard the number 3. You'd maybe expect a bit more from the likes of Cook and Brack and Hansford, but they remain towards the rear of the field. There is Beate Grinspone, we alluded to a bit earlier on. Quite a few representatives of the European death karting scene on this grid this weekend. Have been performing well. The number 5 and the number 10, Barras and Tyson side by side. This is for third place. William Tyson doesn't much feel like hanging around. Took a lot of curb there at Conway's, but that did cost him a little bit, I feel. Didn't quite rotate through the corner as you'd hope. Houghton through to third place and being followed through there by the 5 of William Tyson. So Tyson gets back to 4th at least as they try 3 wide at the S's. Everyone tries it, no one succeeds. You'd think a lesson would be learned. O'Regan continues to extend that gap, incidentally, over 2 seconds now, and set the fastest lap last time across the line. I think Rory O'Regan is in prime position here to somewhat have a walk-off win here. It seems that second on back are pretty content contesting each other, and indeed, well, Jack Frey has a 2.2 second gap in second place to the rest of the field. It's third on back that is fighting it out, and indeed there goes William Tyson moving through into third place. And actually, Robbie Petchy follows him through and all. Trying to, I think, organise to not overtake each other for a little bit and try and close in on at least Jack Frey. Some gesturing there, particularly among the teammates in the situation, Dylan Houghton and Robbie Petchy. from the same stable. KRT Black team, the Kinetic Racing team, entering both of those individuals, indeed 3 representatives in the field, with Adam Barras also being part of the team. Rory O'Regan continues to incrementally build the gap over Jack Frey, 3.0 seconds last time across the line. As we see Houghton there have a little look at Robbie Petchey, but not able to find a gap. Samuel Essery is just behind them. Essery aboard the 11 for this race. Essery, who's a Club 73 champion, so a regular here in this paddock. Club 73, the organisers of the Kart Race of Champions. Rory O'Regan, a 50.453 last time across the line. That puts him 3.6 seconds clear, having set yet another new fastest lap. Rory O'Regan doing a commendable job of just controlling this race. Quite a conclusion to O'Regan's heat race phase to win in commanding fashion, and certainly you're hard pressed to see a scenario where he lets such a gap slip. William Tyson has rather broken free of the 4th place and onwards, so Tyson now looking quite comfortable in that 3rd place. Rory O'Regan, our race leader, was 11th in the points coming into this race. Of course, he won his first heat a little bit earlier on in the weekend. And, was only 7th in his second. But 2 wins and a top 10 finish, that will get him into the A final for the light weight division quite comfortably. He will be a competitive force there, I'm sure. Jay Hansford, it's a bit touch and go what his fate will be. Only running 11th right now, needs to make up some places. Currently 14th in the standings coming into this race. And I must say, for Jack Frey, it would be a big boost, this 2nd place. He's currently 22nd in the standings after 2 heats, a 6th place and a 5th. P2 would be a really solid boost, and a boost that might put him into the A final. Frey and Tyson in shot there, running 2nd and 3rd, and then 4th on back is still as big of a scrum as ever. The teammates for Kinetic Racing team continue to squabble a little bit, and Dylan Houghton leading Robbie Petchey for now. Samuel Essery still sat there behind, watching on. Defensive driving there from Petchey as he tries to hold off the flood from the likes of Essery, from Bracker, from Barras. Lucas Bracker, you see there, 7th aboard the 7, wearing the distinctive colours of the Talent Factory team. Trying to look around the outside there of Essery, as a matter of fact. Still on the outside as they head to the first hairpin, and Bracker, I think, may have pulled the pin a little bit here. He's got himself past Sam Essery, I think, unless Essery got a particularly good run out of the hairpin. Oh, he did, actually. Essery defends that nicely. I thought Lucas Bracker had found his way by, but not to be just yet. Houghton, over the course of the last lap, has put a little cushion between himself and Robbie Petchey, his Kinetic Racing team teammate there in 4th and 5th place. The top 4 spread by over 10 seconds. The Battle Pack is now representing 5th on back, as Houghton has quietly wandered away from it a little. Again on the attack is Lucas Bracker, and he's lost out again there trying to make moves, and he's fallen behind Adam Barras. The number 10 has got past the 7. There is the 7 of Lucas Bracker. Close run between Jack Frey and William Tyson. We just saw them through shot down at Garda. That's second and third place. So that's compelling. Meanwhile, Jack Frey defending now against William Tyson, who has arrived on his rear bumper, rather. This could be, for someone like Jack Frey, a difference maker between making the A final and not. William Tyson up in 13th in the standings is a little more secure, but for Jack Frey, those extra points, 22 for second versus 20 in third, that could end up shaking out as the difference maker to making the A final. Of course, if you're in the B final, you can make the A. You just have to win the B final to get there. So for Jack Frey, a secure spot in the A final would be a coveted accomplishment. He's got 2 laps to hold off the pressure, and he's unfortunately given up the inside line there to William Tyson. Tyson through into second. Frey trying to fight back. A bit of a shake of the head, though, as he sees Tyson through, and getting dejected there. You can see it in the body language, but he needs to focus forward and try and fight back. He's performed well so far in this race. Tyson goes defensive. They'll begin the final lap this time by as Rory O'Regan breaks the beam up ahead of them. One more lap for Jack Frey to try and hold on to this. Frey looking to try and make a move down there at the first couple of corners. Nothing doing right now. But a decent run there out of the first hairpin. Gives a bit of a paint exchange to William Tyson. Not that there's any paint on the bumpers. And Frey may have got it done. They're side by side as they approach the Symes sweep. Still side by side as they go down through the last lap down to paddock. But I think Tyson has emerged in front, has he? Yes, he has. Unfortunately, Jack Frey is going to have to settle for third place. Rory O'Regan has crossed the line already to win the race. And Tyson taking second, Jack Frey taking third ahead of Dylan Houghton. Fifth position for Robbie Petchy, Samuel Essery in sixth, and Jay Hansford, seventh position. Lucas Braca, after fighting so hard, only eighth place. He'll be disappointed with that, and I think equally Adam Barris will be a bit frustrated because he was fighting for a top 5 slot at one time. He ends up only in 10th place. So then, next heat, heat 43, in the heavyweight division. It'll be Gianluca Benincasa starting this from pole position. The Italia 1 driver, the number 20, he'll be driving. Craig Dorrington, the number 21, on the front row with him. Ben Ritchie's and Kieran Chidsey, third and fourth. Chidsey hoping to make it to the A final, has had a very good weekend on his return to kart racing so far. Justin Elliott starting from fifth. He'll be joined by Joe Hamblett on row 3 in the 24 and 25 karts. James Clare, the 23, starting from 7th. Stuart Jones in 8th place, the number 28. Tom Walwyn, the 26, starting from 9th, ahead of Marco Grady, the number 27, Team 22 Racing. Johnny Brighton from 11th place on the grid. Johnny will be making some moves and some big lunges from there, I'm sure. Freddie Winksell starting from P12, and Sam Bannister to round out from 13th on the grid. We are underway. Benincasa doesn't get the best of launches there, actually. I think Craig Dorrington got the better start. They run down towards the opening corners of the lap, and it is going to be Dorrington for Fats and Furious at the sharp end of the order. Gianluca Benincasa a little bit further back then. Benincasa, a winner of the Plus 100 at the Super Cup in 2025. He remains in second for the time being, and is that Chidzi up into third place? Just can't quite see the number there, but it may well be Ben Ritchie's actually who retained third. We'll see that as they come across the line on the timing screen. It is Dorrington from Benincasa, and it is Ritchie's in third. Chidzi actually down behind Joe Hamblett, who's moved up to fourth place. Good driving in the early going from Hamblett aboard the 25. You see him there in his red race suit. Chidzi, in the middle ground there of a three-wide situation into the second hairpin. That never works out particularly favourably. 28 of Stuart Jones making some progress at his expense. But Dorrington it is that leads the way in the early stages. Benincasa and Ritchie's run second and third. Be looking to try and form a breakaway here. Joe Hamblett is about a second behind them in fourth position. Jones in fifth and Chidzi was in sixth. Is he still? No, actually, because he's moved up to... No, he is still in sixth, my apologies. He hasn't moved up, but he hasn't moved down either. He is at the head of this the remarkable queue of karts behind him. James Clare in seventh place. He's moved up and past Tom Walwyn there in the opening corners. Dorrington, for now, seems to have the edge over the others in the top three. Craig Dorrington, who's been a long time karter, at 46 years old. He won championships going back to the 1990s in owner karts. He's also competed in the UAE SWS series in more recent times. He's a very well tenured driver as we watch Chidzi drive away there from the rest of that pack fighting behind him. Johnny Brighton has moved up to seventh place through that scrum in the hairpins. So Johnny Brighton up into seventh place, having started towards the back of the field. He did get a contact warning for his troubles, I will grant you, but a warning is okay. It's a black flag that really raises a concern. Across the curbs there goes Stuart Jones. He's trying to get the best of Joe Hamblett, and he does so. Jones gives a thanking wave there as he fires past, but that can't have been a comfortable run across those curbs. Stuart Jones turns into the S's. 8 minutes of racing left to run here, so quarter distance, or sorry, 1/3 distance. And Jones has passed Hamblett. Can he now challenge Ritchie's for a podium spot? How far up can he get between now and the flag? Chidzi and Johnny Brighton, I wouldn't bet against either of them trying to bid for the top 5 either. We've certainly seen both parties display the pace required, and indeed, speaking of pace, it is Stuart Jones last time by with the quickest lap so far, a 51.450. Johnny Brighton having a go at Kieran Chidzi there. Chidzi in his first race event in over 2.5 years. has always been a heavyweight class driver, but has come back after 2.5 years of saving some money and watching some pennies, 20 kilos lighter, and that puts him in a more competitive position. He certainly feels the difference, he was telling me. And that is really impressive how he has come on after that break, and immediately shown the competitive streak has not gone away. The 15 and the 28. Ben Ritchie's has been caught by Stuart Jones, and Stuart Jones leaning rather on the 15, and I think he got what was coming to him a little bit there. He gesticulates and is rather angry, but he did push him onto the grass. I think Ben Ritchie's was somewhat justified in being equally heavy-handed there. Ritchie's, therefore, has held third place. Joe Hamblett has moved up to fourth place at the expense of Stuart Jones. And Jones, I think, driving a little more angry than he had previous. Dorrington and Benincasa closer together as well. The Italia 1 driver, the number 20, has closed in on Craig Dorrington at the front of the field. So as we see there again, Stuart Jones getting past Joe Hamblett. It may not be long before we see something happening at the front of the field too. Meanwhile, it is round 2 for Ben Ritchie's versus Joe Hamblett. Oh, sorry, Ben Ritchie's versus Stuart Jones, I should say. Jones tried to get the better of Ritchie's a lap ago. And he's back on the rear of the driver of the 15. Dorrington and Benincasa turn through Cafe. 5 minutes to go. And here we are, side by side for third place. Stuart Jones up the inside at Conway's and Henry's. And I think now Jones has got it done. And oh, a bit of a lunge up the inside there from Ben Ritchie's, and I think Stuart Jones thought that was all Ben's doing, but Joe Hamblett, with his nose up the inside, kind of triggered that contact. And I think Stuart Jones getting increasingly frustrated with the situation at hand, because Ben Ritchie's, unfortunately, did gesticulate as if to say, well, let's work together now. Only to then kind of thwack Stuart Jones once again. Jones this time gets through yet again at turn 1 and 2. Goes defensive into the hairpin. And I think Stuart Jones has now done enough to preside over third place for the next few corners. Big shake of the head. He's been frustrated by how that last few laps has played out. Dorrington and Benincasa remain line astern at the front. I don't think there's been a change there. They remain in 1-2 order, and they do remain 21 from 20. Dorrington from Benincasa. I believe Benincasa may have something in the back pocket waiting for this last quarter of the race that will begin in 10 seconds' time. He's certainly got a decent cushion over Stuart Jones, who's now up in that third place after the move a lap ago down at Conway's. They look over the shoulders there to see what the gap is to the rest of the field, and the answer is that they've got a good little buffer to work with. Jones is leading Ritchie's and Hamblett there. Johnny Brighton is closing in on them, actually. I think Johnny Brighton, before the end of this race, may well find himself up in 6th position. Oh, sorry, he is in 6th position. He might well find himself in the top 5. Kieran Chidsey, unfortunately, has gone the other way. He's down to 8th place right now. Dorrington and Benincasa. ...2 minutes and 15 to go. They should have 3 more laps of racing, including the one that we are currently on. Through the S's they go. Stuart Jones follows in third place. Side by side, meanwhile, between Walwyn and Chidsey, as Chidsey tries to push himself back into the top half dozen. Chidsey was running 8th in the points after 2 heats. Should be secure for the A final, although maybe a bit less certain if he finishes outside that top half dozen. So he could do with getting past Walwyn. Johnny Brighton has gotten past Hamlet, so Johnny Brighton up into P5. He's made some really good progress from the back end of the field, it must be said. You see him there defending against Ben Ritchie's, who he's just gotten past. Ritchie's then down to 5th place. Johnny Brighton up into P4. Brighton aboard the 16 has put on quite the show in this race, has moved up through the order very nicely. And he may yet have Stuart Jones. Penultimate lap of the race ongoing. The leaders will be shown the 1 to go, the final lap board this time. And indeed, that is confirmed as they cross the line. Can Benin Casa find a way through? He's been biding his time behind Dorrington all race. Has he got a move in his arsenal on the final lap? Dorrington continues to lead the way. That wasn't a great run out of the second hairpin, and Benin Casa can tell. Good run through the S's there from Benin Casa. He goes through the Symes Suite carrying quite a lot of momentum, and I think he's going to have a go here. Gets a bit sideways on the way down to paddock. Third place, it looks like Stuart Jones is secure over Johnny Brighton. Can Benin Casa make it work? He sets himself up for a nice run out of Garda, but I'm not sure he's going to be close enough. Oh, it is. It's a drag race. It's a drag race to the line. And on the last lap, Benin Casa has made it happen. Oh, but he goes across the line backwards. Gianluca Benin Casa wins the race, but he does so in a reverse gear that a go-kart doesn't have. Him and Dorrington ran out of space there. And goodness gracious me, Craig Dorrington losing out in the final moments. Gianluca Benin Casa has won that race in reverse. If only karts had such a thing. So then next up, it is Heat 44, Trevor Hansford. Hansford and Honeyman on the front row. We are underway, we are racing. The Maple Motorsport driver starting that one from pole position. Ross Honeyman second, Jay Adams in third, and Ian Lepelaar was fourth on the grid. Are they still in that order as they approach turn one? Yes, almost, because Lepelaar has already moved up into third place. Trevor Hansford it is that leads. Hansford with his distinctive race suit. I thank him for wearing the Gulf colours, mostly because it's very easy to spot him as he runs around the circuit. Honeyman remaining behind him in second place, at least in the early going, but they've got Ian Lepelaar right behind them as they turn through paddock for the first time, and in fact going for it, Ross Honeyman. Ross Honeyman goes to the lead. This is a heat in the lightweight division. Hansford from Honeyman from Jay Adams was the top 3 on the grid. It's Honeyman from Lepelaar from Hansford at the end of the first lap of racing. Lepelaar has moved to the lead there through the first couple of corners, so Ian Lepelaar to the front of the field. Now, Ian Lepelaar for the Talent Factory team, one of our Dutch contingent. He's come into this race from 20th on in the standings, so a win today, or a win in this third heat for Ian Lepelaar, would most likely knock him up into the A final, and that would be a huge achievement for the young Dutchman. Let's see if he can make that work. He'll come across the line leading. Honeyman in second place, Hansford in third, Warren Turvey is fourth position, and Tony Hazel behind them in fifth, Jake Everest in sixth place. Lepelaar and Honeyman not too far off each other. 19 there, sorry, 14 there. Jerry Van Boersel side by side with Chrissy Harding, and Jake Everest involved in that as well. It's Lepelaar still at the front. Honeyman just keeping a watching brief for now. Where is Honeyman, I wonder, in the lightweight points right now? He's 26th. So I think at best an outside shot of the A final for Honeyman. I think he might well end up being a front runner in the B final. Trevor Hansford is also kind of a cusp driver. Whether he'll be A final, B final, it's not entirely clear. But Ian Lepelaar, I think with a win in this race, would clinch an A final spot. The leading trio with a slight gap. Hansford in third place. There's a move in fourth place. A bit of a barge there from Jerry Van Boersel, clearing Warren Turvey firmly out of his way. Some side by side a bit further back. Van Boersel came across the line in fourth place. That position is secured. Around the outside there goes Vessel Vanten. He's tried to make up some ground. They're done nearly 4 wide going into the first hairpin. That was a little bit bold there. That was Callum Bendelow, Chrissy Harding and Vessel Vanten and co. And it's getting all a bit scruffy and messy down there. Jules Larkin, you see there with his distinctive Tony Kart race suit. Kart is someone you expect to be through the order as this race goes on, as would you'd say someone like Callum Bendelow, Andrew Strike. Oh, it looked like there was about to be a big incident down there at Garda. Did everyone make it through? I'm not convinced everyone made it through, but I didn't see who that was spearing almost straight on into the side of some of the others. Everyone crossed the line, I think, so I believe everyone survived it, but Jay Adams well off the field. I wonder if he was maybe party to that moment. Lepelaar, Honeyman, Hansford have cleared off from Jerry Van Boersel in fourth place. Van Boersel in turn has actually caught them, so it's 4 at the front now, and then Warren Turvey, Jake Everest and Toby Hazel fighting out for 5th, 6th, 7th places. Strike and Larkin, I think, will be increasingly frustrated with running 12th and 13th place, because both parties know very well what they're capable of. Of course, Andrew Strike, with a great history of racing, now in his middle 40s, and has been at it for a very long time. And there's Jerry Van Boersel up into third position. And he and Trevor Hansford there are agreeing in short order that they need to now combine and conquer to try and get to Honeyman and Lepelaar. Lepelaar continues to lead with just over Half the race still to go. There you see 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th places. Turvey, Everest, Hazel and Palmer Mobsby. George Palmer Mobsby, another party that you would anticipate making waves further up the order as this race goes on, but they're all working really rather hard to fight each other, and it's causing a lack of progress. There's the 12 of Warren Turvey trying to squeeze Palmer Mobsby out. George is trying to get the troops in formation. Toby Hazel and Warren Turvey side by side. Lepela with maybe 2 car lengths over Honeyman, can't be more than that. But Van Boersel, having got past Trevor Hansford, has really dispatched him. 3 wide going into Cafe, nearly there. I think that involved potentially Callum Hardlow and Callum Bendelow and Chrissy Harding. And is this for second place? Yes, Jerry Van Boersel is through into P2. George Palmer Mobsby is up into 5th place. But Jerry Van Boersel making some good progress. The Dutchman would like to try and win this final heat. Where is he in the points? I think he'd only done 1 heat prior to the end of racing yesterday, but he should comfortably be up there in the A final. As he comes across the line, he is comfortably on the bumper of Ian Lepela. Lepela and Van Boersel, I don't think by any means it's their first rodeo racing against one another. Leading trio have about 2.5 seconds of cushion. I dare suggest that any notion of working together is now out of the window, and especially Van Boersel, who's been rather efficiently clearing his way through the field. He's going to go for the lead if he gets the slightest whiff of an opportunity. In 6th place at the line last time by was Toby Hazel. There goes Van Boersel. He's up the inside and into the lead. Van Boersel then takes the lead. I don't think Ian Lepela fought that particularly. He elected to let that happen. Hazel remains in 6th place in the front of that pretty significant pack just outside the top 5. And we just saw there Lepela lose out to Ross Honeyman. So Lepela's gone from the lead to 3rd place in less than half a lap. Ooh, and a big pack still behind Hazel, spreading across the runoff area. Van Boersel crosses the line in the lead. Honeyman goes defensive. Lepela, I think, best pleased with being down in 3rd place. And indeed, I think that 5-point deficit from victory to 3rd place, that may well be the difference maker to A final or not to A final for someone like Ian Lepela. It'll be tight margins. Some gesticulation there as we're 3 wide. That was Callum Bendelow getting the better of Chrissy Harding, and I think was that Warren Turvey that he got past as well, possibly so. Trevor Hansford, meanwhile, is being reeled in pretty significantly by George Palmer Mobsby, 4th and 5th places. As they come across the line this time, it is Van Boersel in the lead. Honeyman and Lepela fighting it out for 2nd, as we can see. Hansford and Palmer Mobsby 4th and 5th. Turvey and Hazel are fighting out for 6th and 7th place. Toby Hazel, having cleared the likes of Vessel Vant and Chrissy Harding et al., is now right on the rear bumper of Warren Turvey aboard the 12 and the 7 running together. Honeyman remains defensive up against Ian Lepelaar in second place. Van Bussel is driving away from them. Honeyman and Lepelaar in tandem, both glancing over the shoulder to see if they have anyone else in their immediate vicinity. The answer is no, and I think that will lead to gloves off racing here on the final lap from Ian Lepelaar. Hansford defending from Palmer Mobsby, who has firmly arrived on his rear quarter. Then Warren Turvey still defending in 6th place from Toby Hazel, and they've been caught now by the likes of Vessel Vanton and Chrissy Harding as well. Van Bussel should be clear to lead this race and win this race, but second is still under contest. Ian Lepelaar having a look to the inside at Garda. Quite a physical move between himself and Ross Honeyman. Honeyman still has the advantage. It's going to be another drag race to the line for second place this time. Gary Van Bussel takes the win. Honeyman does hold on to second ahead of Lepelaar. Hansford takes... No, he doesn't. He takes 5th. George Palmer Mobsby claims 4th on the last lap of the race, and a big loss of positions on the final lap for Toby Hazel. He comes 10th eventually. Toby was fighting with Warren Turvey for 6th place, but Chrissy Harding, Vessel Vanton, Jules Larkin all got past on the last half a lap or so there, so I think perhaps the victim of a push out wide at Garda. We've seen that so many times when a close-knit pack arrive at Garda on the last lap. There's a lot of contact and a lot of drama, and I dare say that was the case yet again there. So then, we have reached our 45th and final heat. It will be the last heat of the day before we go into our finals. This is going to be the heavyweight division on display, and some real heavy hitters down the order, I must say. Ezekiel James, the Malaysian racer, starting from pole position. William Woods alongside him. 3rd position, and a big threat from here, Ross Sandwell, the defending heavyweight champion of K-Rock. He's 3rd place. Sam Pooley with him. He'll be one to watch too. Thomas Ronhar, the F1 eSports star, looking to secure his place in the A final from 5th on the grid. Nathan Parker, the 23, starting from 6th. Christopher Tate running 7th with the 24. Stevens, Dacris and Perez bringing us down to 10th place. Jason Kirkham in 11th. Ben Pickard in 12th, and then Ash Kivers back in 13th, and I fancy Ash Kivers for a bit of a run up the field from there. The red lights displayed, the marshals give way to the start of the race. Ash Kivers jumping in the seat as we get ready and go racing. It is Ezekiel James that leads them through the first corner, being pursued by William Woods in the 15. Woods taps James there and gets through into the lead. William Woods then our early leader, and Sam Pooley on the offensive. He's trying to get past Ezekiel James for 2nd place. They're still side by side as they make their way through the S-bend. And Sam Pooley has to settle for 3rd for now behind Ezekiel James. But it is William Woods, our leader at this juncture. Will be William Woods aboard the 15 that leads the first lap here. But Sam Pooley now up into 2nd place will be the danger man. Ross Sandwell looks to the inside of Ezekiel James. He's being followed by Thomas Ronhar as well. Ronhar to the inside of the 17. He'll move up into 4th place. Ezekiel James, unfortunately, just not with the momentum here. Carl Stevens trying to squeeze him out as well for 5th place. But Ezekiel James at least holds on to P5 for the time being. Woods now has quite the Quite the row of drivers behind him in the form of Sam Pooley, Ross Sandwell, the defending heavyweight champ in the Kart Race of Champions event, and Thomas Ronhart, who dives to the inside there of Ross Sandwell, I think that was. Ronhart getting past Sandwell by the looks of it. We'll confirm that as they come across the line. Yes, indeed, Ronhart has moved past Pooley. So, sorry, Sandwell has gotten past Pooley, as has Ronhart. So it's Woods now pursuing Ross Sandwell. Woods was very sideways there through the first hairpin. That was pretty impressive. And there goes Ronhart. Thomas Ronhart means business in this heat. Through the S they go. It is a four-car fight for the lead. There goes Thomas Ronhart. That was a bit ambitious, though. I'm not sure it's going to work out. There's all sorts of jostling going on here. In fact, I think it was Ross Sandwell who made the initial dive. It is not Ross Sandwell that leads, though. No, yes it is. The opposite of what I said. Ross Sandwell has made it to the lead, but the way in which he did so was a little bit aggressive, to say the least. 3 wide further back there, including Ezekiel James, Ben Pickard et al. And poor old Ezekiel James is getting squeezed out left, right, centre. Short of installing vertical takeoff on his kart, I don't know what more he can do to get out of the way of some of these rather aggressive drivers that he's been tasked with fighting against. Sam Pooley is up into second place there. Has he got himself past Thomas Ronhart there then? Yes, he has. And Will Woods, I think it is, still in 4th position. But Ross Sandwell, having broken the dam, has got himself an advantage of 0.7 of a second. Pooley, Ronhart, Stevens, the top 4. Ahead of Ben Pickard. Thomas Ronhart to the inside of the 22. Trying to defend from Carl Stevens. And Ronhart trying to suggest to Carl that maybe they're better off not fighting each other right now. But that may well fall on deaf ears, at least for now. Sandwell has got 0.7 over Sam Pooley, at least that was the gap last time by. He's also got the fastest lap of the race in his arsenal of 51.555, which is some going as a heavyweight division driver. Seven and a half minutes left on the clock. Ross Sandwell in control of this heat. Sam Pooley trying to control the onslaught from behind, but again, Thomas Ronhart is on the go, trying to get to his inside. We saw that as they turned into the S's. They were very close together. Jason Kirkham is pressuring William Woods in 7th and 8th. We just saw that, but Pooley has lost out there to Thomas Ronhart. So Ronhart did make the move going into the S's. We saw the beginning of that move, but Ronhart is through into second. Sam Pooley in 3rd place, and that 28 kart. Ben Pickard goes to the inside of Sam Pooley. Pooley looks a bit frustrated there as he sees the 28 pass him. He'll be followed potentially by Carl Stevens. Yes, Pooley struggling a little bit here, and Carl Stevens trying to make his way work around the outside. Almost at half distance here. 6 minutes of the race left to go. It's the final heat. Of course, the races will get longer once we get into the finals, which are up next. Heavyweight division, there can be no question that the leader of this heat, Ross Sandwell, the defending champion, comes in as the favourite for the A final, which is what we'll see him in later. You'd like to wrap up a win here to carry that momentum in. Thomas Ronhart still fighting it out here with Ben Pickard and this is Ben Pickard and Carl Stevens now fighting it out for third place. So Stevens trying to make an impression. Of course, Ronhart, well, we've talked about his F1 Esports experience. He's also last year's runner-up in the Kart Race of Champions. Oh, there's a lunge from the 23. Nathan Parker to the inside of Jason Kirkham. Jason has a certain feeling about that. Shake of the head from him. This is for sixth position, I should say. And Kirkham really did push Nathan Parker out there as if to say, no, not that easy, mate. Still shaking his head as he turns into the S's. William Woods aboard the 15, trying to have a go at Nathan Parker there. Ash Kivers hasn't really moved through the field in the manner I expected. He's in 11th place right now. 8.2 seconds off the lead. We've seen him up at the front in some of the heats, but it's not quite panned out for him here, having started from the back of the field. To the inside goes Carl Stevens, side by side with Ben Pickard, and I think rather forced the matter there with Ben with the side-on-side contact. Sandwell still clear at the front of the field. Ronhart is clear of Ben Pickard in third, but it's that third place battle that we're watching with Pickard, Stevens, Pooley, Kirkham, Parker, et al. All together. The top two, I would say, are fairly secure in this race, but who will be in third? That's a little less clear. Carl Stevens is 6.319 back from the leader, but that's no concern to him because he's got Sam Pooley there right on his back. With Pickard and Kirkham also in the offing. A bit of a gap now back to Nathan Parker in 7th place, so Jason Kirkham has dispatched that threat that we saw earlier on. Ash Kivers has moved up another position there, we just saw. He's into the top 10 now. And there goes Kirkham having a lunge at Ben Pickard for 5th place. And speaking of lunges, there goes Pooley on Carl Stevens. And I think he may have cost both of them time there. But he is up into 3rd place. And Ben Pickard has followed him through into 4th position. Pickard with a good run all the way down to the first corner. Not going to be able to make a move. But certainly Pooley there with a pretty aggressive move. He got a contact warning as a result of that. Pooley back up into 3rd place then. He was 2nd in the points coming into this heat. With 2 wins in his first 2 heats, he's secure for the A final. He's going to have to settle for 3rd in this race, but it may not even be that with the likes of Pickard, Stevens and Kirkham behind. Sandwell has just crossed the line to begin what will be the penultimate lap of the race. It was side by side there between Kirkham and Stevens. Kirkham with a nose just ahead on the inside as they go into Conways. I think Kirkham and Stevens have been rather preoccupied with each other. Oh, and Ben Pickard there with a big slide into the first hairpin. That's cost him all of his momentum. Sam Pooley, therefore, has disappeared off into 3rd place. And now, poor Ben Pickard has gone from 4th to 6th place. He's been swallowed whole there by Jason Kirkham and Carl Stevens. Kirkham is up into 4th place. Stevens to 5th. Now Kirkham, who's been on the ascendancy in this race, has he got the pace to try and close in on Pooley with just over 1 lap left to go? I've been pretty impressed with Kirkham in this race. been performing admirably. But the best performance of all simply has to go to that man, Ross Sandwell. He's clear of Ronha at the front. Kirkham, meanwhile, oh, goodness me, a spot there from the cameraman to shift further back as that was the 24 Christopher Tate lunging up the inside of both Ash Kivers and William Woods. That's Tate up to 8th position. Kivers side by side with Will Woods, that's for 9th. But at the front of the field, it's Sandwell from Ronha. Pooley is going to hold on to 3rd place, and I think Kirkham is still there in 4th. Yes, he is. Ross Sandwell then, last year's heavyweight champion in K-Rock, wins his final heat. Ronha takes 2nd place. Sam Pooley takes 3rd. Kirkham does hold on to 4th, just at the line from Ben Pickard, who almost got him. And Parker and Stevens take 6th and 7th places. Christopher Tate hold on to 8th with that slightly ambitious lunge going into the last lap. Right, the heat stages are complete. Let's now focus forward in just a few moments to the first of the finals.
Attention club, so you can ask level drivers for the F final. All drivers make your way to the pits for the F final. Thank you.
So then, we are ready for our first final. It is the F final for the lightweight division. This will be an 8-minute race. The races will increase in length as we continue on through the finals. For now, though, an 8-minute sprint, a short, sharp dash to the flag. Jamie Shaw leading this one from pole position. Harry Doggett will be second position off the line, and he's followed by Eric Prozatovskis. Aboard the number 3, Charlie Mullaney in 4th. Lino Lucas started from 5th, and I think he is still there as we get this race underway. So it's Jamie Shaw that leads the way, and Eric Prozatovskis there having a lunge to the inside for second place. Didn't work though. Harry Doggett up into P2. Now a reminder, as we get into the flow of these finals, you can progress from one final to the final above. So the winner of the F final will be in the E final, so on and so forth. It's also worth noting that they now have jurisdiction over which karts they race. Jamie Shaw, for example, will have picked kart number 13. Harry Doggett will have picked kart number 12. And it is the pole sitter for each race that gets first choice as to which kart they pick, and then they work down from there. That does mean it might take a couple more minutes in some instances for people to find their kart of choice, but it also means that we're in for a very compelling set of races from here on out, as maybe someone has eyed a kart that they've particularly enjoyed and they will claim it as their own for each final. Jamie Shaw then running in first place, with Harry Doggett just behind him. Eric Prozatovskis in third place. Never mind, Prozatovskis briefly goes for second, can't quite make it work. Charlie Mullaney and Lino Lucas getting involved, and Lucas up to third position. Lino Lucas, the Portuguese driver from the Madeira Islands there, squeezing out Charlie Mullaney. He's up into third position. Eric Prozatovskis got a contact warning there on that lap. And up the inside of Lino Lucas there went Eric Prozatovskis. Charlie Mullaney gets himself just clear of Lena Redding, who has Sky Lees, the Australian, for company there in 7th place. Chris Shield and Jay Adams just behind. So 9 karts in this F final. Of course, in the F finals, where it's effectively the remainder of the field, the grid sizes will fluctuate somewhat. It's Jamie Shaw who has the controlling stake in the situation right now. Harry Doggett's running at close proximity in second place, or at least he was, because off track and very, very wide indeed he goes. And was he helped a bit there by Prozatovskis, or did he just make a really quite massive error? I'm not entirely sure. But that's a big shuffle up then, and that's going to help Eric Prozatovskis. He's now in second place, and he also has his second contact warning. You can add 1 and 1 and 2 then as to what happened to Harry Doggett. Doggett down to 12th place, because 4th place, sorry, because he's lost out to Lino Lucas as well. So Lucas up into the top 3 yet again. Lino is an indoor karter mostly. He's enjoying his time here at Buckmore Park and fighting out there with Harry Doggett. Lino started in Team Sport 4 years ago, and indeed he was racing with us at the Kart Race of Champions last year as well, but certainly not an outdoor karting regular. Doggett to the inside, and Lino Lucas getting a bit frustrated there as Doggett dives through, and it's getting very intense between them. I think, with all due respect to Lino Lucas, Harry Doggett on a clear track would maybe have a couple of tenths more pace, so I can see why Doggett is trying so hard to push through. Charlie Mullaney and Sky Lees are on the case. Sky Lees to the inside of Mullaney for P5. Sky then through into 5th position with a bit of a tap though at the first hairpin from Mulaney, so they're exchanging positions. Eric Sprosotowskis, who's really been the danger party, he's up to the race lead. The number 3 has gotten past the 13, so Jamie Shaw has lost out to Eric Sprosotowskis there in the first sector. Sprosotowskis continues to hustle. Of course, he who wins graduates to the E final. So in a way, it's as much as anything about getting your money's worth. If you keep progressing through finals, you get more and more track time. Sprosotowskis defensive there through the first couple of corners. Conways and Henrys now into the first hairpin. Hairpin 1 being the deepest braking zone on the lap. Lino Lucas has gotten back ahead of Harry Doggett, and Sky Lee's there, still fighting out with Charlie Mulaney for 5th and 6th place. And again, for these drivers, it is more than likely the conclusion of their day's racing, so they want to end in the best fashion possible. Only the winner will go through. Sprosotowskis then on course to be in that position, the winning position. He's going to have, I think, 3 more laps here to withstand the pressure from long-term leader Jamie Shaw. Shaw looks to the outside line, not going to be able to get it done from there. Lino Lucas and Harry Doggett were once again close together in 3rd place, and in fact I think there may have been a bit of drama down at the first corner because, well, where is Lino Lucas? He's not there. In fact, yes, sorry, he is. They're a bit further ahead than I thought. So Lucas and Doggett are still there. My apologies. But Charlie Mulaney and Sky Lees continue to fight 5th and 6th position. Sprosotowskis and Jamie Shaw turn through the Garda bend. Garda quite off camber as a corner by the looks of it, and seen a lot of overtaking and dive bombs in the late phases of races so far. Is there another one forthcoming? It's 2 laps to go here. Lino Lucas and Harry Doggett continue to fight for the final spot of the F final podium. Lucas is getting a tap for every corner. Harry Doggett is speaking to Lino Lucas in Braille via his bumper. Sky Lees still holding off Shield, Lena Redding and Jay Adams. But Charlie Mulaney, I think, has just started to find a slight cushion over the number 6 driver. We begin the final lap of the race. Sprosotowskis continues to hold the lead. The F final win in prospect and also a spot in the E final. Can Jamie Shaw find a way through? He's got the inside line for the first hairpin. They're side by side. They both slide through the corner. I think Sprosotowskis got a slightly better run. Tries for the inside. Jamie Shaw covers as they go through the second hairpin. Shaw looks over his shoulder. Sprosotowskis very much still there as they turn through the S's. Now onto the Syme sweep for the final time. They're side by side as they head down through Pullmans and Paddock. Sprosotowskis on the inside and through into the lead. I don't think Jamie Shaw is close enough. I think Sprosotowskis has done enough to win in the F final. Sprosotowskis through Cafe Curb for the final time, and it will be him into the E final and winning in the F final. Eric Sprosotowskis has done it. Jamie Shaw second. Lino Lucas does hold off Harry Doggett after a race-long battle. Charlie Mulaney and Sky Lees rounding out the top half dozen in that race, but the driver with the most to celebrate will be Eric Sprosotowskis, the winner of the F final. He's booked himself a spot in the E final with that result, extending his stay in the Kart Race of Champions that little bit longer. Next up, the heavyweight F final out on track. So then we are just awaiting our next grid, the F-Final Heavyweights, keeping us waiting for just a few moments, and they are selecting their carts at the moment. I'm currently watching as there's a intense discussion taking place, a fairly happy conversation taking place outside of my commentary box, and it features Eric Sprosotowskis, who is one of our deaf competitors, of course the winner of the F-Final, and we know he'll be back in the E-Final. And a really good effort from him to secure that F-Final place. We'll see more of him soon, I'm sure, in the E. Given some of that overtaking that we saw in the previous race, we know for a fact that he will be competitive and trying to make his way as far up the order as possible when we get to the E-Final. As we said, the heavyweights are in the process of selecting their carts at the moment. With the kart selection process, it does mean that things are a little bit slower in the transition between races here. We can, however, tell you about who we will see in the heavyweight F-Final, or he would have done, but they've actually just cleared that information away. Vito Dacris, I can tell you, has picked the 20 kart, so we'll see Vito out there in this one, and indeed everyone is just now filtering out onto the track. Vito Dacris will start from pole position to be joined by Ben Paynes, who I'm really surprised is in the F-Final. I thought Ben would be quite a significant way up the final order, but I think Ben has got some work to do. Richard Danby, third position, the Autograss racer. Lee Lincoln Crowther, the 23, starting from fourth place. Scott Reville, fifth position, the number 22, and Gavin Hill, the 24, rounding out the field. So just the 6 in the F-Final. Again, the F-Final's pretty much just the remainder. Once they've gone down to E-Final, the F-Final is who's left. And we'll see who gets to take part in the E-Final right now as Vito Dacris and Ben Paynes launch off the line. Paynes, I would weigh in as the heavy favourite for this race, and he is immediately off into the lead, having taken a very, very good start. Paynes is going to have to work hard to get up into the higher finals in this one. We saw how competitive he could be in his third and final heat, and I really thought he'd be further up the food chain than the F-Final, but he's off into a good lead in the early going. Vito Dacris has lost out there to Richard Danby. Danby then up to second place in his Senna-inspired lid. The Autograss racer. He's also done a good amount of karting, but the Autograss is a unique headline on his bio. Certainly a interesting thing where we have some of these multi-discipline competitors. He was a Daytona TNL champion going back a few years, the 44-year-old Richard Danby. Has netted some positive results all over the karting map, and certainly he'd like to extend his run in the Kart Race of Champions by winning this F-Final, but Ben Paynes is going to be quite the adversary. It does look like Danby has the measure of Ben Paynes' pace. Paynes, who has his own fairly sizable trophy collection, owner of the Kinetic Racing team, Daytona Motorsport champion in his own right at the Tamworth branch. So both Paynes and Danby have dabbled in Daytona action. Oh goodness, Lee Lincoln Crowther with an ambitious lunge to the inside of Vito Dacris there. Scott Reville in fifth position for now. And taking up the rear there is Gavin Hill, who we saw having a pretty dramatic third and final heat a little bit earlier on in the day. You'll remember that he was in a pretty combative fight. Ooh, and Danby climbing the curbs there at Garda. Pushing hard here against Paynes. Only 8 minutes, of course, so not much time to play with. I do think maybe there'll be some merit to just sticking behind Paynes for a couple of more laps and making sure that Danby can't be closed in upon by the likes of Dacres and Lee Lincoln Crowther. But Danby, I think, feels like he has the pace edge over Ben Paynes. Wants to get that position made up as soon as possible. Vito Dacres has given himself some breathing room, so he's got a nice cushion now over Lee Lincoln Crowther and Scott Revel. Ben Paynes there making a little bit of an error coming out of paddock, and that's allowed Danby to close in massively. Danby had a much better run, but Paynes pulled the block. Of course, the net result of that will have been that they've held each other up and put themselves fractionally closer to the grasp of Vito Dacres. They've got to be careful not to cost themselves too much time. Danby with a very physical move there on Ben Paynes. That was ever so slightly aggressive there. And Paynes responds in kind with a lunge up at the second hairpin. They're still side by side now through the S's. And here comes Vito Dacres. It's 3 for the lead now. Danby's lost out. He's down to 3rd place. Dacres takes 2nd. Ben Paynes looks over the shoulder. Wait, where's the yellow helmet gone? Oh, there he is. He's over my left shoulder now because Vito Dacres is there in 2nd place. The 20 and the 21 side by side. And that 26 of Paynes continues to lead. Danby and Dacres getting very, very close indeed. Dacres uncompromising there. And Danby perhaps a little bit ambitious, trying to find a kart's width where it absolutely was never going to be. Lee Lincoln Crowther with a helmet imitating the Stig. He's going to have to do some work here to be top gear in this heat. Danby to the inside going through the S's, and he's got back past Vito Dacres, and that's allowed Lee Lincoln Crowther through as well. So Lee's now got 3rd place, and he fancies a go at 2nd. He has a go. He's cost himself and Richard Danby a bit of time there. And Danby signals saying, no, let's work together. All of this is working out hugely in favour of Ben Paynes, who started the lap half a second clear of the rest of the field, and that's going to be more like 2 seconds, yet 2 on the dot as they come across the line. Danby then in 2nd, Dacres back to 3rd. Never mind, because here comes Gavin Hill. Gavin Hill, who's been at the back, is now getting involved, and he's trying in vain to find a way through. Scott Revel annoyed there as he was run out of road. Vito Dacres trying to get back into P3, but he's lost out on the position, at least for the time being, to Lee Lincoln Crowther. Now with Richard Danby free of that battle, has he got the pace to close in on Ben Paynes and challenge for this F-final win to make it into the E-final? Less than 2 minutes to go, so there's not an abundance of time to work with here. Let's see what the margin is as they come across the line. 2.2, Paynes is extending the gap. I think Paynes is in the pound seat. He's going to have 2 more laps at the end of this one, so it's 3 to go at the moment. Lee Lincoln Crowther continues to run 3rd place. Dacres to his inside and takes that 3rd place away. Lee Lincoln Crowther cuts the nose off Gavin Hill, much to his disgust. You may be thinking, did I see another kart there in 7th place? No, I think that's one of the Butmore Park team dispatched out to deal with something on track. Oh, Lee Lincoln Crowther taking a fairly aggressive approach to the paddock bend, and unfortunately that did not pay off. He's dropped down then to the rear of the field. That's put Vito Dacres back to 3rd place as he's being pressured now by Gavin Hill for that final podium spot. Richard Danby again loses out on time to Ben Paynes, so Paynes is in control. 2 laps remaining, including the one they're on. Paynes looks secure in the lead. Danby looks secure in 2nd place. Vito Dacres and back, though. That could be any order, quite frankly. 20 seconds of racing left. Ben Paynes looking to try and net his place in the E-final, which he is well on the way to doing at present. Across the line they go to begin the final lap in the battle for third place, and it's Dacres from Hill. 3 wide because Scott Revel trying to get involved in it as well. Close run stuff there. Really compelling scrap, and it's currently going the way of Vito Dacres for third place as Lee Lincoln Crowther pushed back to the rear of the field. Dacres leads Hill. Ben Paynes is on his way to an F-final win and promotion into the E-final. Look, Ma, no hands, he says as he goes past the main building. He will win the race. And Richard Danby takes second. Ben Paynes has won. Danby second. Dacres just beats Gavin Hill to the line for third place in the final podium spot in the F-final. Impressive driving from Ben Paynes, though. Had a feeling that he might be the one to make it happen. They will now move very promptly into the E-final for the lightweights. It will be Morgan Lepela who starts this one from pole position, joined by Adam Barris on the front row. Again, a real testament, I feel, to just how strong the grid is, that people like Barris and Dhruv Suji, who's starting third, are in the E-final. I would have thought they'd be at least C-grade, C-final drivers at the least. But it will be Lepela from Barris from Suji, Grinspone, Beate Grinspone taking fourth place on the grid, Spencer Fitzgerald-Wolf to line up fifth aboard the number 8, Callum Bendelo, the number 2, taking sixth on the grid, Federico Contesi, the number 6, he will be driving, he's from 7th on the grid, Morgan Hill 8th aboard the number 5, Alex Galvani 9th aboard the number 7, 10th position Chrissy Harding, who will run in the number 1, Bailey Cameron starting 11th aboard the number 3, Zach Hassan 12th on the grid. Hassan will be explosive from that far back. I dare suggest he'll be making some positions. Jake Everest 13th, the number 10 kart, and then our winner of the F-final, Eric Prositovskis, looking to make it work from the rear, 14th on the grid for him. We are racing in the 8-minute E-final. Morgan Lepela and Adam Barris side by side through the first corners. It's going to be Lepela with the inside line, I think, that retains the position, but Barris gets a good run out of the first hairpin, with the outside line now beckoning for the second hairpin. Dhruv Suji has held third place in the early going. Is that Grinspone in fourth? I think it still is, yes. Galvani getting pushed out wide there, coming out of the S's down towards the Symes sweep. Morgan Lepela, though, in control at the front. Again, as with the F-finals, and going through to the end of the day, those that win will be promoted into the next final. So a spot on the D-final in the line here in this lightweights race. Morgan Lepela across the line to lead the first lap. Barris, Suji, Grinspone, Contesi and Harding, your top 6. Eric Prositovskis, the F-final graduate, up into 11th place already, and we know that he can do some good overtaking. We've seen that already. Let's see if the ambition works in his favour once more. Field scythes through then with 6.5 minutes left to go. There's been a change of lead. Adam Barris is up into the lead, and Dhruv Suji has made it up into second place as well. So unfortunately for Morgan Lepela, he's no longer in control. He's going to have to fight back here. Grinspone, meanwhile, is holding off Federico Contesi. Chrissy Harding running in 6th place. Galvani 7th, and then Zach Hassan, who's on the ascendancy. has moved up to 8th place already. Spencer Fitzgerald, Wolf and Jake Everest round out the 10 at the start-finish line. There's a switch potentially on for 5th place as Chrissy Harding trying to find her way by. But can't do it there. And that's kicked the door down, rather, for the 13 of Zach Hassan. Zach Hassan, I think, is up in 5th place. Yes, he is. From 8th at the start of the lap, he now runs 6th place rather than 5th, I should say. So Hassan has been the profiteer of some of those dramas. But the leading pack of 5 being led by Adam Barras. Dhruv Suji is trying to rally Morgan Leppelar to work together here to stay in touch with Adam Barras. Contesi and Beate Grinspone round out your overall top 5 for now. Barras for KRT Black will have just seen his heavyweight compatriot and team owner Ben Paynes win in the F final to promote himself into the E final for the heavyweight division. And Barras will be looking to replicate that form among the lightweights here. Dhruv Suji just ahead of Morgan Leppelar for the time being. Leppelar is subscribing to the theory that Suji can tow him towards Adam Barras. But with only 8 minutes of racing available and 4.5 of them to go, if Leppelar feels that he's quicker, he will not hang around. Barras was the fastest driver out there last time by. He set a new lap record for the race, 51.384. Chrissy Harding lent on a little bit there by Eric Sprositowskis, who continues his charge through. Harding has lost out there to Jake Everest. I believe this is the battle for P9. In fact, P8, I think it actually is at this stage. Sprositowskis getting stuck in the E final, having moved in from the F. Across the line goes Adam Barras to complete another lap, and Dhruv Suji gained about 0.02 of a second on Barras, but that is not going to cut the mustard. I dare say Morgan Leppelar will in very short order realise that Barras isn't really getting any closer and that he needs to make a move to try and win the final. Callum Bendelow, meanwhile, running in tandem there with Jake Everest and Eric Sprositowskis, who's come out on top of that exchange there. So Sprositowskis retaining 9th position for the time being. 14 of Adam Barras comes past the main building as your race leader still, and he looks like he really is in control. Morgan Leppelar in 2nd place, or rather, sorry, Dhruv Suji in 2nd place with Morgan Leppelar right there with him, and Federico Contesi has rather closed in, I would suggest. There's this battle for 5th place. Beate Grinspone has just lost out to Alex Galvani, actually, so Galvani up to P5. Grinspone down to 6th position with Zach Hassan right behind her. So 2 minutes and change left on the clock. Barras crossing the line and will have still around 0.8 over Dhruv Suji, who just isn't making the progress he needs to make on Barras to try and win this E-final. Has Morgan Leppelar got an answer to Suji to try and make it through into 2nd place? He's going for it at the 2nd hairpin. There he goes. And Dhruv Suji actually agrees with him there and says, you know what, you're right, I think you might be able to get him. I think that's the first time this weekend that I've seen Dhruv Suji say, you know what, I'm not going to go for the move, I'm going to sit behind you and see if we can make it happen. But it's all business once we get to the finals, the drivers galvanising to get the best result they possibly can. The last thing Tsuji wants to do is miss out on a podium entirely, of course, by scrapping with Lepelaar and allowing Federico Contesi into the picture. Now, the gap at the line that time was 0.939 between Barras and Lepelaar. They are on the penultimate lap of the race, so Lepelaar is going to have to find quite a chunk of time on this lap in order to catch Adam Barras. Barras has just set the best first sector of anyone, but Lepelaar immediately responds with the fastest first sector of the race. So Lepelaar is pushing here. He's going for qualifying laps to try and catch up Adam Barras for the win. It'll be one to go this time by. Lepelaar running low on time. He really could have done with clearing Tsuji a lap or two prior. There's the last lap board. The gap has gone down from 0.9 to 0.6 of a second. I think Barras has just about done enough here, but Morgan Lepelaar, I'm sure, is going to try and pull out the lap of his life. Through the hairpins they've gone for the final time. Lepelaar has quite clearly, visibly closed in just an iota more, but I don't think he's going to get close enough to Adam Barras. The KRT black driver at the front of the field. Through Garda Bend we go, and it's going to be a second win in as many heats for the KRT black team as Adam Barras comes across the line to win it. Barras wins the E final and thus promotion into the D final. Morgan Lepelaar takes second place. Griff Tsuji holds on to third ahead of Federico Contesi and Alex Galvani. And Zach Hassan, his ascendancy through the field ended at P6 ahead of Beate Grinsponi. Our graduate from the F final, Eric Prozatovskis, ultimately finishing in 13th position. Next up, it will be the E final for the heavyweights. So heavyweight E final is on. James Clare will be starting this one from pole position, ahead of a driver that I'm very surprised to see this low down, Jason Kirkham, in the E final. He's going to be really targeting a progression, I would feel. I think he knows that his pace has been better than that. It's just not quite stitched together in terms of results. So Kirkham second, Gianluca Benincasa third, and Christopher Tate in fourth. There in the 28, the 15, the 27 and the 18, the first four. Kevin Taylor-Beebe, the 17, is next in fifth place. In sixth position will be the number 25, piloted by Marco Grady. The 19, Josh Selway, starting from seventh ahead of the 22, Barry Lakes in eighth. Phil Jackson in ninth position aboard the 23. Greg Watt, the 26, in 10th place. Sam Bannister, the 21, in 11th. As we get ready to go racing, we are racing. And James Clare it is that leads them off into the first corner. Anthony Deverill and Ben Paynes, of course, at the back of the field. Ben Paynes, our graduate from the heavyweight F final. Let's see what he can do now up against the E final competitors. The 21 there, Sam Bannister, receiving a bit of a tag. Ben Paynes in the 24 Kart to the inside of a couple of them there, trying to make headway in the early going. I do feel that Paynes has the potential on paper here to get up the field quite some way, but of course, working your way through a field can be very tricky business. It's Clare from Kirkham at the front of the field. Jason Kirkham aboard the number 15 machine. Kirkham will be targeting that progression, as will the likes of Gianluca Benincasa behind. It is not Benincasa in third place, though. Marco Grady has had a very good first lap, and he's now up into third place. They're three wide further back there, going through Conways and Henrys. Among them there is Greg Watt, with his distinctive yellow race suit, the number 26. Josh Selway and a host of others fighting for space that isn't particularly there. Ben Paynes came across the line in 11th, and I think he has gained a little again through that first sector. We'll see where he is across the line. James Clare it is who leads the way. Jason Kirkham in second place. Third position under contest as Marco Grady is trying to hold off Christopher Tate. Or rather, sorry, Barry Lakes it is aboard the 22 now in fourth position. Gianluca Benincasa falling through the field then, down in fifth place. Barry Lakes to the inside of Marco Grady. Lakes, another one of those drivers who showed some real promise in the heats, and someone else who I maybe would have expected to see a bit further up than the E-final. And so Barry Lakes up into third for now. Can he give chase to James Clare and Jason Kirkham? Clare looks across the shoulder and sees that Jason Kirkham is right there with him. And I think Kirkham there just signalling that he wants to work with Clare for now and worry about fighting for the lead later. There was some side-by-side action there further back, and Ben Paynes, who started the lap in 7th, has made up yet another position to now be 6th. So Ben Paynes, who, as I remind you, started at the back and graduated from the F final, is doing well here in the E final. I thought that his pace would have suggested more than an F final starting position, and here he goes now, trying to break the E final top 5 up against Christopher Tate. Tate with the yellow and red helmet, holding off Paynes for now. Clare and Kirkham running 1-2 in tandem for now. Just coming up on halfway through this race. I think for someone like Ben Paynes to try and challenge for a podium here, he's going to need to get past Christopher Tate very quickly, because Tate and himself are just falling off the top 5 a little bit, and in fact Paynes has gone for the inside there, going into the first corner, and he's got it done. There you can see it, I just clocked it out of the window. Ben Paynes made the move. He's up into 5th position. He's going to go podium hunting. I think with half of the final left to go, 4 minutes left to go, challenging for a victory is probably just a slight bit ambitious, but a top 3 finish, I think that's very much on the cards. James Clare and Jason Kirkham are, as we said, working together, but Barry Lakes is closing in on them both. He set the fastest lap of the race last time by a 51.917, which is a good chunk of time, 3 or 4 tenths quicker than either Clare or Kirkham have gone, and Lakes has just set yet another fastest lap of the race, a 51.8. As he closes in on the top 2, it is now effectively a 3-way battle at the front. I don't think Marco Grady is immune to joining that one either, especially if Clare and Kirkham start to battle. And I think Jason Kirkham has looked over the shoulder, seen the proximity of Barry Lakes increasing, and has decided he needs to go for it, but it's too late for that, because there goes Barry Lakes. Kirkham has allowed Lakes through. Barry Lakes looking to try and promote himself here into the D final with a win in the E. They'll come across the line, separated by just a couple of tenths. And Jason Kirkham has kind of backed out of it a little bit, I think, in third place. James Clare feels the need to go defensive. 2.5 minutes left to go. The clock is running down. Barry Lakes is squeezing out James Clare. James Clare not particularly impressed with that, it must be said, but it is Barry Lakes to the front. I think that was fair driving, really. I've seen much more egregious things down there at the first hairpin today. The top 3 bounce across the curbs. They're followed by Marco Grady in 4th, who is closing. Ben Paynes, the only other driver in the 51s, as Kirkham goes for 2nd place and gets the better of James Clare. So Clare has gone from 1st to 3rd, over the course of that lap. And now Jason Kirkham has the not insignificant task of trying to pursue Barry Lakes. Claire just signalled to Kirkham that he's not going to go for it. I don't know if Kirkham actually saw that signal. But does Kirkham have the outright pace to hunt down Barry Lakes in the time that's left? There will be 2 more laps at the end of this one. Mark O'Grady is there with them, hunting for a podium now, with James Clare getting ever closer. Ben Paynes rounds out the top 5. There's O'Grady to the inside of Clare. That's 3rd place then to Mark O'Grady. O'Grady up onto the podium. James Clare, unfortunately, has started to fade here in the back half of this E-final. Clare now trying to fight back around the outside at Conway's, but can't get that done. If those two start to fight, of course, Ben Paynes may yet have a chance at an E-final podium. They exchange positions again as they go through the hairpins, and Mark O'Grady folds off in front of James Clare. Paynes and Chris Tate not a million miles back if things start to get intense. This is the penultimate lap of the race. Jason Kirkham set the best first sector of anybody on this lap, but unfortunately lost just a few hundredths through sector 2. I think that Barry Lakes' pace is a bit too much for him to deal with in the time that remains. Barry Lakes has 1 lap between himself and E-final victory, and of course with it a promotion to the D-final. Kirkham running 2nd, trying to give chase. Meanwhile, in 3rd position, Mark O'Grady continues to just hold off James Clare. Clare trying to look to the inside of Mark O'Grady through the 2nd hairpin. O'Grady not quite secure, to put it lightly. James Clare may have a look down there towards paddock, but no, not close enough. Barry Lakes looks over the shoulder, sees that Kirkham still is maybe 3 or 4 kart lengths back, and he knows he's going to win the E-final. Barry Lakes through Cafe Curve for the final time and across the line to win the E-final. Oh, and very close for the podium at the end there. Mark O'Grady and James Clare into each other, and Mark O'Grady just about wins it. James Clare for 4th place. Ben Paynes, who graduated from the F-final, takes a top 5 finish in the E-final. I think he could be pretty happy with that. Christopher Tate in 6th, Josh Selway in 7th, Greg Watt taking 8th place out of Bannister and Benincasa. Gianluca Benincasa, of course, who should be the first and only driver this weekend to win a race going backwards in his 3rd heat earlier on in the day. Next up, it is the D-final for the lightweights division, and it's going to be Tom Shipman starting this one from the pole position. Tom Shipman for Quick Finishers Racing. He's had a pretty entertaining set of races, I would say. In all of the heats he was battling. Now he's got this opportunity in the number 1 car from pole position to fight at the front, and I do think it could be quite a scrappy D-final looking at the cast of characters we have. Vessel Vanten is alongside him on the front row, in the 4 car. 3rd place Bond 2 in the number 6. He's joined by the 7, Warren Turvey, on row 2 of the grid. Dylan Houghton, the 13, is next alongside Andrew Strike. Only 6th for Andrew Strike after a variety of dramas in his heats, and I think he could be one to watch from P6. The rest of the field surging towards the first corner along with that front 6. Vessel Vanten, I think it was, that got the best start, but Tom Shipman does lead as they head towards the 2nd hairpin. Someone off track there a bit further back. It's Shipman from Vanten, the top 2. You can see there further back the likes of Jasper Fitzgerald-Wolf trying to make up some positions. I think Kieran McEwen had a good start as well from 10th on the grid. Ooh, and a bit physical there further back. There was a spin for at least 2 karts there. Just the one actually that spun, but I didn't quite catch the number on that. Someone, though, having a bit of a moment. We'll catch who that is as they come across the line. Of course, Adam Barras, who started in 14th position, he's the E-final graduate, so we'll keep an eye on his progress here. Indeed, on the first lap, he's made up 3 places. He's up to 11th place. The driver that got spun out, unfortunately, was Jasper Fitzgerald-Wolf, the sign speed driver, down to P14. Tom Shipman leading the way then. Vessel Vanton, Bond 2, and Dylan Houghton, the top 4. Warren Turvey ahead of Andrew Strike, 5th and 6th. Strike there, interestingly, signalling to Warren Turvey that he wants to work together, but I would think that of the two, Andrew Strike would have the pace advantage under normal circumstances. Perhaps I am mistaken. Vessel Vanton to the inside of Shipman for the lead. Tom Shipman, who was very understated, I would suggest, when I spoke to him at the start of the weekend about his own hopes, but boy would he love to get promoted into the C final. The leading 4 together into the first hairpin. Bond 2 aboard the number 6 there, trying to get past Vessel Vanton, but Vanton remains in 2nd place. The 13, Dylan Houghton, rounding out the top 4. In 5th place it is Eduardo Favia, who's just gotten past Warren Turvey. So Favia's gotten past Turvey, and Andrew Strike, unfortunately, lost out to Favia as well on that previous lap. There's been a black flag dished out to Barry Morris. So Barry Morris, currently 11th position, is going to have to serve a penalty. Dylan Houghton moved up to 3rd position there and signals to Bond 2 that he wants to try and get up to the leaders in tandem with Bond 2. Eduardo Favia then, now up in 5th place. Just set a personal best first sector, an ultimate best first sector of anybody in the race. I think he could be a factor for the podium. He's looking quick. Shipman, Vanton, Houghton, Bond 2, the top 4. Vanton right on the back of Shipman. They've been close together all race long. When will the dam break? Will Shipman be able to hold on, or will he continue to hold off those behind him? Dylan Houghton, who's been on the ascendancy from the word go, lurking there in 3rd place. Shipman continues to lead, and there goes Houghton. Houghton is through into 2nd place. Vessel Vanton losing out there from a good run by the 13 driver. And Eduardo Favia. Favia has got through into 3rd place. He passed Bond 2 at the end of the previous lap, and now he's into podium position. Eduardo Favia felt like a name that we'd see come through the field in this D final for the lightweights, and we're seeing that come to pass already. Favia runs into 2nd. He's gotten past Dylan Houghton as well. Favia is really pushing on, and Tom Shipman may not know it yet, but he's got a new combatant behind him. I'm sure he'll look over the shoulder shortly and see that it's someone else. In fact, never mind. He can see the helmet because he's lost the lead. It is Favia to the front, and Houghton has followed him through into 2nd place. Vessel Vanton is into 3rd place as well. So poor Tom Shipman started the lap as your leader and ends the first half of the lap in 4th place. Favia got it done down there into the first corner. And Favia has really carved his way through this in an admirable fashion. I've been very impressed with that effort. Here they go, down towards the first corner yet again. Favia from Houghton, from Vanton, and then Shipman and Bond 2, and also the number 9 of Adam Barras having a battle here. And Barras, our graduate from the E final, has got into 4th place here in the D final. Shipman is down to 5th position. He'll feel quite hard done by how these last couple of laps have played out. But what about Adam Barras? He has snuck up there Pavia, Houghton and Vanton, the top three, and Adam Barras may yet join the party, fighting for the podium places. Shipman side by side with Andrew Strike, I think that is, that's now challenging for 5th position. In fact, no, Bontu and Andrew Strike both getting past Shipman, who's gone down from 1st to 7th in 2 laps, unfortunately. Oh, and a bit of a strike there between Shipman and Bontu, and Shipman gets himself back up to 6th place at least. Now, Andrew Strike, I feel, is one of the quicker drivers in this heat. Can he, in clear track, hunt down the top 4? We've only got 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock, so we will be starting the penultimate lap this time by, 2 to go. Who will win the D final? Who will promote themselves, therefore, into the C final? Oh, Shipman, I think, was challenging Andrew Strike there. So for all of my hype as to Andrew Strike maybe getting involved in the top 5 battle, never mind, he's fighting with Bontu and Tom Shipman. Move for 2nd place, Vessel Vanton gets himself past Dylan Houghton. The 4 is through. And into 2nd place, Adam Barras is keeping a watching brief as well from P4. Eduardo Favia looks fairly comfortable in the lead, and I think Houghton and Vanton have kind of held each other up a little bit over the last couple of laps. There goes Adam Barras. Barras onto the podium. A podium in the D final after graduating from the E would be a huge showing. Indeed, it was a bit of an exasperated look, wasn't it, from Vessel Vanton, or from Dylan Houghton, I should say, as his KRT teammate went past him there. But Adam Barras has shown a fair lick of speed here, and on merit is up there in 3rd spot. We're on the last lap of the race, and Eduardo Favia looks set to win in the D final. Vessel Vanton holding on to 2nd place, but there's a change for 3rd. Dylan Houghton gets the better of Adam Barras, which I don't think Adam Barras particularly loved. No, he didn't. He sides back up there, and Houghton actually gave the place back there. I think he felt that move wasn't quite fair. Either way, Eduardo Favia is going to be our race winner. He sees the checkered flag. He secures promotion in the sign speed entry to the C final for the lightweights. We'll see him on the back of that grid. The rest of our podium, Vessel Vanton and Adam Barras, promoted from the E final. Barras takes P3 and the fastest lap of the race in the D final. What could have happened for Adam Barras had he had a slightly better run of the luck in the heat races, I wonder, because he's certainly had pace beyond the situation we've seen him in here. Dylan Houghton takes 4th ahead of Andrew Strike, and we saw there further down the order the likes of Tom Shipman, our pole sitter, who could only manage 7th ultimately, and then of course further back down the order others such as Toby Hazel and Warren Turvey, who after running fairly high up early on rounded out the top 10. Okay, in a few seconds time then we'll see the next heat out there on the circuit. Just give us a few moments. So then, next up, it is the D final for the heavyweights. It will be Cale Simmons starting this one from pole position. Jennifer Tompkins on the front row, looking to try and secure promotion for the Rasio Draig, the Racing Dragons of Wales. Caelan Beddoe will start from third position aboard the 24 kart, while Michael Bowles will be on the 18 machine in fourth. Alan Joseph Shortall for fifth position, the 19, and William Woods, the number 26, rounding out the first three rows. In seventh position, it'll be Ezekiel James. And in eighth place on the grid, Reno DeMarco, the 27. Dan Wright will be next on the grid, with Harry Gurney, Adrian Perez, Sam Grayson, and the graduate from the E-final, Barry Lakes, rounding out the field. So, another 8-minute race in prospect in the D final. And Cale Simmons representing Paragon, alongside Jennifer Tompkins on the front row. We saw Tompkins really getting stuck in that last heat a little bit earlier on. Let's see what comes of this one. We're underway in the D final for the heavyweights. Jennifer Tompkins with the best start by the looks of it. I think it was Tompkins in the lead as they turned through the first corners. Tompkins, Simmons, the top two. In fact, Michael Bowles up to second place, and up on the curb there was Caelan Beddoe. Caelan Beddoe ambitious there on the apex of the second hairpin, still side by side as they head through the S's with Michael Bowles, but I think Bowles will ultimately come out in third, or rather, sorry, Caelan Beddoe will come out in third, as we can see at the back of shot. It's Tompkins from Bowles the first two. It's been a bit of a shocker of a first lap, unfortunately, for Cale Simmons in the 16. Is he down in fifth position, perhaps? I think it's something like that. It's worse than that, actually. Cale Simmons isn't there. He got through the first two sectors and has gone missing in the third. He's in the pits. I think something might be wrong with Cale Simmons' 16, unfortunately. That's a big shame. Oh, the 24, Caelan Beddoe again on the attack at the second hairpin, now trying to lean on Ezekiel James. James, who moves up to P4, the Malaysian racer. Tompkins it is then who leads, Bowles in second. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Caelan Beddoe. Well, it was a bit of a gap back to Caelan Beddoe in third, but that's shifted a bit now, hasn't it? Because William Woods is up into third, and Ezekiel James followed him into fourth. So Tompkins from Bowles from Beddoe, your top three. Tompkins from Bowles from Woods, your top three, or not, because here comes Ezekiel James for third place at the first hairpin. Ezekiel James gets it done. James, who had a pole position for the third and final heat of his day, as I recall. Got some scrappy racing in there and was swallowed up by some of the real hot shots, but held to a good account and is now, oh, actually, I think letting William Woods through there, I think that was. So William Woods is back through into third place, and Ezekiel James trying to make it work around the outside. Caelan Beddoe watching all of this, and I think feeling like the pace is there, but can't get it done. Oh, contact! Contact! Did they all get through there? William Woods did hold on, but there was a big sideways moment for Woods as Ezekiel James tagged the rear. And that all rather confused and exasperated Caelan Beddoe by the looks of it. Ezekiel James down to fifth place then, just ahead of the 19, Alan Joseph Shortall. Dan Wright aboard the 20. He's just behind Shortall, having moved up into seventh place. At the front of the field, Jennifer Tompkins is doing an admirable job here of simply controlling proceedings. Ezekiel James, I think, getting under the skin a little bit of Caleb Beddoe, who's trying to plead the case that they need to try and work together and not let the podium drivers slip away. But it's not really getting through to Ezekiel James by the looks of it. Tompkins continues to lead as we continue to watch Beddoe and James scrap it out, and Ezekiel James really never gives up on the opportunities. Tried to hold on around the outside, but got shown nothing but curb and grass for his troubles. Jennifer Tompkins still leading the way here. Has Bowles got enough pace in the locker to maybe try and make a challenge? The fastest driver on circuit is actually William Woods, who just set a 51.840, and that is 4/10 to 5/10 quicker than both of the parties ahead. So I think William Woods is still a bit of a dark horse here for the win if he can continue in that fashion. At the very least, second place. Beddoe, I think, just pointed at the pit lane while making eye contact with Ezekiel James. I think Caleb Beddoe is a little bit frustrated, and indeed there is a black flag for Ezekiel James. So Ezekiel is going to have to hit the pit road this time. Caleb Beddoe P4, shaking the head. And has Ezekiel seen that warning yet? No, I think this will be his first time past it, so he acknowledges it. He'll be in the pits, I suspect, this time by. Jennifer Tompkins and Michael Bowles continue to fly in formation at the front. We saw a move there just, or an attempted move from Dan Wright, but Alan Joseph Shortall remains ahead of him in 6th position. Barry Lakes is behind them, the driver that won the E-final. Has made it up to P8 so far. I think that might be the ceiling unless things get a bit scrappy between Dan Wright and Alan Joseph Shortall. Jennifer Tompkins heads past the main building with the gap shrinking between herself and Bowles. Was that a slightly off-piste lap from Jennifer Tompkins? Yeah, 52.453, so a couple of tenths off her best, while Michael Bowles has suddenly found some pace and a 51.928 last time by, half a second gained on Jennifer Tompkins, and William Woods was yet faster still. So I think Jennifer Tompkins is going to have to drive elbows out here. There will be 2 laps to go this time by. Tompkins looks over the shoulder, sees that Bowles is now right there, and perhaps also sees William Woods bearing down. Tompkins going defensive there, and oh dear, Michael Bowles very, very wide indeed. He drops back to 3rd place. William Woods then is into 2nd. Woods, the fastest driver so far on 1 lap pace. Caleb Beddoe runs 4th. Now that he's clear of the scrap with Ezekiel James, he's matching the pace of William Woods. Can he try and make a salvage drive for a podium in the last 2 laps? Barry Lakes actually just set the fastest lap of the race, so he's on the go as well, across the line in 7th. Tompkins continues to lead the way. Woods and Bowles follow. Caleb Beddoe still with an outside shot here of challenging. Clock running out on this race. We'll be starting the final lap this time by. Jennifer Tompkins a bit too defensive there into paddock, cost herself some momentum, but squeezes William Woods out. A little tiny touch of contact between the two of them. Tompkins remains ahead. Here comes Michael Bowles, back up to 2nd place, takes advantage of the situation, gets back ahead of William Woods. It's the final lap of the D final. Graduation to the C final is at stake. Jennifer Tompkins leads the way. A bit of a gesticulation there from Michael Bowles as William Woods has gotten back past, but Bowles gets through, and here comes Kaylin Beddoe. Kaylin Beddoe has just gone from 4th to 2nd in one fell swoop as Woods and Bowles fight each other, and then Bowles goes back to Kaylin Beddoe. I think that Michael Bowles and William Woods, they are wearing their gloves, but they are off, hypothetically speaking. Jennifer Tompkins in amongst all of that, his home free, I think, now to lead. Never mind, that was a mighty move from Michael Bowles. Michael Bowles from yards back somehow takes the lead. Jennifer Tompkins retaliates in kind, but it's going to be the 18 that leads it. There's barriers all over the circuit. It's getting very intense, and it's going to be Michael Bowles that takes the win, just clear of Jennifer Tompkins by a 10th. Kaylin Beddoe secured the final spot on the podium there at the end in a drag race with William Woods and Dan Wright rounding out the top 5, having just gotten past Alan Joseph Shortall at the end. Barry Lakes, our graduate from the E final, takes 7th in the D final. But that was an aggressive and quite abrasive conclusion to our D final, which is ultimately won by Michael Bowles for Team Apex. So then, we now move into the C finals, and therefore we move into 10-minute races, and we start with the first of the races of the finals section for the juniors. So the juniors not quite as populated as some of the other classes, therefore just the C, B and A finals for them. And it'll be Emil Norman who starts from pole position in this C final. Emil Norman, who I feel will be pretty quick in this one. Jana Tranchit lining up 2nd. Stanley Donaldson for 3rd place aboard the number 6. Then it's Cooper Campbell leads 4th. Clara Boyce in 5th. Harrison Holt, Athena Kubitsky and the 8th place car, Mark Lundy, rounding out the order as we get this race started. Jana Tranchit not getting the best of starts there, unfortunately. Stanley Donaldson side by side and going around the outside at the first hairpin. Can't quite get that done. Tranchit holds on to 2nd place for now. Climbing the curbs, meanwhile, is Cooper Campbell. Cooper Campbell leads up into 3rd position. But it's Emil Norman, the pole sitter, who got the ideal start and leads them away through the first lap. Emil Norman, who we saw show some pretty impressive pace in the last heat earlier on. Wouldn't mind betting that Emil would be seeded as favourite. Indeed, of course, as pole sitter literally was seeded as favourite for this race. Some moves going on there further back. That was Athena Kubitsky and Mark Lundy getting past Clara Boyce, who drops down to the rear of the field for the time being. Clara will look to retaliate in kind. 7-hour drive down here from Preston for Clara Boyce and her mum. Do they want to beat the motorway traffic, or do they want to be in the B final? It's a tough call. Emil Norman aboard that 13 with an 8/10 lead across the line last time, and has proceeded to get another half second or so, I think, together on this lap. So Norman building a buffer over Jana Tranchit in 2nd place. Tranchit, who's 3 years into racing, first time racing here in the UK. Stanley Donaldson to the inside line there on Cooper Campbell-Lees. That's third position then, briefly, for Stanley Donaldson, as Cooper Campbell-Lees launches across the curbs to say, absolutely not, I want my third place back. And Harrison Holt says, I'll take fourth while you're at it. Stanley Donaldson then down to P5. Through Paddock Bend they go once again. 7.5 minutes left of this slightly longer 10-minute race. Of course, you remember the heats were 12 minutes, the lower finals 8, and now we're up into the 10 minutes. Racers will progress up in length from here. Look to the inside there from Harrison Holt for third place on Cooper Campbell-Lees, I think we just saw. And yeah, they are. They're side by side. Harrison Holt up into third, trying to plead his case with Cooper Campbell-Lees that he feels he can lead them up to Jana Tranchit in second place. Let's see if his theory proves correct, and let's see if Cooper Campbell-Lees is willing to play that game. Scrubbed a bit too much speed off there at the Paddock Bend, did Cooper Campbell-Lees. You can tell just losing that kart length or two as a result of that, just driving a bit too aggressively at the wheel. Now has Stanley Donaldson right on the bumper. Cooper looks over the shoulder, sees Stanley Donaldson there, they collide just going onto the brakes. And they both managed to stay on the right direction, but you saw that slide from both parties. Both slamming on the brakes as they clipped each other. They both did quite well to keep that in the direction that they were intending. Emil Norman powers out and past the main building here. Through the cafe curve they go once again. Onto the main straight, known as the Sicily Straight. Emil Norman has kept an advantage of about 1.5 seconds going over Jana Tranchit, but actually Tranchit found a little more speed last time by, took the gap down to 1.1 seconds, set her best lap of the race with a 51.337. Still half the race to go. Can Jana Tranchit rally and try and claim the win here for a promotion into the B final? Harrison Holt is going to also be interested in doing much the same from third position. Just set the fastest lap of the race last time by and is once again on a quick lap. This time I think may improve on the fastest lap again. Not quite actually, lost some time in the final sector did Harrison Holt. But Emil Norman is definitely being roped in somewhat by Jana Tranchit. Tranchit steers it into the second hairpin. See some of those bumps there over that second hairpin, a pretty abrasive apex there. And there's been a closing once again between Stanley Donaldson and Cooper Campbell-Lees. Fina Kubicki, incidentally, I think has just come into the pits for a black flag serving, and yes, has now done so. So Kubicki, unfortunately, her day is ending on a low light with that penalty. Now well off the rest of the pack, and Clara Boyce in 7th. Donaldson stalking Cooper Campbell-Lees in that 4th and 5th place battle. Looks like Cooper is able to carry a lot more speed through Henry's in particular. Seems to close up there. There was 4 tenths between them at the start-finish line, and that's all ebbed away now. The gap between Norman and Tranchit expanded back out slightly on the previous lap as well, the top two. Tranchit now 1.2 seconds back, but was fractionally quicker through both the first 2 sectors. So we'll see if that gap has come down again between the 1st and 2nd place karts, as Stanley Donaldson, Lees and Cooper, so Stanley Donaldson and Cooper Campbell-Lees were I think side by side there for fourth place. Cooper Campbell-Lees remains in P4. Side by side between Campbell-Lees and Donaldson. Donaldson leans a little bit on Cooper Campbell-Lees there, but Cooper holds on. Both of them misusing the track limits a little bit, and that's allowed Mark Lundy and Clara Boyce into consideration, and Lundy has moved up to 5th place at the expense of Stanley Donaldson as those two were coming to blows up ahead. There's your top 3, fairly evenly spread out and relatively tranquil in comparison to what's going on from 4th to 7th places. Campbell-Lees will cross the line with 3 other karts right with him. Indeed. There's the 6 of Donaldson to his inside. A bit of a bump there from behind from Clara Boyce as well. And Campbell-Lees has gone from 4th at the start of the lap to P6. And I think Stanley Donaldson a little bit ambitious in trying to suggest that everyone now goes to trying to chase the next kart, given the next kart is 6 seconds up the road and they've got 2 laps of racing to go. Unfortunately, Stanley, I think everyone's going to keep fighting right until the end of the race at this point. In fact, Campbell-Lees is back through to 4th place. Well, we missed quite how that one happened, but Cooper's somehow ended up back in 4th place. Donaldson 5th, Lundy 6th and Boyce 7th. But it's changed again. Cooper Campbell-Lees there, I think, seemed to lose momentum going through Conways and Henrys for one reason or another, and now it's Mark Lundy to 4th. Never mind, there comes Cooper Campbell-Lees back in and back through to 4th place. A ding-dong dice here for the 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th positions in this C final. Emil Norman looks to be in control for the lead. Jana Tranchit may be coming under some pressure here for 2nd place as they go on to the final lap. Tranchit looks over the shoulder and sees that Harrison Holt is getting closer. There's your 4th place battle. Cooper Campbell-Lees still just about in front of Mark Lundy. Lundy tries to set up for a nice slingshot towards the heavy braking zone of the first hairpin. Campbell-Lees goes defensive. Boyce gets pushed back to the rear of the queue. And Stanley Donaldson side by side with Clara Boyce. It looks like Cooper Campbell-Lees may have control now. Just a kart length or so in it now between Campbell-Lees and Mark Lundy. At the front, Emil Norman is clear. Oh, Jana Tranchit may have just made a bit of an error there, going over defensive and scrubbing off some speed. Harrison Holt trying to get to 2nd place, but Emil Norman wins the C final. Jana Tranchit takes 2nd and Harrison Holt does take 3rd, so Tranchit didn't quite lose out ultimately. Cooper Campbell-Lees 4th position, Mark Lundy 5th, Stanley Donaldson taking 6th place ahead of Clara Boyce, and then unfortunately Athena Kubitsky 8th position after that black flag. Not the end to her day that she wanted, but there's the results on screen. Emil Norman will therefore be promoted into the B final. It'll be interesting to see how Emil can do from that position. Jana Tranchit 2nd place and just holding off Harrison Holt at the end. Next up then it will be another C final, this time around for the lightweights. Neil Durrant, pole position for this, the lightweight C final. Thomas Shaw alongside there in the 15 and the 16 karts respectively. Caden Edwards-Cove for third position. The Vertice Racing entry, the number 20. The 19, Robert Crawford, is next, fourth place. Then Ties Vibelink in the 25, fifth. Sixth place for Luis Apiaget. Lewis Cook, seventh. Robbie Pecci, eighth. Ivan Sana in ninth. Andrea Sansoni rounding out the top 10. And keep an eye from the back of the field on Eduardo Favia, who of course graduated from the D final just a few moments ago. Neil Durrant it is who leads through the early stages, the 15 at the front. Thomas Shaw and Caden Edwards-Cove side by side for second place. Cove on the outside at the second hairpin. Oh, almost three wide there through that section. Neil Durrant looks over the shoulder and sees that everyone is still there. Didn't really get much of a gap together. Oh, and out wide with a bit of a shove, I think, Caden Edwards-Cove, and that's going to drop him outside of the top 5. That's unfortunate for Caden. He's going to have some work to do then from this point onwards. Back up into third place as a result then is Robert Crawford. Crawford in P3, Tace Vibelink in P4, and Luis Apiaget rounding out the 5 as they start the second lap. Defensive line from Neil Durrant at the front of the queue. And all a shuffle behind him. Thomas Shaw remains in second. Tace Vibelink and Luis Apiaget side by side for P4. Apiaget, I think, may have got that done. Oh, maybe not. Through the S's, they lean on each other. And a bit of a bump there to Apiaget from Lewis Cook may have actually helped Apiaget a little bit. Apiaget up into fourth position. They're going well beyond the track limits there a little bit further back. I think that was Ivan Sana who was very, very off track indeed on the number 21. Top 3 have broken away from Tace Vibelink in fourth position. So Durrant, Shaw and Crawford are perhaps in a comfortable position. Oh, 3 wide somehow goes through the first hairpin. Eduardo Favia, that is, who's managed to move up to fifth position, only briefly. But Favia making it work and trying to move up the field, of course, with the ambition of progressing from D final to C final and then into B. I think that might be a bit unrealistic, and that was a bit too much pressuring there from Neil Durrant, trying to close the door on Thomas Shaw. And somehow everyone stayed in the right direction. Somehow Robert Crawford has ended up as the leader. Durrant down to second, Vibelink in third, Thomas Shaw down to fourth place after getting his nose cut off. But Vibelink is now in that lead queue. Fifth position goes to Robbie Pecci, meanwhile, who's trying to convince the troops behind to march in formation, and I'm afraid I don't think that's happening. Favia and Samuel Essery there just rubbing against each other as they go through the S's. But the top 4, Crawford, Durrant, Vibelink. Vibelink goes for second place. Oh, wow, okay. I think it's already descending into a little bit of aggression. And indeed, Thomas Shaw there, you saw tap the back of Neil Durrant as if to say, I remember that you blocked me off quite intensely just over a lap ago. An eye for an eye, as some may say. Robert Crawford leads, and with Vibelink, Durrant and Shaw getting scrappy behind, he might be able to clear off Robert Crawford. They turn through the S's once again. And now down through the Syme Sweep, Pullmans and the Paddock Bend. Bouncing across the curb, up Damon Hill and then on to Garda. A curve with 5.5 minutes left to go. Robert Crawford in a strong position, but Tace Vibelink has somewhat secured his second place, at least in the immediate future, with Durrant and Shaw, I think, perhaps preoccupied with each other in third and fourth place. Robbie Petrie also getting involved in that third place scrap in the 22. KRT black entry, Robbie Petrie. Eduardo Favia, meanwhile, has dropped to the rear of the field, unfortunately. A black flag. So our D final winner not going to be able to achieve any heroics in the C final. The 22, Robbie Petrie up the inside of Thomas Shaw. That's Petrie up to fourth place, Shaw down to P5. Petrie fancies a podium at the very least here. Last time by, he was a bit off his pace. Rihanna Percox and Lewis Apiaget ended up 12th and 13th on that last lap. I think there may have been a coming together. And indeed, Lewis Apiaget has just received a black flag. So I think I can infer that those two had an incident and that Lewis Apiaget was judged to be at fault. There they are, well off the pack. And actually, there's some debris down there. Didn't quite clock what that was, but there's some debris off of one of the karts down at paddock. I'm sure it's been swept away by the field now. Apiaget will see his black flag warning this time, and another black flag has been dished out to Andrea Sansoni. Sansoni, who comes across the line in 7th place. Robert Crawford is in a little bit of danger because Thijs Wibbelink has closed in fairly significantly. The gap is around 2/10 between the leader and second place now. I get the impression that Wibbelink was just storing something in the pocket and is now ready to unfurl with 3 minutes and 10 left to go. Neil Durrant remains in that third position. That's Robbie Petrie right with him. Petrie, who has the fastest lap of the race to his name, a 50.921. Sansoni and Apiaget have both made their visits to the pits, incidentally, for the black flag, and I think Apiaget ended up not resuming the race from there. Apiaget has not come back out on the circuit. There's your leading pair down through Paddock Bend. Crawford, I think, feeling that pressure from Wibbelink. Can he hold on to try and win this C final and progress into the B final? Will Thijs Wibbelink, the Dutchman, finds a little bit of magic to move through into the next stage. Wibbelink, another one of those talent factory drivers, of which there are quite a number here in the paddock this weekend. Petrie has got past Neil Durrant, hasn't he? He's up into third place, and actually looks like he could be closing in quite rapidly on the leaders. We're into the final 90 seconds, and it is 3 for the lead, because Robbie Petrie, having moved into third place, just set the fastest first sector of anybody, has been on a bit of a qualifying lap here. And it is 3 for the lead. Petrie looking to the outside of Thijs Wibbelink here. Don't rule out Neil Durrant or Thomas Shaw either, incidentally, because as these 3 at the front battle, they've closed in. It's 5 for the lead. Thijs Wibbelink goes for the lead. Up the inside at the second hairpin, trying to squeeze out Robert Crawford, but Crawford tries to hang it round the outside, then the inside for the S's. He gets a helpful bump from Robbie Petrie. That's going to put Crawford back to the front, at least for now. Wibbelink just holds on to second, or does he? Because Petrie and Durrant are all there with him. Oh, and a big lunge to the inside from Petrie there, a block pass if ever I've seen one. And running out of space, premium space, and too many karts for it. will begin the final lap this time. Crawford has a nice lead, a cushion of maybe 3 kart lengths over Petchy. Vibelink in 3rd place, Shaw in 4th, Durrant in 5th. Is Crawford home free, or can Petchy get there? Vibelink goes defensive up against Shaw, who's gotten past Durrant on that previous lap. In 6th place is Samuel Essery. Crawford up over the curbs. And now heading. Oh, and a big hit there between Vibelink and Petchy. Who's come out in 2nd place? It will be Petchy. At the front, it's going to be Robert Crawford to win the C final, to progress to the B final. And Petchy does hold on to 2nd. Vibelink takes 3rd. Neil Durrant 4th. And Thomas Shaw in 5th place. 2 seconds in it among the top 5. 4 tenths in it from 2nd to 5th. Samuel Essery, a fairly lonely race, leads him to 6th position. Eduardo Favia only just crossed the line down in 12th place after his black flag. And Rihanna Percox recovering to 11th after her tangle with Louis Apiaget. Out onto the circuit goes the C final for the heavyweights. There are, without any heavyweight related puns, some heavy hitters in this one. Jordan Bolton will be starting from pole position, the number 9. Then it is Cameron Dass, the number 5, the driver with the most diverse record here this weekend, having raced F4 and then F3 level cars in the past. Cameron Dass starting from the front row. Barry Lewis in 3rd, the Vertice Racing driver. Justin Elliott next, 4th position. Ben Ritchie's in 5th place, the number 14. Then David Hearn, the number 4, in 6th. He could be one to watch. Megan Quirk in 7th. Aboard the number 8. Freddie Vinskill in 8th position. 6th on the grid. On the 6th kart in 8th position. Terry Ewan, the number 12, in 9th. Carl Stevens, the number 7, in 10th. Nathan Parker, Lewis Ashforth et al. At the rear of the field. Of course, the number 1 being driven by Jennifer Tompkins, who graduated from the C final in the heavyweights a little bit earlier on, sharing the back row with Tom Walwyn in the C final. Cameron Dass, Jordan Bolton at the front of the field, and it is Cameron Dass from that front row outside that got the best start. Cameron Dass leads the way in the early stages then. Bolton and Dass have disappeared up the road a little bit. Barry Lewis remains in 3rd place, and a lot of fighting for real estate further back in the field. Dass leads them. Bolton 2nd. Barry Lewis 3rd position. And then it's Elliott, Ritchies and Hearn, or at least that was the order as the race began. Let's see if that's still the order as they make their way across the line once again. Cameron Dass for Team Spicy Boys crosses the line as the leader at the end of the first lap. To the inside for 3rd place, there goes Justin Elliott on Barry Lewis. Justin Elliott with the high ground with the inside line. Then it's the 8 car getting involved as well. Megan Quirk up to 4th position, but then receives a tag from the rear. Barry Lewis gets back to 4th place. Ben Ritchies follows through in 5th, so Megan Quirk down to P6. Dass and Bolton have capitalised so far on their good starts. Oh, and it's getting a bit aggressive further back there. Some bits flying off the karts. I think, was that Megan Quirk who lost out the most there? Perhaps not, no. But someone from that top 6 or so got the worst of it. Barry Lewis it was that actually I think got the very worst of it, down to 8th position. In fact, David Hearn also dropping a lot of places, but yeah, Barry Lewis finishing the lap in 8th place. So this is the 3rd place battle, and it's now the 14 in 3rd place. Not that you could see it from looking at the front of the kart, because it's the number board that's been taken off the number 14. Oh, and there's a move for the lead. Jordan Bolton tries to make it work at Paddock Bend, but no no bueno. Cameron Dass holds on to the lead for a bit longer at least on the number 5. Through the Cafe curve they go. Justin Elliott is next, or at least should be next. No, it's changed hands once again. Carl Stevens in 3rd, Ben Ritchie's in 4th. Barry Lewis is in to serve his black flag. Stevens taking the defensive line, with Ritchie's and Elliott and Ewan and Quirk all behind. Still kind of stunned that one of the number boards came off. I don't think I've seen that before in a hire kart race. Dass and Bolton through the paddock bend. Bolton there scrubbed a bit of speed off going through that corner. A bit too aggressive on the wheel. That's going to give Cameron Dass 3 or 4 tenths that he will gladly and graciously take advantage of. Stevens and Ritchie's 3rd and 4th. And Nathan Parker now also in because of a black flag, as we see the 7 of Stevens just about stay ahead of Ben Ritchie's. Justin Elliott there in 5th place with Ewan still behind. Megan Quirk dropping down to 7th place a couple of laps ago, and our D-final graduate, the winner of the D-final, Jennifer Tompkins, is currently running 10th position aboard the number 1 kart. Wide there goes, I think that was Carl Stevens coming out of Paddock Bend in 3rd place. Yeah, the battle for 3rd looking rather intense. Ben Ritchie's still welded to the bumper of the number 7. Yet halfway through this race. Dass and Jordan Bolton 4.5 seconds clear of Carl Stevens. They are pretty safe, especially since there's no sign of the battle ceasing here for the final podium position. Through they go, side by side at the S's. They'd be banging doors if there were doors to bang. And Jordan Bolton is through. Jordan Bolton has taken the lead from Cameron Dass. I don't know quite where that's happened, but Cameron Dass has dropped down to 2nd place. This isn't on. Cameron Dass, who's a hire kart content creator these days, he needs the content to try to fight up from the back of the B final, obviously, so he needs to get this overtake done. Jordan Bolton gets lent on a little bit there by Dass. Great, respectful side-by-side racing from the 2 of them. They've got 5 seconds of gap to play with, so they don't really need to coexist at this point. Dass gets back through. Bolton down to 2nd place. Cameron Dass has led all but 1 lap then to this point. Can he hold on from here with Jordan Bolton starting to abstain from pulling punches? Carl Stevens in 3rd, Justin Elliott still there in 4th place, at least last time by. We'll see if that order shifted as they cross the line this time. Indeed, the order has remained the same. The only real difference in the top 10 is that Terry Ewan has lost out to Megan Quirk on the previous lap for 6th place. So we focus in on this battle for the race lead. Cameron Dass and Jordan Bolton. Three minutes and change left on the clock for Cameron Dass. The C final win at stake, a place on the grid for the B final as well. Over the shoulder, Cameron Dass looks. So I think a staff kart just ahead of this lead battle. I hope they're just about to clear the track. Cameron Dass defending there from Jordan Bolton. Carl Stevens only a 10th clear in 3rd, so Ben Ritchie's not a million miles back. I wonder if there's been a change actually back here in third, fourth et al. Yes, Ben Ritchie's is through into third place, so Carl Stevens losing out on the previous lap. A little bit of shuffling going on now in the back half of the top five. At the front, Das continues to hold off Bolton. It seems as though Ben Ritchie's has got the pace because he's immediately cleared off from Carl Stevens, having set the fastest lap of the race last time by as well. So Ben Ritchie's looking to cement now his third position. Cameron Das looking over the shoulder again as Jordan Bolton continues to apply pressure. It's been fun and fair racing to this point. Head downhill through the Symes sweep, then Pullmans and Paddock once again. Through the Garda hairpin goes the 5 of Cameron Das, and then through the centre bend thereafter. Sicily Straight to begin what will be the penultimate lap. Cameron Das had half a second that time on Bolton. A momentary reprieve from the immediate pressure then, with a kart length or two in hand. Ben Ritchie's looks like he's secure now in third place. Stevens less so, and there's a spin further back in the pack there at the first hairpin. Who was that? That was the number 12 machine, Terry Ewan, who started the lap in 8th, will conclude the lap pretty well stone last, unfortunately. Cameron Das and Bolton side by side as they approach Garda. We're going to begin the final lap this time by. Will it be Das? Will it be Bolton? Ben Ritchie's secure in third place. I think we know that podium spot, but who's going to be on the top? Through Conways and Henrys they go. The American racer Cameron Das defending. Bolton has been clean and fair to this point. Will there be any aggression from the number 9 on this final lap? Half a lap, 500 metres of Buckmore Park to go. Down the hill once again, across the curbs, through Paddock Bend. Das was slow out of the corner there. Bolton with a decent run, tries for the outside line. I think Cameron Das is going to hold on. That was a good run. Out of Garda, through the cafe curve they go, and Cameron Das with a popular C final victory, just beating Bolton to the line. Ben Ritchie's takes third place ahead of Carl Stevens and Justin Elliott. Jennifer Tompkins, who graduated from the D final, finishes 9th in the C final. And at the back of the field, Barry Lewis crossing the line in 14th after delays and I think a black flag. Yes, he did indeed get a black flag at one point. Terry Ewan was ultimately 12th after his spin. Well, a short reprieve, a very short reprieve, because the C final is up next. We're into the B finals then with the juniors, and it will be Summer Roberts, the 17, that starts on pole position for this one. Reese Tyler alongside the 25 entry, Kai Jackson, the 15 for this race. In third place, Fabian Wilhelms, the 16, lines up fourth. Adrian Modzelinski in fifth place, the 18. Sam Doyle, the 21, starting from sixth. Oliver Coe, the 28, starting from 7th. Edgar Azevedo from 8th, the 23. Ashton Woolger, the 20, is next. Kai Ferner, the 26, in 10th place. Elias Agato and C final winner Emil Norman round out the field as we go racing. Who leads then into the first corner? Need to keep with the leaders in these early stages. And I think that was Reese Tyler, but I can't quite tell. Yes, it was. Reese Tyler has held the lead in the early going. Summer Roberts, second position. Off of the pole, didn't get the launch that she would have wanted. Kai Jackson in third place. B finals, as you saw as the race began, will last 15 minutes. So this is the longest race of the weekend now for all of these drivers, having done 12-minute heats to this point. Hit check there between Kai Jackson and Sam Doyle, I think that was. Come across the line with Tyler and Roberts holding a healthy buffer over Kai Jackson in third place. Doyle, Wilhelms and Modzelewinski round out the top 5. There's been a move there for third place. And that was the 16. Fabian Wilhelms from 5th at the start of the lap is now in third place. So 2 for 1 for him. And then it's the 18 of Modzelewinski trying to get through into 4th place by the looks of it as well. So some shuffling around there in the first couple of quarters of the lap. See that huge scrum of cars. The top 3 are clear, and then 4th place back to 12th is all in one amorphous blob as they run down towards the start-finish line once again. Sam Doyle across the line in 4th. Edgar Azevedo, the Portuguese hotshot, in 5th position behind him. And Azevedo has a go at 4th place, gets up to 4th place. Azevedo leads the big pack then. The peloton being led by the 23. Modzelewinski in 6th place at the line. I think may have lost out there as well. We saw a move on there for 2nd place. Summer Roberts and Fabian Wilhelms. And that's Wilhelms up to 2nd place. So Summer Roberts demoted. Will Summer try and fire back immediately, or just latch on to the back of Fabian Wilhelms and see if they can't close in on Reese Tyler? I would think the latter. Summer can be fairly calculated. Reese Tyler, 1.4 clear across the line that time. Putting in a good effort, I would say, is Reese. '21 of Sam Doyle has now jumped up to 4th place, and Ashton Woolger has followed through as well. There's Tyler, Wilhelms and Roberts, and I do think Wilhelms is closing in. Indeed, quicker through both of the first 2 sectors is Fabian Wilhelms. So Reese Tyler, with 11.5 minutes to go, I think is going to have to work pretty hard to keep Fabian Wilhelms at bay. Now that Fabian's been released, pace is improving. Sam Doyle with Edgar Azevedo challenging for 4th place. Azevedo takes the inside line, takes P4, and Ashton Woolger follows through. Adrian Modzelewinski gets involved in that as well, and that was all pretty physical. It's worked out in Sam Doyle's favour. Oliver Coe in amongst it as well. That's Coe up to 7th position, if I'm not mistaken. Oliver Coe, who is a Team Sport Crawley LW grid champion, lightweight grid champion. And also a Buckmore development driver too. Certainly knows his way around the track, does Ollie Coe. Azevedo, I think, has got a little buffer now in 4th place. Yes, 6/10 at the line, so Azevedo looks a little more comfortable in 4th than he had done prior. The 18th, Modzelewinski, losing out there to Oliver Coe, who's moved up into P6. Side by side for the first phase of that lap. There's Tyler and Wilhelms, top 2. A big gap back now to Summer Roberts, who I think has had a bit of a rough lap here. Lost a lot of time through both sectors. I wonder if something's a bit amiss for Summer Roberts with the 17. Because Roberts has been nigh on engulfed now by Azevedo and Sam Doyle, who pursue. Kai Jackson and Emil Norman going at it. Emil Norman with the bonus race, having been a C final winner just a few moments ago. There's Modzelewinski leading that train. But at the front of the field, Rhys Tyler and Fabian Willems are ever closer. And I don't think we're far away from Willems having a go. Willems will look over the shoulder, see that Summer Roberts is nowhere to be seen, and decide to go for the lead, I suspect. Summer Roberts, I think, is still in third place, yes, but only barely. And in fact, I think Azevedo may have made the move a bit further back. There's a move for the lead. Fabian Willems has got it done. Willems to the lead. Rhys Tyler second. Next up on the target list then is nothing but clear track for Fabian Willems. The target is to pull away. Summer Roberts, I think, has lost out to Edgar Azevedo, but we'll have to confirm that at some point. The third place queue is starting to look a bit long and a bit close. Tyler and Willems cross the line, now with Willems heading the queue. Let's take a look back to third if we can, because Summer Roberts has held on actually. But Sam Doyle is under threat. Sam Doyle and Azevedo are duking it out, and in fact Adrian Modzelewinski has moved up to fourth place. Sam Doyle now trying to nibble back into fourth place, but all of this is allowing Summer Roberts to eke away again. Summer, after having a couple of slower laps, is seemingly back on the money. Getting a momentary reprieve from the pack behind. There goes Summer, there goes Modzelewinski, who started the lap in sixth, will end the lap in fourth, and Sam Doyle got a good run there out of Garda, so I suspect that Doyle will soon be challenging for fourth place all over again. Not close enough actually that time by. Azevedo takes sixth at the line. Ashton Woolger trying to find a way through though. Big sideways there from Adrian Modzelewinski. That's scrubbed off a lot of the speed. Time of the essence here really for any of these drivers. It doesn't appear that Summer Roberts has the pace to challenge the top two. I wouldn't mind betting that someone like Modzelewinski, Doyle or Azevedo does have the pace to challenge, but they're running out of time, and with the gap ever expanding, perhaps it's now going to be a bridge too far, even if they do get through. And the 21, Sam Doyle there, was rather barged down to the apex by, well, several people, I think including Edgar Azevedo. Summer Roberts has company. Modzelewinski through Conways and Henrys. Hanging around the outside, Modzelewinski, the Polish racer, an SRK junior champion last year, a Castle Combe rookie champion 2024. Now 16 years of age, developing into a pretty impressive driver. A podium here in the B final would be a great reward. But Summer Roberts resolute in that defensive driving. Willems and Tyler continue to run in tandem at the front. When will the dam break in this battle for third place? You get the feeling it's not far away. Summer Roberts with Modzelewinski, Azevedo, Woolger immediately behind, and then the smallest of gaps to Kai Jackson and Sam Doyle and Oliver Coe and Kai Ferner and well, just about everybody else. The entire field is only split by 11 seconds. Moreover, third through the back is split by just 3. And I think Summer Roberts may have just left the door open a bit for Adrian Modzelewiński, and indeed the 18 is up into 3rd place. A bit of a barge there from Woolger to Azevedo, pushes Azevedo into 4th, and Woolger finishes up in 5th at the end of that exchange. Unfortunately for Summer Roberts, she's down to 6th place and fighting to try and retain that. A solid drive to this point for Summer Roberts, but unfortunately now just on the wrong end of the momentum and drops down as far as 10th place and perhaps beyond. It's Modzelewiński then who inherits 3rd position. Azevedo trying to find a way through, haranguing the rear of the 18. Ashton Woolger in close proximity as well. At the front of the field, Willems and Tyler are side by side, and Tyler's going around the outside. Tyler with a nose ahead. The lead may change hands there. They're side by side through Cafe Curve. Willems holds on for a little bit longer, but Reese Tyler, I think, has rolled the sleeves up. The rest of the field comes surging by, and it's Edgar Azevedo that's now in 3rd place, but the lead continues to be contested as Fabian Willems tries to stifle the momentum of Reese Tyler. They head through the S's as 1. The rest of the field covered by just 2 seconds, 3rd through 12th place. Edgar Azevedo is surfing a mighty wave at the front of that queue. But Fabian Willems, with 3 minutes left on the clock, is really having to work for this win. Reese Tyler would dearly love to progress to the A final here. Willems maintains the high ground for now. Wasn't quite sure which direction Reese Tyler was going to come at him there. .16 with 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Retains the lead over Tyler, who's in 3rd place. It is still Edgar Azevedo in the 23. The white helmeted red suit. And then Adrian Modzelewiński and Ashton Woolger right there in the party as well. Willems and Tyler with a bit of a hip check there between the two of them. Willems continues to lead for another lap. It's going to be 3 to go this time by Fabian Willems. Another one of the drivers from the Talent Factory pool. The Belgian racer having a exciting dice here with Reese Tyler. Edgar Azevedo has control over 3rd place, but only barely. Modzelewiński following his wheel tracks in 4th. Woolger, Doyle, Oliver Coe, all right there with him. 90 seconds left on the clock. Willems going defensive. Again, Reese Tyler carrying better speed through Garda. We've seen that on several laps in a row now. 1 minute and 12 on the clock, so it will be the penultimate lap. Fabian Willems driving through the hypothetical mirrors. Reese Tyler trying to figure out a way through, has already tried just about everything short of digging a new tunnel. And has the inside line. They make huge contact at the S's with the barriers and with each other. And Willems, with a big squeeze, just about holds on. Both remain, but both are pushing the envelope. Willems with a poor run out of paddock. Goes defensive into Garda. We're going to begin the final lap with the intensity as high as it has ever been between the top two. Edgar Azevedo remains in 3rd place. But who will be the B final winner? Who will progress to the juniors main event, the A final? Fabian Willems has driven a near picture perfect race to this point. Reese Tyler would love to be the spoiler. Time is of the essence. The opportunity seems to have come down at this end of the circuit pretty well every time. Wilhelms carries good speed that time through the Garda bend. It's going to be Wilhelms that holds on through Cafe Curve to win in the B final. It will be Reese Tyler second. I think there may have been a change further back if we get a look at Edgar Azevedo. Azevedo is still there in third place. Adrian Modzelewinsky trying to find a way through, but it will be Azevedo to take the third step of the B final podium. Modzelewinsky fourth, Sam Doyle fifth position, and Ashton Woolger rounding out the top half dozen. Elias Segato in seventh place, Oliver Coe in eighth, Kai Jackson in ninth. What a race that was in the B final for the juniors. The B final for the lightweights comes up next. So then the 15-minute B final for the lightweights. Jay Hansford and Trevor Hansford on the front row of the grid. If I'm not mistaken, that's father and son. Blaze Turnstill on the second row of the grid. Daniel Campbell, row two. Then Ross Honeyman aboard the 8, fifth place. Alex Mitchell, the 4 in sixth. Adam Sheargold for seventh place. He could definitely be one to watch. Has shown some good racecraft. Kaop Janssen in 8th position. George Palmer Mobsby in at 9th. And Max Chapman rounding out the overall top 10. Max Thorne in 11th. Ollie Smith in 12th. Kian Honeyman 13th. And C-final graduate Robert Crawford aboard the number 2 will be looking to try and make hay in the B final. They're underway in the lightweight division B final. Jay Hansford, Trevor Hansford at the top end of the order. It's Jay that leads the way. Who's gotten into third place there? That's Blaze Turnstill. Turnstill up into third position. Honeyman in fourth. Side by side for fifth position. Alex Mitchell getting the better of Daniel Campbell, who started third and I think is now in sixth place, unfortunately. The 8 of Honeyman then maintains that advantage over Blaze Turnstill. You saw there Adam Sheargold running out of road up at Garda, but the top 2 have done everything right in the early stages. Jay and Trevor Hansford have driven away. Trevor Hansford distinctive with his Gulf liveried race suit. You saw there Max Thorne, the Ratio Drake driver, getting his nose cut off a little bit, but I think he felt he went too deep into the corner, gave an apologetic hand raise. He's been racing for 3 years, and his first time here at the Kart Race of Champions this season. He's deep in the pack here in the B final. He's going to have to really work for a podium. Hoping for a spot in the A final, but that's going to be tricky from where he's at. Hansford and Hansford, top 2. Jay from Trevor at the front. Ross Honeyman in third position, the KRT purple entry. The 5 there getting a bit loose. That's Ollie Smith, who I thought would be a bit further up the grid for this B final, but see if he can make progress from where he is. Chapman and Thorne were side by side there, and I think Thorne's got the best of that. Hansford, meanwhile, falling into the clutches of Ross Honeyman somewhat. So Honeyman Homing in. Blaze Turnstill also there as well in 4th position. Turnstill, who of course was an A finalist in the Kart Race of Champions back in 2023. You have to work quite hard to match that feat in 2026. A couple of danger men behind, I would suggest, with Alex Mitchell and Keup Janssen. Two drivers who know to be very feisty and very fast. Alex Mitchell, who has the rubber duck on his helmet, the phrase ducky on the back of his race suit. I guess you could say that in the rest of the race he's going to give it a quack. Trevor Hansford really has fallen into the clutches of this pack. Ross Honeyman, Blaze Turnstill, Alex Mitchell, Keup Janssen, Daniel Campbell, all on his back end. Oh, and Hansford loses out there to 2nd place. Goes Blaze Turnstill. Turnstill says, right, Ross, shall we continue to run in tandem? And Ross Honeyman nodded the affirmative, so Blaze Turnstill is going to try and lead them towards the leading Jay Hansford. Hansford at the front of the field with a 2-second buffer at the start of the lap. We'll see whether that can be converted into the result he seeks. Side by side there, the 10 and the 8, Blaze Turnstill, Ross Honeyman. And Honeyman is now through into 2nd place, so much for Blaze Turnstill leading the charge, hey Ross? Made short work of sneaking through once all was said and done. Keup Janssen in 4th place. Hansford is shaken out in 5th position, just ahead of Adam Sheargold, who's ahead of Alex Mitchell now. Mitchell losing a bit of time over that last lap. In fact, Daniel Campbell it is now in 6th place. Sheargold is down to 8th. Hansford trying to retaliate against Blaze Turnstill there. In fact, no losing time, my apologies. So down to 6th place goes Hansford at the expense of, or rather at the profit of Daniel Campbell, who's now up to 5th place. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, while Ross Honeyman and Blaze Turnstill have exchanged positions a couple of times, Jay Hansford has extended his lead out to 3.5 seconds. Honeyman Turnstill, Janssen, Hansford. It was last time, the order pretty much the same, but of course Campbell up to 5th place and actually now challenging for 4th on the back of Keup Janssen here, going to the outside line, not able to make it work. Hansford again extending the gap last time out. A bump there from Daniel Campbell to Keup Janssen, and now having a look to the inside at Paddock Bend, and that's Campbell through into 4th place. Daniel Campbell looking pretty quick out there, side by side again between Honeyman and Turnstill. Turnstill back through into 2nd place once more. Two are having a ding-dong battle, but it's not the quickest way around Buckmore Park. And that's allowing Hansford to continue to extend his advantage at the front. And the other Hansford, Trevor Hansford, is back up into 4th place as well. So a lot was going on there with Campbell, with Janssen, etc. further back. And Trevor Hansford is suddenly back in 4th place, still side by side, Turnstill and Honeyman. I think they've somewhat given up on catching Hansford because they're preoccupied with fighting each other. Now the time certainly isn't there to make up the gap, which will now be approaching 5 seconds. Daniel Campbell there pushed across the runoff area, and that was Ollie Smith getting past him. Smith aboard the number 5 up to 6th. Ollie Smith, the 3-time Kart Race of Champions runner-up. Unfortunately, in 2026, he may not make it to the A final at all. Hansford now over 5 seconds clear at the front from the duelling Turnstill and Honeyman. Trevor Hansford retains 4th for now, but he's got Ollie Smith behind him in 5th position now. Kjeld Jansen therefore down to 6th place. It's again one of these races where the leaders vanished off. The rest of the field are covered by about 3 seconds, or approximately 1 blanket. Honeyman to the inside of Turnstill once again to take 2nd place back. Get the feeling that that's not the end of that story. Smith and Campbell exchange positions. Ollie Smith is really carving his way through here up into 4th position. We know Smith to be so quick, a 9-time champion here at Buckmore Park, and I think across the heats just never really had the chance to show the form that we know he can have. He's finally coming alive here in the B final. It looked like we had 2 going straight on there just as we cut away and everybody trying to find space. There was a lot going on there. There's your 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th place. Trevor Hansford remains in 6th. I think it was Kjeld Jansen who got the loose end of that calamity that was going on at Garda, down to 9th position. Turnstill holding on to 2nd place. Ollie Smith trying to work around the outside of Ross Honeyman. The quartet scythe towards the Symes sweep, with Turnstill back ahead of Honeyman again. Never mind, Honeyman's back through to 2nd place, but Ollie Smith might take them both. Smith has the inside line. Smith through into 2nd position. Ollie Smith side by side still with Ross Honeyman, but Honeyman does not have the momentum. Smith into 2nd, also getting a bump draft there from Daniel Campbell. Ollie Smith to 2nd place, Campbell to 3rd. 4th position for Honeyman, and Blaze Turnstill down to 5th. Honeyman and Turnstill have been too busy fighting each other, and Smith and Campbell have both fired past. Now it's Campbell's turn to go to 2nd place, but only briefly. I don't think Smith quite has the edge, no. And he's going to have to allow Honeyman and Turnstill back through. Ollie Smith briefly got himself up to 2nd place, but unfortunately demoted to P5. Ollie Smith will be casting a frustrated shadow at the end of this race, having done such a good job working up as far as 2nd place. Now back down to 5th in one fell swoop, and Trevor Hansford not a million miles back either. Jay Hansford is the better part of 10 seconds clear at the front. He looks like he will progress to the A final for the heavyweights. But who will join him on the B final podium? Campbell and Honeyman are running 2nd and 3rd. There's Hansford trying to have a go at Ollie Smith. Max Thorne is there as well. In fact, sorry, no, that's the 11, I think, of Kjeld Jansen that was in amongst that. Sideways there for Campbell going through the Garda bend. 3 minutes left on the clock. Hansford comes across the line. 10 seconds clear of this battle for 2nd place. Campbell on the defensive. Honeyman, I think, trying to go with him really to make sure that at the very least he gets a podium. I think Honeyman is kind of pushing him to, oh, well, never mind, he's going for the move. I was going to suggest that Honeyman was willing to wait a lap or so, but that's clearly not the case. They're side by side, and Campbell holds on to second for now. You just saw a brief shot there of leader Jay Hansford off in the distance. Here in this B final for the lightweight division. Through the fast opening corners of the lap they go. Trevor Hansford down in 6th position, just holding off. I think that's Kip Janssen behind him. Yes, it is. Campbell and Honeyman still contesting this 2nd and 3rd place. They're going to have 2 more laps to do. Turnston and Smith still in podium contention for sure. Jay Hansford continues to increase the gap at the front. He's home free. Daniel Campbell, on the other hand, is under immense scrutiny. Trevor Hansford is as well, as we can see. Kurt Janssen, Max Thorne and Robert Crawford close to him, but Campbell looking to retain that P2. They head through. And there you see a move. That's Max Thorne getting past Trevor Hansford. So Thorne has made up 2 places on that lap alone to P6. Campbell goes defensive against Ross Honeyman. Last lap has already begun for Jay Hansford, who will lead the last lap among the others in the battle for 2nd place. I think Campbell just with a nose ahead. In fact, no, Ross Honeyman had a fender ahead as they went through that corner, but Daniel Campbell retains 2nd place. Ultimately, Honeyman had the outside line and couldn't make it work. Ollie Smith trying to take the long way round at the 2nd hairpin. Ross Honeyman is down to 3rd. Can he make 2nd happen? Daniel Campbell with the blue race suit running P2, but at the front, Jay Hansford is about to win at the B final. There goes Hansford. Hansford crossing the line to win in at the B final. He will progress, therefore, to the A final. Who will be on the rest of the podium? It will be Daniel Campbell from Ross Honeyman. Ollie Smith couldn't quite make a podium happen. Blaze Turnstill 5th. Max Thorne in 6th. Kip Janssen in 7th. Robert Crawford 8th. Trevor Hansford 9th. Rounding out the top 10, Kian Honeyman. So, Stuart Jones to start the B final among the heavyweights on pole position. The 19, alongside his DJ Motorsport teammate Sam Lukes in 2nd. Then it's Caven Francis, the 23 in 3rd. His poor final heat means he's got to work from the B final here. Perhaps not what you'd have expected based on his form. David Sumner next, the 18 in 4th place. Tom Nunn, the 21 in 5th position. Craig Dorrington in 6th, the number 20, Stephen Soden, the 27 in 7th, Elliot Gregory, the 28 in 8th, Ben Pickard, the 15 in 9th place, Ash Kivers rounding out the top 10 in this B final from the 26 kart, Tristan Lloydie, Todd White, Ian Anderson and Cameron Dass, the graduate from the C final, rounding out the 40. We're underway and we are racing in the B final for the heavyweights. Stuart Jones it is that should lead it into the first corners. And jostling further back, and that was David Sumner on the offensive. Sumner in 3rd position, make that possibly 2nd position because he's side by side with Sam Lukes. It's Stuart Jones home free at the front, that much is clear. The other positions under contest as this 15-minute encounter for the heavyweights has begun. Cameron Dass at the back of the field from the C final has already, I think, made up a couple of spots. The 28, Elliot Gregory, up as high as 4th place there, but they're 4 wide into Garda and it's all getting a little bit messy. It'll be Jones across the line with a nice comfy cushion between him and Sam Lukes in 2nd. Sam Lukes 9/10 back, Sumner 3rd, Dorrington 4th for the time being, I stress. And then Tom Nunn rounding out the overall top 5, but he's side by side there with Ash Kivers, I think that is, who's made up some spots there through the first couple of corners. Craig Dorrington challenging now for Sumner for 3rd position. You see him alongside there, a bit of a sideways barge from Craig Dorrington, who evidently means business. Scrubs off some speed there through Garda. Dorrington, as we alluded to earlier in the broadcast, potentially the most experienced competitor out there with a multiple decade run. Going back to the 90s, winning kart championships in Owner Series. There's Ash Kivers, now ahead of the 21 Tom Nunn. So Kivers has got to P5 so far. How much further up the ladder can he climb? Stuart Jones in control at the front. Craig Dorrington now up into 3rd place, has set the fastest lap of the race last time by and has set the fastest 2 sectors so far on this lap. So Dorrington is quite rapidly approaching the back of Sam Lukes. Indeed, Dorrington was half a second quicker than Sam Lukes on that previous lap. Kivers and Nunn, we see on screen there fighting out for 5th position. I don't think it'll be too long before 2nd place is under threat. And there you see, actually, Dorrington getting racy with Sam Lukes. Had a little look to the inside. Got a track limit warning, of course, for that very, very wide run out of the 2nd hairpin. And now has the inside line for Garda. No, he doesn't. Sam Lukes squeezes him out of it. Stuart Jones, I think, will now have something over a second on the field. Yes, 1.578. Dorrington around the outside. They lean on each other. Dorrington still on the outside as they, again collide. And Sam Lukes there gesticulating and almost reaching across to Dorrington as a result. That's allowed Sumner back into 3rd place. Sumner gives the go signal. He wants to work with Sam Lukes to try and get away from Dorrington, but I don't think Dorrington is going down easy in this race. There is 2nd, 3rd, 4th running together. Ash Kivers is in amongst this now as well, as you can see. He's alongside Dorrington for 4th position. I think that's Tom Nunn who's also with them. Yes, the number 21. Kivers there gestured to Dorrington to say take the corner, so Dorrington remains in 4th place, and now Tom Nunn has got himself past Kivers. You can also see there the 25 of Cameron Dass, who came up from the C final having won that race. He's now as high as P8. Side by side there for 2nd place, contact, and in a spin, Craig Dorrington has been spun out there. Met in the middle at the apex with, I think that was Sumner. And it's all change. Craig Dorrington, to all intents and purposes, is out of that race. It was Sumner who got a contact warning, so I think it was him that was the other party there, as I thought. Kivers, therefore, has been promoted to 3rd place behind Sumner. Sam Luke's 4th, Nunn 5th, Pickard, Cameron Dass, Soden, all there as well. Cameron Dass is now fighting for 6th place there, as you can see. The predominantly white with black details helmet. Cameron Dass then up into P6. To this point in the day, nobody has completed the mighty task of being graduated from one final, promoted from one final, and then doing it again. I think we're not going to get that today, especially with Stuart Jones 4.4 seconds up the road. With all due respect to Cameron Dass, even if he were to be 2nd place now, he'd very much struggle to catch Stuart Jones. Sam Luke's on the inside there of Dorrington, who's back on the circuit. Oh, and I think that was retaliation from Dorrington. Dorrington, who's a lap down, merged back into the pack and took Sam Luke's. Sam Luke's, who has been black flagged, as has Craig Dorrington. Now I wonder if it was Sam Luke's who was involved in that moment with Dorrington, actually, because he got black flagged just before that incident took place. You see the dual black flags for the 22 and the 20. Meanwhile, Ben Pickard and Cameron Dass, 5th and 6th place at close quarters. Craig Dorrington into the pits, and I suspect possibly taking no further part in this race, as we see there the 23 and the 28. Francis and Gregory fighting it out. Todd White involved as well. 7.5 minutes of this 15-minute B final still left on the clock. Stuart Jones unaffected by all the dramatic racing ongoing behind him. He leads the way by almost 5 seconds over David Sumner. Sumner, who has a much less comfortable advantage between himself, Ash Kivers and Tom Nunn. Meanwhile, Ben Pickard and Cameron Dass continue to duel for P5. Ben Pickard, not the first time we've seen him and Cameron Dass have a little bit of a squabble today. '17 has made some headway there. Ian Anderson started the lap in 11th, and I think he's now a little bit further ahead than that. I think there may have been a bit of a drama somewhere, because yeah, Cave and Francis back. They were all a lot slower through the first sector. Francis, Gregory and White have all lost out to Ian Anderson there, who's now in 8th place. And there have been a little bit of a tangling in the middle of the top 10. Sumner, Kivers and Nunn. You see them on screen. Kivers has looked very strong in this race. Has won championships in Italy, has won championships at his local track. And, like a podium finish here in the B final. He's currently on course to do so, should he hold off Tom Nunn. Again, I think very difficult at this stage to consider catching Stuart Jones within the realms of possibility for anyone in that top 4. On the rare occasions Tom Nunn has had clean air this weekend. He has been quick, but I don't see him getting past Kivers and Sumner in good time, and then making up what's almost a 5-second buffer to Stuart Jones, who leads, as we see. Sumner retains second place. Kivers and Nunn right there with him. Pickard and Das still contesting 5th place with their signature intensity. I think Das has perhaps cleared Pickard. No, not yet. Pickard remains in 5th place. Sumner really driving his socks off here to keep Kivers and Nunn behind. See him looking either side of his shoulders and trying to gauge where his rivals are. Again, looks left, looks right, look left and right again. And then turns into the first hairpin with Kivers scrutinising the car ahead, but also being scrutinised by Tom Nunn. Stu Jones has finally got a gap of over 5 seconds. It's been around the high 4s for much of this race. But now as Sumner is increasingly worried about what's going on behind him, the gap has started to extend again. May have been an error from Cameron Das. In fact, I think Cameron Das may have had a little bit of a nudge from Stephen Soden, because Soden got a contact warning and Das was knocked back 2 places. Soden to 6th. Or sorry, Soden to 7th. Das down from 6th to 8th, and Ian Anderson has now inherited 6th place, as you can see on the timing tower. Sumner, Kivers and Nunn once again head downhill towards the paddock bend, and there goes Kivers. Kivers finally pulls the pin, moves into 2nd position. Ash Kivers has got it done, but an immediate retaliation, and a pretty physical one at that, from David Sumner. Kivers holds on to it though, uses all of the runoff to retain 2nd position. And now Tom Nunn getting involved around the outside. But nothing doing for Tom Nunn. He remains in 4th. Track limit warning for Ash Kivers. You'll be unsurprised to hear as Sumner gets back to the inside of Nunn after briefly losing the position. So it's getting a lot more physical in the battle for 2nd place, but Kivers has now broke the dam. And it looks to me like Sumner hasn't got the pace to chase. So Kivers getting his head down, try and secure and shore up that 2nd place trophy in the B final. Through the Cafe Curve they go. 1 minute and 50 seconds of racing to go. 3 more laps of racing to go. Stuart Jones for DJ Motorsport heads the way pretty comfortably. David Sumner, having lost out to Ash Kivers, is now sparring with Tom Nunn for that final podium spot. Over the shoulder, David Sumner has a peep. Sumner taking the defensive line and trying to suggest there that they should try and chase down Ash, I think. There was a little bit of a point forward from Sumner to Nunn, but I don't think that's forthcoming. I think the days of cooperation with the final minute of the race have come to an end. It's the penultimate lap of the race for Stuart Jones, who is going to be promoted here to the A final. Sumner and Nunn getting a little bit physical. There were some taps from bumper to bumper there. Sumner and Nunn have rather lost touch with Kivers now, only to the tune of about 3/4 of a second, but that will do it. Meanwhile, Ben Pickard under scrutiny, as we saw there from Ian Anderson. Cameron Dass is running in 7th position, and that might be his lot for this race, having started from the rear of the field. .21 of none. Begins the final lap directly behind David Sumner. Sumner goes defensive into the first hairpin. A slide from Nunn there that cost him just a little bit of momentum. Kivers looks to be clear in 2nd place, but Sumner, I suspect, will be bracing, anticipating a lunge from Tom Nunn somewhere down here on the approach through Paddock Bend. But in fact, Nunn is not close enough. He might be close enough into Garda. No, he's not. It's going to be Jones from Kivers from Sumner. Let's see Jones across the line to win it. He sees the checkered flag first. Kivers for 2nd place. Sumner takes 3rd position. And Tom Nunn does not quite make the podium. Pickard 5th, Anderson 6th, Gregory, Dass, Soden and Caven Francis round out the top 10. Of course, the big story further back as Sam Lukes now makes his way to the flag. The big story further back was that multitude of collisions and seemingly premeditated collisions in a couple of cases between Sam Lukes and Craig Dorrington, who didn't see the flag. Dorrington, who can only claim to have the fastest lap from the B final. That is not what he really wanted. So then, we will now shift focus once again with the B final for the heavyweights in the books. Next up will be the Super Pole session for the A final of the juniors. We'll take a quick reprieve before we get to that.
vuoi andare sulla tribuna? Andiamo dai, andiamo io e te via. Le due sono dentro loro.
So as you can see, the drivers are parked up, well, stood up. I think they've had some group photos down there ahead of the A final. Those are the A finalists across the three classes that have had their pictures taken. Now the next step for them is to pick their karts of choice for the races. An important thing to note, in addition to the pictures and the kart choosing, is what comes next. Not the A finals themselves, but Superpole. And in the Superpole format, each driver will have one flying lap to set the best possible time that they have in the locker, and those lap times will then determine the grid for Superpole. So a great opportunity for the B final runners to maybe jump themselves up the A final grid and do something a little bit special here. The B final winners, who of course have had more than their fair share of racing and will have a little bit more yet. As we can see, they're down there and ready to go. We're all ready to go here as well in the Tape Up Productions zone. And we will be bringing you that Superpole session just as soon as it gets started, which it will do in just a few moments' time. For now, we'll take a brief reprieve. We'll be back with you very shortly, as they're not too far away from hitting the track.
reminder, any track limits will avoid your lap time, so stay within the track limits, please.
So then, our Super Pole session begins now. Now, I think we've had a change of format from 2025 because I was informed of a format that was assumed to be carried over for this year, and it is not the format that we're adhering to right now. It appears that we have a 20-minute straight-up qualifying session as a Super Pole. Conventionally speaking, a Super Pole is one lap for each party. Let's see who wins it. But that's not what we're seeing right now. Fabian Willems coming to the line. What will his time be? At the first opportunity, a 51.854. So that's the benchmark for everyone else from the number 6 driver. Miles Harrison to a 52.014. Oliver Tullett leaps to a 51.796. Alexandru Ibenescu, a 51.770. And it is a one-lap dash, but everyone's on track at the same time. So it was one lap, so they have adhered to what Super Pole is. And it is Frederick Van Driel on top. Is there anyone else left to come across the line? Van Driel, a 51.322. Frederick Van Driel, a 51.322 is the time. And everybody has done their lap, I believe. Although only 10 actually went out there, so are we going to get now a second half of the session? I think that's what's happening. Again, unfortunately, no communication as to the format that's come to me, but I believe we'll now have another 10 out on the circuit, and we'll see how their times stack up. A 51.322, though, is the benchmark, and the benchmark has come from Frederick Van Driel. Christopher Leschi, second from that phase of the Super Pole session, a 51.426. Leela Kaufmann, a 51.532. A good time from her. Just a couple of hundredths clear of Karsten Jung, a 51.553. Alexandra Ibenescu, a 51.770. 51.796 for Oliver Tullett. Fabian Willems, I should say, a 51.854. A 52.017, Miles Harrison, a 10th clear of Aston Tab. Sienna Chapel bringing up the rear of that session, a 52.191. So I believe that in a few moments' time, and indeed now, we will once again see the 10 remaining karts roll into single file. They will then be progressively released out onto the course to try for their best time. It's going to be compelling to see if anyone can beat that marker set by Frederick Van Driel, a 51.322. A very solid offering, but you see there the likes of Koen Pieneman, Matteo Ehrenfuchter lining up and waiting for their opportunity now in the Juniors Super Pole. There's the number 3, Edouard de Rofde, the Andorran driver who's been there or thereabouts. He would love to try and start from the front for really what would I think be the first time all weekend. Let's see if it can happen.
Just tell me what to do.
So, second half of the Super Pole is underway. Koen Pieneman will be up there among the contenders in this second half of the field. Ollie Brunel-Weil, though, you'd argue to the top. Frederick Navarro, Pierce Hartley, Rufus Sessions among those right up there. George Beauchamp as well. And with 14 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock, that's all a little bit irrelevant. It is going to be one lap here for everybody, and the one laps will fire in just a brief moment. Who's going to be first across the line? It should be Edouard de Rofde. Should stick with the main straight as everyone comes across the line here to see them all across. It will be, I believe, the de Rofde car that goes first. A 52.0 only for him. James Callan, a 51.8. Here's the 24 of Koen Pieneman. That was, what was it, 7th position for him. George Beauchamp, 4th position. Callum Eve, a 51.034. Pierce Hartley, a 51.349. Frederick Navarro, a 51.333. Van Driel is finally knocked off the front row by Ollie Brunel-Weil, a 51.175, but that was the last time across the line. So the top 10 will be Eve from Brunel-Weil, who were in that second batch, then Van Driel, who held on to third place with a rather brilliant qualifying time, Navarro 4th, Hartley 5th, Leshy 6th, Beauchamp in 7th place, 8th Kaufmann, Carsten Jung in 9th, and Matteo Ehrenfuchter rounding out the 10. And that will end the Super Pole. Next up, they'll be gridded and they'll be racing.
Yeah, so what will happen now is we grid them and we will stop them
them all here, and then it will call them number by number, and it will form the grid. Okay. I'll swing around.
So they are gridding up now for the Super A final for the juniors. It'll be 20 minutes of racing. It'll be Callum Eve that is to start this one from pole position. He's aboard that 26 car, Mono Motorsport entry. Ollie Brunel-Weil second on the grid. Frederick Van Driel, who was in the first split of that Super Pole, if you will, third. That's a very good starting place from him. Frederick Navarro, he's got the 22, fourth position. Pierce Hartley, the Mono Motorsport driver, the 14, P5 on the third row alongside Christopher Leshy. And then row 4 of the grid will be George Beecham, the Super Chumps Racing entry. The number 9, Leela Kaufman, for 8th place for Elite Crawley Racing. Then it's Carsten Jung, the driver from Hong Kong, the 28. Next to the 5, Matteo Ehrenfurter, the German flagged driver, born in the UK to German parents. 11th place, Alexandra Ibanescu, the 25. He'll be lining up 11th. Then it's Kern Pinneman to start from 12th place. 13th and 14th, Oliver Tullett and James Callan, the 18 and the 8 carts respectively. 15th and 16th, Fabian Wilhelms, Rufus Sessions, the number 12, Miles Harrison, the 19. Starting from 17th, Edward Dorofty in 18th place. The number 3, Aston Tabb, the number 10, starting from 19th. And at the back you see there, we'll see there, Sienna Chapel, the 15. They're still lining them up, as you can see. There is the back row, Chapel, the 15, Tabb, the 10. Now, we're expecting here a flying launch into this race. 20 minutes expected for the Super Final. We'll keep an eye on the front row as we get started. Callum Eve and Ollie Brunel-Weil leading into the first corner, and Brunel-Weil yields to Callum Eve as the race gets started. It is the 26 that leads the 20, and already a big moment there. Pierce Hartley trying to get to the inside of Frederick Van Driel. And that did not go well for either party, really, but particularly for Pierce Hartley, who's ended up falling behind Christopher Leshy. A big tangle at the start of a 20-minute A final. There's a long way to go. Was there merit to racing that aggressively so early? Callum Eve, Ollie Brunel-Weil Frederick Navarro, the top three. Top three remaining in the order in which they qualified. And the top two are breaking away. Callum Eve, Ollie Brunel-Weil, split by less than a tenth across the line. Navarro third, Leshy fourth, Hartley fifth. Big movers on the first lap. Miles Harrison up to 14th from 17th on the grid. He was the biggest mover of all. Carson Young also achieving that, actually, from 9th to 6th on the first lap aboard his 28. Side by side, the 18 and the 12. That's Rufus Sessions and Oliver Tullett further back, contesting for 16th and 17th places. Ollie Brunel-Weil, I think, working with Callum Eve in these early stages. Of course, now that we're into these finals, especially now in the A final, the margin between these junior competitors in terms of their pace differential is so small. And therefore, that strategy of simply working together for a couple of laps, gaining a couple of seconds, and then racing, it's not going to apply here. It's going to be a long race and a close race for all of these drivers. A knock there from the 10, that's Aston Tabb getting past Oliver Tullett, and Edouard Dorofte fancies a go as well to the inside of both parties, is up to 18th place, having passed the 18. Ollie Brunel-Weil and Callum Eve were about 8 tenths clear of Navarro a lap ago. Let's see if the gap is going up or down as they come to the line this time. It looks to me like Navarro doesn't quite have the pace of the top two per the timing screen, at least on this lap. There's a long way to go. Brunel-Weil just set the fastest lap of the race, a 50.728, a 50.736 for Callum Eve. And Navarro was about a tenth slower. But Pierce Hartley, on the other hand, he was the fastest of all on that lap, a 50.724. So Hartley looks like he's got some pace here. Buckmore Park regular, using that track experience to his advantage. Here in the kart race of champions, we've reached the A finals after a weekend of intense heats and pre-finals here at Buckmore Park. We're now into the main events. Each will be preceded by a Super Pole session. Last time by a 50.642. Through there goes the number 18, that is Oliver Tullett, getting back around Aston Tabb, so they're fighting a little bit further back, and Edouard Dorofte also still in amongst that. Sienna Chappell keeping a watching brief at the rear of the field. Hartley continues to step up the pace there from 4th position. Eve and Brunel-Weil running pretty much as a tandem right now. Hardly been separated by more than a foot at any point in this race. Navarro and Hartley, I think, equally trying to run in tandem, although I do think Hartley might have the slight pace advantage. Indeed, he was the quickest of anyone out on circuit by 2 tenths last time by. Around a 52nd lap, that's not a tiny margin. So will he try and push Navarro along, or will he try and make the move for 3rd place? And then would Navarro accept that, or would he go sparring? I suspect it won't be long until we find out. They approach first hairpin. They are slightly reeling in. Yes, they are reeling in the top two. Oh, contact there as Leela Kaufman dives to the inside of George Beecham for 9th place. And it's the 24 of Koen Pieneman just ahead of them. So Pieneman has just moved into 9th place. Naturally, Beecham, who started the lap in 9th, is now 11th place. Eve, Brunel Weil, bit of a gap, then Navarro and Hartley, but the pair in 3rd and 4th were nearly 2/10 quicker on the previous lap. Does that hold firm again this time? Actually, no. Even Brunel Weil had a bit more speed on that occasion. It's all much of a muchness among the top 4. We'll see if Navarro and Hartley can reel in. There's where the action seems to be happening right now, a bit further back. Rufus Sessions in 15th place there. Bouncing around behind James Callan, 24 in the 7th, side by side. Leila Kaufmann trying to get the best of Kuhn Pinneman now, having moved into the top 10 on the previous tour. George Beecham going the other way, down to 12th place, having lost out to Miles Harrison. Eve, Brunel Weil, Navarro and Hartley will come across the line again. Gap was 1.0 seconds from 3rd to 1st, and it's gone down again. Once more, Navarro and Hartley setting a slightly more rapid pace than Brunel Weil and Callum Eve, and I think Pierce Hartley is happy to sit there and follow Frederick Navarro. He's seen that the gap is shrinking down just slightly. Leschi and Carsten Jung also in a tandem now in 5th and 6th, and then you've got this big battle pack further back, and Leila Kaufmann has been pushed out wide somewhere, I think, because she's lost a lot of positions. I think Kaufmann is down to maybe 13th or 14th place. There must have been a moment there that caused an issue for Leila Kaufmann. Even Brunel Weil, who were right up at the top of the tree in terms of the standings in the heats. Certainly very just participants at the sharp end of this A final. Their pace is very good. Navarro and Hartley just that little bit quicker lap on average, it seems. I think that will merge into a 3-car battle eventually. Miles Harrison, meanwhile, has just got himself ahead of Fabian Wilhelms. Kuhn Pinneman has slightly gapped that skirmish that's going on for 10th place and back. So he'll be hoping now to focus forward. And for the first time, we've seen a switch at the front because Brunel Weil is now into the lead. Is it short-lived, though? Callum Eve has the inside line and takes the lead back. Eve then to the front aboard the 26. Brunel Weil now on the inside line through the S's. They're side by side on the run down to the Symes sweep. And it is Callum Eve that takes the lead, but it is now a 4-car scrap after that dissension in the ranks among Callum Eve and Ollie Brunel Weil. It is now a 4-car fight at the front. And I think Pierce Hartley has had enough of waiting as well. He's having a look around the outside, the inside, every side that he can find of Frederick Navarro. The leading quartet covered by less than 3/10 as they go through Conways and Henrys. Navarro there just covering off the threat of Pierce Hartley. Just coming up on half distance in this race then. The A final for the juniors in the Kart Race of Champions. And the top 4 have compressed into a singular battle. Pierce Hartley is trying to direct them to keep pushing and not keep fighting. Just saw him there as everyone else went defensive, kind of raise a hand in frustration, and I think it's because he knows that Carsten Jung, Christopher Leschi et al. Aren't really that far behind. He's telling them, guys, stop racing each other. We're all going to get caught up by Jung and Leschi if we're not careful. And you know what? Pierce Hartley is bang on. because Jung and Leschi were about 2/3 of a second quicker than the top four on the previous tour. Koen Pinneman, we saw there, still ahead of that scramble for 10th place and back. Pinneman, who's just received a contact warning, so I don't know if he was wheel to wheel a few moments ago. There go the leading four. Eve looks over the shoulder, sees Ollie Brunel-Weil. Frederick Navarro tries to go around the outside. Pierce Hartley capitalises, gets up the inside of not just Navarro, but potentially Brunel-Weil as well. Yes, Pierce Hartley goes from 4th to 2nd in one fell swoop. Hartley to P2. He's on the back of Callum Eve. Pierce Hartley gives the signal. He wants to work with Callum. Really fascinating, as always, to see that communication between them. The leading four push on, and again, Pierce Hartley is signalling to try and get everyone to work together. Our first black flag of the race has been shown, and it's gone to Leila Kaufmann for the 7. I've seen her get into a couple of skirmishes in that back half of the field already. Unfortunately, she's going to resume in the race, most likely in last position. Huge pack there, fighting for some of the lower places. That's, I believe, Dorofty, yes, in 14th position, with Fabian Willems just behind. Leading quartet make their way around the Garda Bend. Meanwhile, Karsten Jung has halved the gap between himself and leader Callum Eve over the last handful of laps. The gap is down to 2.5 seconds from Callum Eve to 5th place man Karsten Jung, who is closing in on that leading quartet. Hartley with a little nudge there to Callum Eve and decides not to go for it at the S's. Still trying to work in tandem. 6.5 minutes of the race to go. That's still a good 7 or 8 laps of racing. They make their way past the main building once again. Callum Eve has really controlled this race well at the front, but Pierce Hartley has done an admirable job of working his way up the order, and he now works his way into the lead. To the inside at Henry's he went, and now Callum Eve has been shoved down to 4th place, arms in the air in somewhere between disgust and despair. Eve from 1st to 4th. I think he's maybe thought to himself, well, I thought we were working together, Pierce, as that contact happened, and then Navarro further tapping Callum Eve wide. Here comes Ollie Brunel-Weil to the inside line. Ollie to the 4. Pierce Hartley now side by side with Navarro for 2nd place, and Karsten Jung is not far away, look. There's been a black flag shown to Karsten Jung. I think Karsten may have run out of track limits warnings, because I don't think he's had a collision of any sort, but he is receiving a black flag. The 22 of Frederick Navarro there, getting past Pierce Hartley. Hartley, who's gone from the lead to 4th, which is where he was about 10 minutes ago. So all of that progress has ebbed away in one fell swoop. It's Brunel-Weil then that leads it from Callum Eve. Navarro 3rd, Eve 4th. Sorry, Hartley 4th. And Karsten Jung, now with a black flag, is in 5th place. I think he's seen that already. So will he come in this time? No, he gestures though at race control. Be wise though to serve it and get back out there, as frustrating as it is. Leila Kaufmann has already served hers as well, incidentally, so she's at the back in 20th place. Now we see the battle for 6th position. 6th position has been taken over there by Matteo Ehrenfuchter. I think that's Van Driel, is it, directly behind him? No, it's Leschi. There's your leading 5, about to become your leading 4, as I imagine Karsten Jung will make the stop this time for that black flag. No, Karsten Jung is staying out there. Bold strategy, Cotton. Brunel Weil defends the inside line. Callum Eve trying to find his way back into the lead. He, of course, in the early stages was working with Ollie Brunel Weil, with Brunel Weil riding shotgun. Karsten Jung just gave the begging hands to the race control as he continues to circulate despite the black flag. He may end up disqualified if he doesn't come in. He needs to do it, really. He's running out of chances. Side by side between Hartley and Frederick Navarro briefly there. Jung needs to come in. I understand how disappointed he is, but simply has to come in. They're not going to rescind that black flag. There goes Jung. He's made up 2 spots there on the road. And a bit of a hip check between himself and Frederick Navarro there. Navarro remains in 3rd, and Hartley then sweeps back through into 4th place. Ollie Brunel Weil controlling the race, 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. So the time is ticking down. Matteo Ehrenfuchter in 6th position, Frederick Van Driel 7th, Leschi 8th, Kleineman and Beecham rounding out the top 10. Karsten Jung receiving another warning to serve that black flag. Brunel Weil with less than 2 minutes of racing left to go has Callum Eve, Frederick Navarro, Pierce Hartley and the protesting Karsten Jung all there with him. And not only that, but Matteo Ehrenfuchter has brought Frederick Van Driel and Christopher Leschi to the edge of the lead battle as well. Brunel Weil looks over the shoulder. He sees quite a queue behind him. You see that moment there where he dips his head down behind the wheel as if he yells at himself to focus. Karsten Jung being again summoned to the pit lane. You can understand the frustration for the young man, but it's the penultimate lap of the race, and it's a race he'd likely be disqualified from if he doesn't serve that penalty. Eve and Navarro fighting for 2nd and 3rd place there. And while they've been doing that, Ollie Brunel Weil suddenly has a very nice cushion. He was 6/10 quicker through the first sector alone. Eve and Navarro may have just given Ollie Brunel Weil a winning margin. Oh, and a big move for 5th position there. That was Ehrenfuchter up the inside of Pierce Hartley. They're still side by side as they make their way through Cafe. Finally into the pits has come Karsten Jung. So he has exited from the picture. It is Ehrenfuchter and Pierce Hartley fighting it out now for 4th position. Getting involved in that as well, Frederick Van Driel, the 16, and the 21 of Christopher Leschi. I think Eve and Navarro are too far back to deal with Ollie Brunel Weil. Leschi got himself past for 6th position there. Callum Eve defending for 2nd place. He knows he can't get there. He can't get to Ollie Brunel Weil. The 20 kart, the driver from Mono Motorsport, is going to claim the win in the Juniors A final. Ollie Brunel Weil has done it. Callum Eve 2nd, Frederick Navarro 3rd, Matteo Aaron Fuchser in 4th place. Hartley 5th, Leshy 6th position, Van Driel 7th. Karsten Young, having served that red or that black flag, has come home in 8th place, which is still a decent finishing position. Koen Pieneman 9th, George Beecham 10th to round out the front half of the field. There it is, confirmed in black and white on your screen. Miles Harrison was just behind Beecham in 11th place. Of course, I'd say in that back half of the field you see on screen, Lila Kaufmann, the most frustrated individual, having got that red flag. I keep saying red, that black flag. Kaufmann, unfortunately, resigned to a P20 finish, which certainly is not the finish that the potential and the pace look to offer. You can see Ollie Brunel-Weil doing his lap of honour with the checkered flag in hand. He is the junior champion in the kart race of champions, the champion of champions as far as the junior rental kart world is considered. A great result for the driver of the 20. A very strong Super Pole session put that in motion. Starting from the front row of the grid, cooperating in the early stages with Callum Eve. It was Ollie Brunel-Weil who was the one to pull the pin and start attacking and sparring. And ultimately, he's the one with the checkered flag aloft. Ollie Brunel-Weil has achieved what he's been working to all weekend long. He's always been there or thereabouts. And he will be a very, very happy man. And Callum Eve celebrating with him. They're teammates in the Mono Motorsport setup, so no hard feelings between the two of them with their 1-2 result. Ollie Brunel-Weil, the Buckmore Driver of the Year previously, a Club 73 regular and a Club 73 front runner. But this is perhaps the best accomplishment he's had to this point. And that trophy will be very, very well received. Well, with that race in the rearview mirror, the next step forward will be yet more for the Super Pole and the final of the lightweights. I believe it will be up next. And that will be a very intriguing race for the lightweights, I feel. It's been a very competitive division to this point. Some of the strongest drivers of the weekend have been there in that lightweight category. See there the conversations ongoing among the drivers, reflecting on that race. We'll take a brief reprieve here for comms box as the junior drivers celebrate. The lightweight drivers make their way on site in a few moments to pick out their karts and then go Super Pole racing.
Just a quick heads up for drivers who are in the later finals as per last night. We need clear visors on for the last session at least. So as soon as the lights come on, which was last night about 20 past 8, you have to have a clear visor, please.
So, as you can see, the Super Pole session for the lightweights is about to kick off here. Once again, the initial batch of 10 getting released onto the course. These are the 10 that are, shall we say, the lower seeded ones based on the heats. And Jay Hansford will be the benchmark at the front. Behind him, you can see there the 11, Jack Frey. Behind him, Tim Peineman. The number 19, Ian Lepela, follows. Then Jules Larkin, Jaden Giles, Harrison Kirkham, Jason Janssen, Lucas Braga and William Tyson. The 10 that will roll now for the Super Pole session. Clock will start ticking, not that the clock bears much relevance here. Once they cross the start-finish line, they will do one lap, they will return to the pits, then the second batch of 10 will head out and do their one lap. Hansford, Frey, Heinemann through shot there. Drivers making their way out in their chosen karts. Everyone at this point has chosen their kart. They were randomly assigned earlier in the event, but now in the A finals, the drivers have the freedom of choice. Hansford then will be the first to break the beam and does so now. Flying laps begin among this 10. Jack Frey cannot say that he has a lack of practice here. He works at Buckmore Park. Can he use that slight advantage of what I have to imagine is nigh on unlimited track time to get a good one-lapper in at a track that he is all too familiar with? There you see Kirkham, the 17, Harrison Kirkham, wrangling his way around. In about 10 seconds here, we're going to see Hansford across the line to set the inaugural benchmark for this Superpole session. And what will that benchmark be? Hansford crosses the line. It's a 52.164. That feels beatable, and it is by Jack Frey, a 51.983, but Heinemann and Leppeler both quicker. 51.400 is now the benchmark then. Jaden Giles, a 51.438 to second place, and there's another quick time. Jason Janssen, a 51.3, Lucas Braca, a 51.259, and William Tyson, the last across the line, very nearly broke into the 50s. I do think you would need to break in the 50s to be on pole here. But a 51.058, the time from William Tyson to take provisional pole position in that first batch of 10. Where will that put him now that the top 10 are ready to go onto the course? Of course, this next 10 hasn't been judged to be the quickest on sheer lap time. It is simply the 10 that have had the best outcomes in terms of point scores across the 3 heats. So that might not be representative of qualifying pace. It could be that Tyson, as we saw with Van Driel in the juniors a little bit ago, can still start up there in the first couple of rows. That would certainly be a good start for Tyson if that time does prove to be good enough to get into, say, the top 5. Next up then, Benjamin Hamilton, Fraser Brunton, Toby McAllister Brown, Sam May, Rory O'Regan, Dante Dillon, Christopher Ball, Jerry Van Boersel, Peter Knight, and Hugo Schilder. Schilder, who of course was the B final bump up, the winner of the B final. Since they all get to qualify, he has a good opportunity to not fight from the back as all the other bump ups from the previous finals have had to do to this point. He gets to qualify with everybody else, therefore he could really set his evening in motion here. If he can qualify high as the B final winner, it'd be a turn up for the books if he was up there on the sharp end of the grid. You see there the 7 of Benjamin Hamilton leading them around. And you see the 16 of Dante Dillon. There's Chris Ball, who has been marked to me by a great many as a favourite here in the lightweight division. Could he make it work across this one lap and set his race in motion? They begin their flyers now then. Benjamin Hamilton will be the first of the second batch drivers to break the beam. You see there Brunton, who himself you'd have to mark as a favourite given his record. A Sodi Vice World Champion. He's been a winner in Club 100 sprints as well. Get the feeling he could be right up there. We're going to find out now as the First car across the line will be Benjamin Hamilton. Where will he stack up compared to the previous 10? He goes 6th fastest only. Next across the line, Brunton, 3rd fastest. McAllister Brown comes across the line. He's 8th fastest. Rory O'Regan goes top, a 51.011. Will anyone break a 50? Only a couple more left across the line. 51.007 for Peter Knight. And Hugo Schilder, the B final winner, he's put himself 4th on the grid. That's a great result for Schilder then. In the 14 kart, a 51.141. No one got into the 50s, and Peter Knight will be our pole sitter. 0.004 of a second between him and Rory O'Regan. That is a very, very close front row of the grid, and it bodes very well for an entertaining race. William Tyson, who was the fastest driver from that first batch of 10, he's 3rd on the grid, and he's alongside Hugo Schilder, the driver who won the B final. That's a very interesting first 4. Christopher Ball, a favourite that we've discussed, 6th on the grid only for him, but he can definitely make it work from there. Jules Larkin, I'm a little bit surprised to see him at the rear of the field. I thought he would be a top 10 runner. Maybe put a foot wrong somewhere out there over the course of that flying lap. But Peter Knight, a Buckmore Park 24-hour champion, has the opportunity now to try and add yet more silverware from a Buckmore event to his mantle. Peter Knight was 3rd at this event in the lightweight division in 2025. So he's shown pace before. He was a podium finisher here a year ago. And funny enough, the driver he beat to the 3rd step of the podium a year ago, it was Rory O'Regan. And now they're alongside each other on the front row of this year's grid. Hearing some information over the tannoys that people who have parked on the road outside the circuit want to get out the way of a big truck. Hopefully that's no one on our camera crew. I know I parked on the outer car park, so I'm safe, I'm A-OK. But the field making its way then down to the grid, and it's a nameless motorsport 1-2 as we've covered. Knight and O'Regan will lead from the front. There we see them. Actually out of the car at the moment is Rory O'Regan. They're discussing a game plan, I think, the two teammates. That's interesting, the nameless motorsport pair. William Tyson will line up 3rd then, aboard the 20. Hugo Schilder next to him. The B final winner has a grand opportunity here to get an A final gong. That would be a great turn up for the books. 5th position, Dante Dillon, the 16. Christopher Ball alongside the 22. The Razio Drake driver, Lucas Bracker, 7th on the grid, the number 3. Fraser Brunton alongside him, another nameless motorsport driver. They've got 3 in the top 10. Jason Janssen for 9th position, the 25. Ian Lepela alongside in the 24. Jerry Van Boersel, 11th on the grid. He's joined by Jaden Giles. Benjamin Hamilton, 13th, the number 7. Sharing that row with the 26. That's Toby McAllister Brown. Sam May will be the next party. He's joined by Tim Beineman on row 8 of the grid, the 28 and the 19. Jack Frey, the 11, is next with the 17 of Harrison Kirkham. Then it's the 4, Jay Hansford and Jules Larkin, the number 1. Hansford right up there. We are racing and we are underway in the A final. Knight, Regan, Tyson, Schilder, your top 4. A bit of a gap back then to 5th place man. I think that's still Dante Dillon, is it? Yes, it is. But Knight, the number 9. Regan, the 12, have remained in their order. Unsurprisingly, you saw them having that little pre-game powwow, as it were, a few moments ago. So they were clearly synchronizing their efforts, as it were. I must correct the record, of course, because I've slightly misspoken as it pertains to Hugo Schilder, running 4th place. He didn't make it to the B final, of course. He was an A final driver. It was Jay Hansford who has graduated from the B final. So my apologies for that error. Schilder running 4th and qualified for the A final earlier on in the day in the heats. But Hansford, who has the opportunity from the B final in the A, he crosses the line 18th at the back of the field. Peter Knight leading the way. O'Regan 2nd, Tyson 3rd and Schilder 4th. And there you just saw a move. That was Lucas Bracker, I think, making up a position against Fraser Brunton, who's lost out to Ball on that lap as well. So Brunton's gone from 6th to 8th. 18 minutes and 20 seconds left on this clock after 2 laps of racing. It's going to be a pretty fast race, I feel, with Peter Knight and O'Regan leading from the front. Tyson and Schilder turn in, top 4. Dante Dillon, the 16 in 5th place, and Chris Ball, the 22 in 6th, leading that kind of second pack, because Dante Dillon has driven away with the top 4. That seems to be where the breakaway is, at least in the early stages. You've got that leading quartet, then Dante Dillon on his own island at 5th, and then, well, just about everybody else in the rest of the queue. Jay Hansford, who's running P18 right now, was of course sparring with his own dad a little bit earlier on in the B final. They've waited for a nice long time to get ready for the A final. I'm sure his dad Trevor is watching on now. Hansford unfortunately dropped down to the very rear of the field on the previous lap. A hip check there between the 25 and the 18. Jason Janssen and Fraser Brunton. Brunton, who I think has dropped back a little bit on this lap. Knight, O'Regan, Tyson and Schilder still remaining in formation, the leading quartet. I think all of them, as we saw in the previous race, just understanding that there's no point breaking formation right now. There's no point starting to squabble this early, with Dante Dillon just 1.4 seconds back and the rest of the field all within 10 seconds. It's not time for that yet. It'll be the second half of the race where the likes of O'Regan or Tyson might start to try and challenge. 25 of Janssen bouncing around there on the grass. Jaden Giles and him, as well as the 7 of Benjamin Hamilton, in a kerfuffle. I think that's for 11th position. You see there Toby McAllister Brown in the back of shot as well in 15th. McAllister Brown, it does feel very weird to see him outside the top 10, because he was one of those drivers who in a majority of his heats at least was very much up there in the top 5, but now with the best of the best all together on the track at the same time, drivers that we've seen thriving in the heats suddenly have to work from much further down the field. You can see there that gap between Dylan and Chris Ball. Chris Ball will be trying to, I think, direct some traffic and convince Lucas Braca behind him to cooperate, as we see there some very non-cooperative driving a bit further back. That was Jaden Giles making a big lunge at the second hairpin. O'Regan runs it wide, the 20 of Tyson. Watching on with interest here. Just a slight error at Garda for O'Regan, and that could lead to opportunities. Chris Ball is closing in actually on Dante Dillon. There he is in 6th place, the 22. So Dante aboard the 16, being homed in on slightly by the Welsh rocket Christopher Ball, who will be in collaboration with some of his teammates from the Razio Drag team, launching the first Welsh Indoor Kart Championship later in the year. But there's a move for the lead, the first move of the lead. Rory O'Regan with a great run out of Paddock Bend. And he's taken the lead from Peter Knight, who's fallen to 3rd place behind William Tyson. O'Regan then to the front of the field for the first time. I want to say it's among the first times we've seen him at the front all weekend. He's been there or thereabouts in the heats, but I don't remember him running at the sharp end. Although I will contend that there were a large number of heats, perhaps I'm forgetting. Either way, when it counts, O'Regan has got himself to the front, and unfortunately for Peter Knight, William Tyson slipped through there as well. Doesn't seem like Tyson is overly eager to make a move, and indeed he nodded there at O'Regan. I think that was confirmation as O'Regan turned around that Tyson is quite happy to continue to push him along for now rather than make a manoeuvre. And that leading quartet does have to keep an eye on Dillon and Ball. I think once Dante Dillon and Chris Ball do fully link up, which is probably only about a lap away, they will start to home in. And I wonder if Chris Ball is happy to try and push Dillon into the 4-way lead fight, or whether he wants to try and get by Dante Dillon and go there as the leader of that second pack. Just under 8 minutes of the race has been elapsed. O'Regan now, having led a couple of laps, settling into the groove of following no one, seeing nothing but clear track up ahead, but being very conscientious of the trio of very fast drivers behind. The entire field still split by less than 15 seconds, almost halfway through the race. Again, just showing the quality of the pack in this A final for the Kart Race of Champions lightweights division. So defending there from Peter Knight, that will scrub a little speed through his Garda run, but got a bit of a help from behind actually ultimately from Hugo Schilder. Quartet very close together indeed as they came across the line. The gap just exceeding a third of a second from 1st to 4th place. It's a very compact running order. 28, Sam May. We've got to look at there. He's in 11th place following Lepelaar and Brunton. See that Toby McAllister-Brown has worked his way up to 12th position. So McAllister-Brown is now past the Benjamin Hamilton, Jason Janssen, Jack Fraze, etc. battle. Could be tasking himself with climbing up to the top 10 next. Sam May has moved into the top 10 on that previous lap at the expense of Ian Lepala. Meanwhile, William Tyson was very close to the back of O'Regan as the lap began. He remains welded to the number 12. One can never rule out Peter Knight though. Knight is, I would not say sitting idly. I think he is driving around in a measured fashion right now. Meanwhile, a black flag I think is being ignored out on the circuit, and it's from Jaden Giles, unfortunately. The Giles currently running 16th position, has had a black flag and then a subsequent come in, which is stop ignoring us from race control, effectively. And so we'll see the 8 in. We do now see the 8 in, so he's dropped to the rear of the pack. William Tyson, who runs second in this race right now, the orange helmeted number 20, make that third in this race. Peter Knight gets back through. It's a Nameless Motorsport 1-2 once again. So we are back to a 1-2 situation for those guys, and Hugo Schilder senses an opportunity to strike as well. Tries to communicate with Tyson that they should work together, but Tyson having none of it. Schilder said, "Shall we work together?" and Tyson shook his head. Interesting. Chris Ball, meanwhile, has moved up to 5th place. He's gotten himself past Dante Dillon, as we see there, and I think that could be quite a big touchstone point in the race. Ball up to P5, with Dante Dillon behind, who I think may be willing to follow Chris Ball and try and close in on the top 4. Let's keep an eye on that. Tyson then down to 4th place, the championship winning driver here at Buckmore Park. Just 16 years of age, William Tyson, so he is one of the younger drivers out there in the lightweight division. Goes back for 3rd place, up the inside of Schilder once again. Through the S-bends they go in tandem. Schilder still trying to convince William Tyson that they should run in tandem, but I think Schilder only wants to run in tandem if he gets to lead. And Tyson has the same thought process as he dives back to the inside at Garda once again. I think that O'Regan and Knight as teammates are going to look over their shoulders, see the situation that's unfolding, and they will sync up and work together to try and make it so that they are the only two in contention for the final minutes of the race. Meanwhile, another black flag has been shown, this time to Benjamin Hamilton. Hamilton aboard the 7, currently running in 12th place. I wonder if that was for contact or if that was for track limits. He's had a few track limit warnings already, so I think it could be the latter. Looks like William Tyson has managed to give himself a little bit of breathing room now compared to Schilder, so he's going to try and home back in on the top 2. Indeed, Tyson's previous lap, the fastest of the race, a 50.321 from William Tyson. Only a couple of tenths off of pole position. Over the shoulder looks Peter Knight. To see William Tyson once again bearing down on him, and Knight being a experienced and successful driver, he will realise, looking over the shoulder, that Tyson on his own means that he's soon going to have to be very worried about what's going on behind him again. Since he and Schilder, Tyson and Schilder, are no longer competing against each other directly out there right now. It is once again O'Regan and Knight, well, they were working together, but Knight just moved through into the lead, and I think that was orchestrated. I think O'Regan let that happen, but William Tyson is trying to get to the outside now of O'Regan. O'Regan having none of it, squeezing him out. So Peter Knight, the pole sitter, is once again at the front of the field. We're into the final quarter of the race here in just a moment's time. 5 to go now. So at some point these gloves have to come off, and I get the feeling it's happening now. William Tyson gets past O'Regan, who started the lap as the leader and now runs third place. Has Tyson got the performance, got the pace now to reel in Peter Knight? Knight, who is one of those drivers who I would suggest is an endurance specialist first and foremost. Of course, a winner here at the Buckmore Park 24 Hours. The UKC champion as well. He's a Club 100 lightweight sprints champion. It is becoming a leading quartet again now. Schilder is closing back in. Ball and Dillon have actually lost a bit of time over recent laps to the top 4. But I think now, as we approach the final 4 minutes, so long as they don't fight each other immediately, we might see Ball and Dillon get involved before the checkered flag. Tyson was signalling to Peter Knight a couple of moments ago that he wants to work with him, but here comes Rory O'Regan, teammate to Peter Knight, trying to make it happen around the outside, and then the inside for the second part of the S's. That's a nicely executed move from Rory O'Regan, and Hugo Schilder may yet follow him through as well. He does. Schilder through into third place. Tyson demoted to 4th once more, but only momentarily. Tyson gets a better run towards the Garda corner and moves into third place. It's Knight from Tyson, 3 minutes to go, and the 2 Nameless Motorsport entries run first and second. Third and fourth, Tyson and Schilder. Once again switching, and Hugo Schilder has resumed his third place. Ball gained half a second on the leading quartet on that previous tour. Time is running out for him. I'm not sure he's close enough now at this high level where everyone is so quick into these A finals. I'm not sure Ball is close enough to be a factor, maybe for a podium if things get sticky. I think a win could be off the cards, unfortunately, for the Welshman. But who will it be? Knight has certainly led a majority of the race, though O'Regan had his fair share at the front as well. Here comes Schilder to the inside of O'Regan. O'Regan not delighted with that and retains second position. O'Regan's had a couple of warnings in quick succession for track limits and then for contact, so he does need to be careful. Gets pushed out wide there, and again runs off the circuit. Really does need to be careful of the track limits. He's received another one there. He could be on the verge of a black flag. Meanwhile, Schilder and William Tyson squeezing each other through Cafe Curve. They glance at one another. They're still shoulder to shoulder and side by side. Schilder retains third for the time being. Peter Knight is defending against O'Regan in the penultimate lap of the race. The gloves are off between the Nameless Motorsport teammates. And Chris Ball and Dante Dillon are in relative proximity as well as we approach this final lap of the race. It could well be a queue of 6 for the lead. Peter Knight is perhaps not going to lead the final lap or going on to the final lap, because Rory O'Regan with quite a bold lunge there. Knight retains his position by running wide. But O'Regan getting a little bit impatient, I think. As they cross the line, it's Knight from O'Regan, from Tyson, from Schilder, the top four. Then it's Ball and Dillon behind. Last lap of the race. Knight defending through the first hairpin, side by side for second between O'Regan and Tyson. Peter Knight leads it. Oh, and the 18 of Dante, Dante Dillon, 16, I should say. Getting squeezed out there. He did get himself past Ball, however. Oh, and both very, very off the track, O'Regan and Peter Knight. And it's O'Regan that leads as they head towards Garda. He's gotten past his teammate, Peter Knight. They were both very off track as they came into view, coming through Pullman. And a bit of a aggressive shrug almost from Peter Knight. I don't know quite what happened between himself and O'Regan, but what I know is that O'Regan has won the race. Rory O'Regan by less than a tenth crosses the line to win at the A final for the lightweights. Rory O'Regan has sealed it for Nameless Motorsport just ahead of Peter Knight. There were a couple of instances of contact between the two teammates there right at the end. And I think that might be a discussion once they're out of the karts. Hugo Schilder claiming a podium finish in third position. Tyson, Dillon and Ball, those participants in the top six. Braca ahead of Sam May, who took a strong 8th place. He moved up from P10 in the final 10 minutes, and also moving into the top 10 at the end, Toby McAllister Brown. He made his way up the order quite nicely. The B final winner, Jay Hansford, he was ultimately 14th in the order. So made up some good positions, having been running last at one point. There's a discussion ongoing there between O'Regan and Knight. It looks like it's happy families between the teammates. Well, Rory O'Regan, I believe, will be handed the checkered flag to potentially do a ceremonial celebration lap, as we saw from the junior winner, if he so chooses. Discussions ongoing down there among the drivers after that race. For the Nameless Motorsport, a 1-2 finish. A pretty mighty performance. Toby McAllister Brown of the Buckmore Bandits with a 10th place finish. Jack Frey, the founder of that team, 13th ultimately. After a strong day for him. But congratulations once again to Rory O'Regan. He's the A final lightweight winner for 2026. The drivers will now make way for our final, and that will be the heavyweights A final. That's coming up in just a few moments' time, of course, initially starting with their Super Pole session.
Attention comebacks, we need one car to be removed. We've got an artist that's trying to get up the road. If you can move your car, registration WM75RAU, I will repeat that, WM75RAU. Please move your car. There's an artist trying to get around you. Thank you.
So then, Super Pole about to commence for the heavyweights. The first 10 heading out for a one-lap dash, being led by the B final winner, Stuart Jones for DJ Motorsport. At the front of the queue, an opportunity for him then to move up the order and encroach upon the A final runners. Kieran Chidsey is next in the queue on his return to racing after a near 3-year absence. He's made it into the final at the Kart Race of Champions, which is a really cool accolade for him to accomplish. Jamie Salter is next, to be followed by Saul Gregory with the 11, the 3, Dom Hughes-Clary, Bran van den Einde for 5th position in that queue. Then Joe Hamblett, Dylan Kadir Itchia, Johnny Brighton and Jose Barrio, the 10 that start the Super Pole. You saw Johnny Brighton limbering up there. One of the members of Team Spicy Boys, along with Cameron Dass. But here we are in the heavyweight Super Pole, and some heavy hitters among the heavyweights in this first half of the session. You look at someone like Jamie Salter, a Super 1 177 champion. And he should be right up there. Someone like Bran van den Einde as well, who has always been at the front of his heats. Yes, he's down around 14th, 15th in the points ultimately, but he is going to be quick, I'm quite sure of that. Stuart Jones breaks the beam for his one and only flying lap then. He'll be going through the first hairpin. But the 15, Jamie Salter there, I was just talking about a few moments ago. What kind of time can he get out of this? Kieran Chidsey ahead of him. He could be strong. It would be a great cherry on top of his first weekend back in competition for a couple of years if he can be up at the sharp end and in with a shout in the A final. Who will set the early benchmark among these Super Pole competitors? A quick looking first sector from Dylan Kadir Itchia. The second sector, Bran van den Einde has just set a blinder. 51.963 is the benchmark. That's come from Stuart Jones. Kieran Chidsey across the line for only a 52.4. Sol Gregory not able to match it. Stuart Jones is still fastest. Never mind, there comes Bran van den Einde, a 51.619. 2 purple sectors right at the end of the lap. Is there anyone else coming who could do it? Johnny Brighton goes second, a 51.801. That's the 10 completed as Jose Barrio slots in third among this 10. But Bran van den Einde, he was a good couple of tenths up on everybody through the second sector. You saw him geeing himself up after that lap, a 51.619. That's the benchmark for everybody else. I dare suggest the very fastest lap of the session may be sub 51.5. I think there is a couple of more tenths to find out there. But of course it's such an X factor, this one lap dash, the Super Pole format. One gently fluffed apex and you'll find yourself starting well outside the top 10. The next 10 will head out, and that's the top 10 from the heats. Spencer Gent, Jonathan Wilson, Robert Bannister, David Harvey, Thomas Ronhart, Anwar Beryl Smith, Ben Johnson, Sam Pooley, Ross Sandwell, last year's heavyweight champion, and Charlie Ratford. For Sandwell, what a measure of pride it would be to double up on A final wins in the heavyweight division. That would really be a standout achievement. Of course, the current provisional pole sitter, Bran van den Einde, he was third last year in the heavyweight division as well. So we've got 2 of our front runners right up there. Stuart Jones, who graduated into this session from the B final, he was a top 6 finisher in last year's A final. Johnny Brighton, he was a top 10 finisher last year as well, as was Jonathan Wilson, who lines up second in this queue of 10. Final Super Pole session ongoing. The final 10, the fast 10, are out there now. No guarantees, of course, that the fastest lap comes from this session, given it's based on the 3 heats and their combined results and the point scores. There's every chance that Van den Einde simply has the fastest lap we're going to get, but I do suspect a 51.5 should be on the cards for somebody. Looking at what we've achieved across the weekend, Spencer Ghent will be the guinea pig leading this pack of 10 for the flying lap, which he has now started. So Ghent, the 26 for DJ Motorsport, charging through the opening corners. He'll be followed by Wilson, by Bannister, by Harvey, by Thomas Ronha. There is the 12, that is Bannister. There is Spencer Ghent, who's been quite a force, I feel, this weekend in the heats. 25, Ben Johnson, a multiple-time champion in Club 73 competition. Can he do it at the Kart Race of Champions, Club 73's signature event? Ghent is coming up then to the final corners. What will his time be? He will be the first to break the beam among this second batch. He goes 5th fastest. The 21 across the line. Jonathan Wilson, he's not going to be in the top 10 with that time, unfortunately. David Harvey goes 6th. Thomas Ronha puts himself provisional front row, but never mind. Anwar Beryl Smith, a 51.004. He's 6/10 clear. Can anyone get close? An incredible time from Anwar Smith. Ross Sandwell goes second, a 51.257. And Charlie Rapford, a 51.561 for third place. But Anwar Beryl Smith with unprecedented pace. A quarter second clear for pole position, half a second ahead of everyone not named Ross Sandwell. Anwar Beryl Smith just reset the benchmark. And what a time he did it in the heavyweight Super Pole final, or the final A-final Super Pole session. That's what I was trying to get to. If you're going to find an ultra quick time, this is the moment to do it. The 20 then will be the pole sitting kart. Ross Sandwell, the defending champion, will be right there alongside him. A very strong run from Anwar Beryl Smith. Anwar has won a couple of world championships, the RRC Senior Heavyweight World Champion, the Tillotson T4 168 champion. Indeed, the Rotex Racing Club Senior Heavyweight World Champion. So really, anywhere he goes in the heavyweight division, we should consider him a prospective front runner. And he's proven that point once again here, coming out of the Super Pole session. In just a few moments' time, they will start rolling into their grid slots for the race. Take a brief moment to gather ourselves, and we'll talk you through the grid in full in just a few seconds. Okay, so karts arriving on the grid. Anwar Beryl-Smith will be on pole position aboard that 20 kart. Ross Sandwell, defending champion here at K-Rock, starting from second place. The 14, Charlie Ratford, is next. He's joined by Bran van den Einde, who set a blinder of a lap in the first part of Super Pole to take fourth overall. Thomas Ronhart, who was in the lightweight division a year ago and took the runners-up spot. He'll be starting from fifth here among the heavyweights in this one. Johnny Brighton, sixth on the grid, the number 8. That's a good starting spot for him. Jose Barrio, the number 28, starting from 7th. Joe Hamblett, the number 19, to start from 8th place. 5, Sam Pooley, starting from P9. He could be one to watch from there. Spencer Gent alongside on the 5th row. David Harvey, the Vertice Racing driver, the number 9, is next, and he's joined by the jigging Stuart Jones, giving a little wiggle from the seat. A few dancers this weekend. 13th and 14th place, Dom Hughes Clary. He's in discussion with his 7th row mate, Sol Gregory. They're both JJR Racing drivers, so some camaraderie to be had there. Dylan Kadir Itchia starting from 15th position. He's joined by Ben Johnson on the 8th row of the grid, the 25 driver for Accelerate Kent Brewery. Jonathan Wilson for Paragon Racing, 17th on the grid. He'll be looking to replicate his top 10 finish from last year here in the A final. Robert Bannister lines up in 18th position, the number 12. Jamie Salter starting on the back row of the grid, the Super 1 177 champion from last year and returnee to racing. Kieran Chidsey joins him on the back row of the grid. He is in the number 6 kart. All of the karts are in position. Anwar Beryl-Smith's first task is simply launching well. Can he achieve that all-important start, or will Ross Sandwell get the jump? It is Smith versus Sandwell as we get underway. And it's a good start from Anwar Beryl-Smith. He will lead through the opening corners. Ross Sandwell quite happy to tuck in the early going and maybe try and build a bit of a gap with Anwar Smith. Sandwell, such a specialist here around this circuit. Beryl-Smith, already twice a world champion in 2026. So surely you've got two favourites right up there at the sharp end for this one at the start. Through go the field on this first lap of a 20-minute encounter, getting into dusk here, the floodlights playing more and more of a role in our ability to see what's happening. Anwar Beryl-Smith giving the indicator to Ross Sandwell, let's work together, and I don't think Ross Sandwell will be inclined to deny that at this early stage. Ratford, Bran van den Einde, Brighton, Ronhart, your top 6. Some big moves further back. A couple of people who've gained 2 places. Dom Hughes Clary among them. He's 11th now. But all in all, a fairly static first lap of the race all in. Joe Hamblett there. You've got to look at him in 9th place. He's ahead of Spencer Gent, who has remained in 10th position. Sam Pooley, of course, up a place from where he started. But the top 2 have remained in their qualifying order, at least for now. Anwar Beryl-Smith's pace, based on that Super Pole, could be quite scintillating over the race distance. It's going to be a test for Sandwell to try and keep up with it. 3 wide briefly there on the run to the Cafe Curve. A bit early in the race for that, I fancy. Jamie Salter got the worst of that exchange. He drops down to the rear of the field. Already a few warnings for contact and track limits further back in the pack. All of the front runners keeping it fairly straight and narrow in the early stages of this. If you're just joining us, well, welcome. You're a bit late, but you're here just in time for one of the main events, the A final heavyweight event The kart race of champions here at Buckmore Park. And we've got two heavy hitters at the front. The champion of this very event last year, Ross Sandwell, giving chase to Anwar Beryl-Smith at the front of the field. Charlie Ratford following in third position. Charlie Ratford, who was 6th place in 2025 here in the kart race of champions. And there's a move from Sandwell. Sandwell goes to the front. A change of lead for the first time. The 22 and the 20 side by side. And it is Sandwell who has moved to the front. Will Anwar Beryl-Smith allow that to happen? Or will he fight back? Will they work together? Will they begin to fight? It's very early in the race to start exchanging positions and paint. And Anwar Beryl-Smith confirms there with the point forward. I'm going to work with you. Charlie Ratford going with them as well in third place. Brad van den Einde is a little bit on his own island in P4. In 5th place, Johnny Brighton. In 6th place, Sam Pooley, who's moved past Thomas Ronhar on the previous lap. Dylan Kadir Itcher has gone into the pits to serve a black flag penalty, and while that's happening, Charlie Ratford is up into 2nd place. Ratford up to P2. Ratford from Anwar Beryl-Smith, your top 3. You see there Johnny Brighton. He's lost out, I think, to Sam Pooley. Pooley is now up to 5th place from 10th on the grid. Sam Pooley is making metronomic progress here in the early stages of this race. Just sneaking his way up the field. Smith and Ratford joined at the hip as they come across the line, or at least joined at the bumper. Van den Einde a couple of seconds back from them, 1.5 off the back of Ratford. The top 3 have broken away. Meanwhile, Thomas Ronhar leading a bit of a queue with Johnny Brighton, Brio and Hamblett, and then here's the battle a bit further back. David Harvey running in 11th place, Stuart Jones in 13th, Spencer Gent in 12th position ahead of him. Sandwell, Beryl-Smith, Ratford, the top 3. 5 tenths between those 3, as has been the case for the last couple of laps. A look to the inside there from the driver of the 26, I think that was, Spencer Gent. In fact, no, my apologies, that was the 28. Sandwell continues to lead. No, he doesn't. There's been a change for the lead. Anwar Beryl-Smith is the new leader once again. So Anwar is through. I think that may have happened in the first sector. Can't quite see that in the moment. Sandwell pursuing again then. Anwar Beryl-Smith resumes his lead position. Charlie Ratford runs it in third. Brad van den Einde remaining in 4th place. Sam Pooley 5th. Ronhar in 6th. There's the number 3 making moves. Dom Hughes-Clary trying to hold off Spencer Gent, but Gent has moved up into 10th place there, I believe. Jose Barrio on the previous lap also made up a position. He moved up to 7th place. Sandwell once again on the rear of Anwar Beryl-Smith. Charlie Ratford keeping a watching brief on the situation right now. I don't think he feels the need to stick his nose in just yet. There's a long way to go. Another 12 minutes and 50 seconds yet to run. If he's within a second or so in the final 5 minutes, he's in with a shout of fighting for the title. And I think that's Ratford's mentality. Let those two do what they need to do, stay within range. What will be, will be. Beryl Smith, Sandwell, Ratford, your top three. Some changes further down the order. Dom Hughes Clary dropping 2 places. Saul Gregory gaining 2 places. Gregory now into P11. Barrio there running a little bit sequestered in 7th place, 1.7 back from, or 1.7 clear of Hamblett, and just over a second back from Ronhar as well. So Barrio seems to be running fairly lonely. Beryl Smith right under the number board, rather Sandwell right under the number board of Beryl Smith. Ratford previously had a kart length or 2 between himself and the top 2, but he's now rejoined the snake, as it were. Meanwhile, Bran van den Einde has been closed in on by Sam Pooley and Thomas Ronhar, 4th, 5th and 6th position, much closer than they were a couple of laps ago. Bran van den Einde maybe not quite having the ultimate pace across a race distance compared to that top 3, certainly. And he's now fallen into the clutches of Pooley, who spent that first phase of the race moving up the field from the 5th row of the grid to 5th on the track. P10 to P1 was the trajectory for Pooley, and he's now into 4th place. Sam Pooley has moved into 4th position. So Van den Einde has lost out there. Thomas Ronhar watching on from 6th place. Jose Barrio, I think, is closing in on them as well. Yes, he was a couple of tenths quicker than Ronhar and Van den Einde on that previous lap, so that could be interesting. It's also going to be interesting to see if Pooley has the pace. There's been a move for the lead. Sandwell back to the lead again. Sandwell dives for it at paddock. Anwar Beryl Smith moves straight back through at the following corner as they come past the main building. It's Smith from Sandwell from Ratford, the same order it was a lap ago, but there's nothing between them. It's a 12-wheeled kart turning into the first corner. We're just over half distance. They're 5 seconds clear of the competition. I think it's battle time. Pooley only a tenth or so clear of Van den Einde. I'm interested to see if Sam Pooley's overtaking prowess now translates into race pace since he's in clear air. Has he got what it takes to challenge the top 3 in the back half of the race? It's quite a task. He certainly wouldn't make up 5 seconds on pace alone in the last 10 minutes, but it's whether Smith, Sandwell and Ratford start to hold each other up. That's going to be the factor that determines whether Pooley can fight for a podium. Sandwell goes to the front again. Anwar Beryl Smith left on the outside line through the first couple of corners. Charlie Ratford follows him through into 2nd place. For the first time all race long, Anwar Beryl Smith is on the 3rd step of the podium. The winner of the Rotax World Cup at Silverstone a couple of months ago is looking to win yet another major event in the hire kart world here today, but he's now doing it from 3rd place. We saw Sandwell and Ratford there getting close. Ratford had to peel off wide. Sandwell giving himself, I think, a bit of a yell as he came past the Cafe Curve, getting himself into the zone. Such intense racing. And the problem, in a way, with a hire kart race is that your intensity can't be matched by what you do with the wheel, because you need to be smooth to have a hope. It's changed again for 4th place. Sam Pooley has lost out to Brand van den Einde. And there's a big scrum further back. Johnny Brighton leading the chaos. And the 19 there losing out in quite a big way. That was Joe Hamblett, who just dropped a couple of places. He's being pursued there by Dom Hughes-Clary. 11th and 12th places. Stuart Jones behind them in 13th. Jones, who of course won the B final to be here in this race. If he can break the top 10 in the A final, he would be thrilled, I'm sure. The lead trio have 5 seconds over the pack behind, almost 6 seconds as a matter of fact. These three are absolutely the pace setters on track. I think at this stage they're very close to being safe to simply go all out and fight in the final minutes of the race, because Brand van den Einde just doesn't have the pace to drag Pooley and Ronha into the equation in that podium fight. Things have been clean so far. There's been the odd ding here or there, but largely speaking, it's been very respectful racing to this point. Will it start to unravel a little bit in the final minutes? Ratford forcing Sandwell to go defensive. Anwar Beryl-Smith taking the outside line, the preferred approach to the first corner, and then sweeping inside on what one would consider the main racing line, where Sandwell and Ratford were both leaning inside. And indeed, I think Sandwell is feeling the need to defend a lot more now from Ratford. Ratford, who'd love to make it a second Nameless Motorsport win of the A finals, having watched his teammate succeed in the A final lightweights just prior. There comes Anwar Beryl-Smith for second place. He's back to P2. The 20 is back through. Ross Sandwell will again have a margin to play with. Can he keep that little margin? The answer, quite regrettably, is an immediate no, because Anwar Beryl-Smith sweeping through Conways and Henrys close that gap right back up. There's the 4th place battle. Thomas Ronhart instructing Brand van den Einde to push, push, push. Their teammates from the Talent Factory lineup, of course. Van den Einde and Ronha, so you'd expect them to have some synergy. Sam Pooley behind them looking to play spoiler. Ditto Jose Barrio. The top 3. Coming across the line now. We're into the final quarter of this race. Sandwell leads Beryl-Smith for now at least, but Beryl-Smith having a look to the inside, can't get it done there. Charlie Ratford follows him in 3rd place. Then it's Brand van den Einde, Thomas Ronha, Sam Pooley, Jose Barrio, Johnny Brighton, Spencer Gent and Saul Gregory, your top 10. Behind them, Stuart Jones has just moved up to 11th place. The B final runner from earlier on in the day is doing a great job holding himself to account in the A final. Jonathan Wilson, Joe Hamblett, Jamie Salter, Ben Johnson, Dom Hughes-Clary, Robert Bannister, Kieran Chidsey, David Harvey and Dylan Kadir-Itchia round out the order with less than 4 minutes to go. Sandwell leading another lap, less than 4 minutes to go. Beryl-Smith and Ratford following in his wheel tracks. Sandwell looking to defend the title he won at the 2025 Kart Race of Champions. A double win in as many years would be a huge achievement for Ross Sandwell. I'm sure it would bring a big, big smile to his face. Ronhart has now moved past Brand van den Einde, I believe. I think he's now up in 4th place, but with 3 minutes to go and 6 seconds to the top 3, I think 4th is the limit for everyone in that second pack. The top 3 have just been so fast, so metronomic. It's really beyond anyone's control behind them. Sandwell turns into the first and then the second hairpin. It is lap 21 of this race. There are 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Ronhart leads that second pack still. Van den Einde defending from Pooley, from Barrio behind. And Pooley says, I'll work with you, Bran. He wants to try and make it to P4. There's a move for second place. That's a move from Charlie Ratford, and for the first time in this race, that was a bit physical up at the front end of the field. And Anwar Beryl-Smith there looked a bit frustrated. You saw him look a little bit confused and bemused after that move from Ratford. The gloves are off. Less than 2 minutes to go. Sandwell leads it. Ratford has already shown he's willing to use those fenders. Sandwell needs to stay out of range. Looks over the shoulder, sees that the 14 is bearing down on him. Beryl-Smith, I think, will have the bit between his teeth. There's a move. Charlie Ratford. Charlie Ratford goes for it, but Ross Sandwell retains the lead. He ran off the circuit to do so, but he didn't really have anywhere else to go. Ratford gets a contact warning. A black and white flag. Anwar Beryl-Smith keeping a watching brief from third place. It's going to be the penultimate lap of the race now. Less than 2 kilometres, just over 1 mile between us and the final result as Charlie Ratford goes up the inside for the lead. Ratford to the front, but Sandwell holding on by his nails. He's down to second place. Anwar Beryl-Smith watching on as they're still side by side. Sandwell tries to make it work. Oh, but Ratford it is that still leads. Sandwell runs it wide. Beryl-Smith up to second place. We begin the final lap in the heavyweight A final. Will it be Ratford? Will it be Beryl-Smith or the defending champion Ross Sandwell? They head through Conways and Henrys for what will be the final time. Ratford. Oh, contact between Sandwell and Beryl-Smith. That little moment could have decided it against Sandwell. Lost a few tenths of a second at a critical moment. Ronhart continues to lead the battle for fourth place. But can Ratford hold on? There they go, through Pullmans for the final time. Beryl-Smith, can he find a way? Tries to carry all the speed through Garda. That was a very good run from Anwar Beryl-Smith, but it's not to be. It's going to be Charlie Ratford. The 14 takes the win. Ratford is the heavyweight champion in the Kart Race of Champions. Who will be fourth? It will be Thomas Ronhart. Brand Van den Einde taking fifth place. Pooley, Barrio rounding out the top 7 ahead of Spencer Gent. Johnny Brighton claims ninth place. And Stuart Jones, who ascended from the B final, finishes in the top 10 in the A final. That's great going from him. In 11th place, Sol Gregory, Jamie Salter in 12th position. Johnson, Hamblett, Clary, Bannister, Chidsey, Kadir Itchia, David Harvey and Jonathan Wilson, the finishers in the A final. But Nameless Motorsport have swept the lightweight and heavyweight finals here at the Kart Race of Champions. Rory O'Regan won it for Nameless Motorsport in the lightweights. In the heavyweights, it was, of course, Charlie Ratford. Ratford aboard the 14. A great showing from him. Some aggressive driving there at the end. Some very attacking overtakes. And it's Ratford that heads to the start-finish line to pick up the checkered flag, which he will drive on the final tour of the weekend here at Buckmore Park. in the Kart Race of Champions. Charlie Ratford. A grandstand finish there. 3 teams in the top 3 as well. Beryl Smith representing Team Apex Motorsport, KRT Purple represented by Ross Sandwell. Sandwell will be disappointed not to have defended the title in 2026. But Charlie Ratford it is who completes the final tour. We come to an end here at the Kart Race of Champions. And what a day it has been. Congratulations to our 3 winners in the juniors, Ollie Brunel-White. In the lightweights, Rory O'Regan. And in the heavyweights, that man, Charlie Ratford, who returns to the pits. He did everything right in that race ultimately. He got the result that everyone was vying for. And what a race we witnessed there to conclude the day. We've gone well into the dusk here at Buckmore Park. The long journey home begins for everybody. We thank you so much for being here with us for the 2026 edition of the Kart Race of Champions. The scenes of celebration will continue, I think, for some time for Charlie Ratford, because this is a big accomplishment in his career. He was 6th here last year, a DRS champion in 2025, I think it was, Brentford champion, Buckmore Park 24-hour winner, and now another Buckmore Park accolade, the Kart Race of Champions. Congratulations, Charlie Ratford and Nameless Motorsport. Congratulations to all of our competitors this weekend, from the F final right up to the A. They've given us a mighty fine treat. We will wrap up here. We will wish you well. If you are here with us, we hope you've enjoyed. If you've been watching from elsewhere around the world, we hope you've enjoyed on the Tape Ups YouTube channel. It's been a thriller. Congratulations again to our winners. Ollie Brunel-White, Rory O'Regan and Charlie Ratford, the Kart Race of Champions, victors in 2026. Have a very good night.